Hey, good morning, everybody. Russ Dog got the belt. Hey, congratulations, Russ Dog. Warren, we are up in here. Filthy, what's good, baby? What's up, Lotus? What's up, Spencer? Johnny G. TC. Wheezy. Brian. Westsack. What's up, y'all? What's up, David? Hey, what's up, Tyler? Well, hey, Will Z. What's up? What up,
Will Z's in the
Zabo?
house. Nice.
Hey, Mrs. Mac. What's up? My man. What's up, TC? What up, Steven? All right, 30 seconds till showtime. Actually, we're going to throw one more thing in here. That should be just about perfect. All right, now it's like 30 seconds till showtime. I got Kings win to talk about. What in the hell?
What the hell?
I don't even know how to handle myself.
That team's not right in the head.
Well, I mean, that might just be true. I can't believe LeBron's in year 23 and there are still people like, that guy sucks. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it sure as hell is. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Hi. I'm Kyle Madsen. That is James Ham. And it is Tuesday, January 13th. I walked around telling everybody yesterday it was January 11th. I had 3 different people ask me the date yesterday. I said January 11th. I hope that doesn't mess with anyone's life too much.
You just out there spreading misinformation, Kyle?
Dude, it's so easy to look at. You don't even have to open the calendar. On your iPhone home screen, where the time is, there's just the day right above it.
Yeah, right there.
You don't even have to try. You don't even have to unlock your phone. You just look. But
yeah, they wrote it on the paper.
It is January 13th. Good morning, everybody. We are hanging out with you until noon. I've got more 49ers and NFL stuff now that the NFL wildcard round has wrapped up. It's dumb as hell that there was a game last night. I hope nobody spent any real time watching that. We'll discuss it and some big picture stuff for the 49ers as we start to move into divisional round week. But hey, more important than that at this moment, your Sacramento Kings, ladies and gentlemen, have won 2 in a row. I don't even know what to do with myself.
We're going streaking, Kyle.
Back-to-back double-digit wins?
That's right.
Oh my goodness. You know what's funny is that obviously losses in the long run are better for the Kings than wins at this point. And we'll talk about because I do think that last night's win in particular felt pretty sweet, and we'll talk about all the reasons why. But I also think that what's happening now, or I should say what's happened the last 2 games, I think is what they were envisioning when the season started.
Yes.
This is exactly what they were hoping for when the season began, where they were going to be competitive. They were not going to be a disaster. They'd get contributions from Russell Westbrook and from Zach LaVine and from DeMar DeRozan and last night in particular, Malik Monk was electric. And then you sprinkle in some Max Reno, you sprinkle in some Nate Clifford, you sprinkle in some Dylan Cardwell. I think that was like, this is the recipe the last 2 games.
Yeah.
And it stinks that it's taken 39 for them to get here, and it's just going to be what amounts to a fully uncompetitive year. But I keep going back to this, and we're going to talk about this every time they win. No matter how bad you want them to tank, no matter how bad you want them to have the worst record in the league, to give themselves, or one of the 3 worst records in the league, to have the best odds at the number 1 pick, it always feels good to see your team win. It's never going to feel bad. It's never, ever going to feel bad. And last night was fun. You can't deny that last night was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, especially, the Lakers fans show up in force. Like there's a sea of yellow in the arena
Mhm.
and everyone is looking around like what is happening. Every time the Lakers score a bucket, there's like a huge ovation from the crowd. And
Ridiculous.
and it becomes like this like bipartisan crowd. It's like really odd to watch it play out this way. And then the Kings just shut them up.
Mhm.
And that's what you have to do as a team. You have to when you have a situation like that where there's an invasion in your arena, you need to give your fans something to cheer about to drown out the other noise. And like it hasn't always worked out that way for the Kings, especially the last couple of years. We had that one game where Lakers fans completely took over the building. But last night it was cool. It was cool to see the team step up. I think they all understand how much their head coach hates the Los Angeles Lakers. I
Mhm.
think they also all understand that there's this Dennis Schroeder thing hanging out there with Luka Doncic, and sort of the hatred that's brewing between individual players. And
Mhm.
I think the rivalry thing actually mattered last night, and I didn't think it would,
That too.
but I've never seen a Kings game in the last couple of years where I didn't think, "Uh-oh, second night of a back-to-back." And then it never even popped into my head the entire time that it was the second night of a back-to-back, especially when the Kings started hitting three-point shots. Like, what in the world happened there? But, like, look, that's what you're right, Kyle. Like, losing every game is not something you want for your franchise.
Miserable.
It
Miserable.
it it's miserable, it splinters everything, it makes building an identity or a culture, like, completely impossible. Nobody wants to show up to work when you're losing every single game, and
Yep.
so for me, it is okay to see a little streak here. It is okay for players who haven't had a particularly good season to step up and have a big moment, and
Mhm.
that's what it's gonna be about right now, and on top of that, Dylan Cardwell playing major minutes,
Yep.
Max Reynaud playing major minutes, Neat Clifford playing solid minutes. That's what this should be about.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, talking about the Kings' 124-112 win over the Los Angeles Lakers last night at Golden One Center. And you talked about the rivalry brewing here. Or not, I don't want to say brewing. The Dennis Schroeder, Luka Doncic beef leading to Dennis Schroeder being suspended, leading to this game last night, where the Kings very clearly, I think you're absolutely right. I think the reason that it didn't look like it was the second night of a back-to-back is because there was juice there.
Mhm.
There was something, this game mattered to them in a way that you can't fabricate, or at least that this team can't currently fabricate. And I think the key now, last night was great. They shot out of their minds from three, specifically Malik Monk and Russell Westbrook. That's not something that you can get every game. Like, you're just not. But
Mhm.
on the other hand, what we saw last night, I said that the last couple of games have been what the Kings, I think, were hoping for from this season as a whole, in terms of just the path to victory, where it's veteran led with support from the young players. Injury has not allowed that to really take flight this year in any meaningful way.
Yep.
But but I think the attitude that they took into last night's game, the it was that second game that Doug Christie's been talking about since the first preseason game. There's the game on the scoreboard, and then there's that second game of who's playing harder, who's playing with more fire, who's taking the fight to the opponent. And sometimes you're going to miss your shots and you're going to lose, but you're going to play with that level of effort every night. That what that was last night against the Lakers, whether it was the Luka thing, whether it's because it was the Lakers, whether it was because they were sick of losing on the second night of back-to-backs, whatever the hell it was, finding that is going to be paramount. Like, finding whatever that was last night that got the Kings to play with that level of urgency, to play with that level of energy, that I think is what Doug Christie needs to find if the rest of the season is going to be a success. They have about half the season left. Can you approach 90% of your games like that the rest of the way? Is I think the thing I'm looking for, more than I'm even looking for wins at this point.
Yeah, of course. I don't think wins and losses matter at this point. I actually think losses matter more than wins at this point, and that's just kind of where you're at as a franchise. And I think everyone's looking at the top end of this draft and thinking, hey, it's possible that the Kings can find a star or even a superstar at the top end of this draft if they get lucky with the lottery.
Mhm.
But at the same time, you do have to play out the next 42 games. You can't just make this about, about losing every single night just to make sure that you're in the best position for a good lottery pick. Now, you don't want to get up around 7 or 8 and potentially like run into not getting into the top end of the lottery. That's always going to be a problem. But again, I think watching the team play last night, number one, it's amazing how different this team looks when 3-point shots fall. And that's something that was always going to be a question coming into this season, just because they don't have enough shooters. And the shooters they do have, like Keegan Murray, haven't had that good of a season. And the guys like Keon Ellis, like literally he's struggling to stay on the floor. And so what few shooters you do have, you're not expecting like to be able to have a night like last night. But when the shots fall, it just gives everybody an extra bounce in their step. And I think the Lakers last night, I'm going to keep watching them throughout the season, but they just look like two dudes, and that's it. Like nothing else.
Well, especially when Austin Reeves is not there. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just two guys, and those guys don't even seem like they really get along on the court.
I was floored at how inept they looked offensively with Austin Reeves not, because remember Austin Reeves at Golden One Center earlier this year had the huge night with no LeBron James and no Luka Doncic. Just nothing, man.
Yeah.
There's just and if you follow any Laker people on the internet, whether on Instagram, Twitter, whatever, you see they complain about this all the time. Their rotation is like Jake LaRavia is starting. Marcus Smart starting, DeAndre Ayton starting, Jared Vanderbilt is playing big minutes off the bench, Jackson Hayes playing big minutes off the bench, Gabe Vincent playing big minutes off the bench, and then like Dalton Connect, who they've been trying to trade for a bag of peanuts for a year and a half. Like it's just not that's not a well-constructed team. But I was shocked last night at just how putrid they were with no Austin Reeves. Like it was Luka and nothing else. Any possession that ended with Luka not taking a shot was a huge win. And that was wild.
Yeah. Well, and even when you get into a situation like that where one player is just scoring all the points, you can withstand that. Like that's, you can. Like that's kind of been, you always ask a coach, is it your what kind of philosophy do you have about players going crazy? Like would you prefer one guy go nuts and just go, okay, we're going to defend everybody else and we're going to box out, so when they do miss, would you rather that, or would you rather like a bunch of different people get it cooking and then but the star player doesn't go for 40 or 50? And I think Doug Christie has shown this season specifically, he's okay with somebody having a big night. It's about taking away the other players. And I think they have found success doing that this specific year. But it's a coaching philosophy, and every coach has a different idea on how they want to handle that.
Yeah, man. It's something like during when the Rockets were doing their thing with James Harden. That's something that Steve Kerr and the Warriors always talked about. Like you just know on an offense like that, like, yeah, they're going to win their games. They're going to get their buckets. But when it's so centrally focused on one guy, it becomes so much easier to defend. And I think you saw that with the Kings last night against LA in their 124-112 win. I want to know at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. What was the I guess most important, best part of last night for the Kings? Because again, I do think if you're like it wasn't good because they won, stay away. This is not for you. But there's 4 things I think were good last night, and I want to know what people think is the most important one. Number 1, including you, James. I've got, and this is a list in no particular order, just winning a game at all, getting to 2 wins in a row after your 7-game losing streak, getting to 10 wins, hitting that 10-win mark, just winning one. 2, winning one, but specifically against LA, specifically against the Lakers after this whole Dennis Schroeder, Luka Doncic thing happened. Number 3, got more positive minutes and positive moments for the young players in a win. It wasn't Maxime Reynaud getting a double-double in a 20-point loss. It wasn't Dylan Cardwell having big garbage time minutes. No, it was meaningful minutes from young players in a win, and the importance of that in building culture. And then number 4, Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan trade values just through the roof. Get that value up, baby.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And for me, one of the biggest things I thought like stood out was Dylan Cardwell is a player that does not need to score at all in order to be massively effective.
Yep.
Like his ability to do the dirty work, man. I am so surprised that I watched a game where Precious Achua and Dylan Cardwell literally matched up against LeBron James, and watching Cardwell block LeBron at the rim was just incredible. Like
Mhm.
he's got so much like youthful joy and energy to his game,
Mhm.
and you're just watching this player that just really doesn't care about anything other than like performing for the crowd.
Yeah.
He's out there playing so hard and doing reckless things on occasion, but also like, look, you get 6 fouls, right? Go
Sure.
out there and play hard. And if you pick
It
up
was
fouls because you're a rookie and because you don't have the respect of the officials yet, or because you're out of control here and there, that's okay. Just keep learning, keep getting better. For me, watching the young guys have like this major step forward again, like elevate straight to the top of the list.
yeah.
But I would lie. I would be lying if I didn't tell you that watching Malik Monk find his joy on the court the last 2 games wasn't just like a huge thing, because he's been in the locker room a lot lately, and
Mhm.
like we talked to him in pregame, not on the record, just hanging out and kind of getting the vibe and kind of being part of their world for a half hour, and I think that he's a hooper, and the one thing you can do to rein in or to like hurt a hooper is to take away his minutes and to take away what he loves.
Mhm.
And I think that that's been one of the most painful things to see this season is Malik be out of the rotation or playing very few minutes, and you're taking away someone's joy, and that's not fun to watch. And
Yeah.
so
It's tough.
letting him find his joy, I thought was spectacular, especially over the last couple of games.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Would love to know from you guys, what was your favorite part of the Kings win last night? We'll talk about that next. We're going to talk more about Dylan Cardwell. Is he going to stick around? He's on a two-way deal. What is his future, his immediate future look like here in Sacramento? We've got James Ham's 6 quick thoughts. We'll dive into some of the minutia from last night. And of course, we got to get to some NFL football. The wild card round ended yesterday. Wild card weekend ended on Monday. It's the dumbest thing. But we'll talk about that ugly ass game last night. And we'll talk about a big picture thought that I had about the 49ers as they move on into the divisional round against the Seattle Seahawks. We'll talk about all of that. But next, your calls at 916-909-1320 and 6 quick thoughts from James Ham on last night's Kings win over the Lakers here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. I'll be right back.
Yep. What's up, everybody? Interesting. Scout. You think that Cardwell is the worm? Yeah. I mean, he certainly has some of the tendencies. I would point out, like, if you if you're around for the entire Dennis Rodman experience, which I think plenty of you guys were, um, there's like the development of Dennis Rodman. It was almost like a reverse development. Like Dennis Rodman averaged 15 points a game one year. He shot jump shots. And then he became like this defensive rebounding genius while playing for the Pistons. And he got away from that other stuff. Um, like for me, you're watching Cardwell, like he looks like Rodman, but at the like not the end, but like probably 3-4 years into his career and through the rest of his career, where he just rebounded, played defense, and instigated whatever all the time. Um, like Rodman started out as a much more like gifted player. Tyler, you ask about would you give Precious a 318? I'd consider it. I also think you can probably get him like a 3 or 10. Or a 2-year $8 million deal. I don't think you have to go that high. I really do like Precious and what he's doing, and I think his versatility is something that stands out. I am at home because the Kings just played back-to-backs, and I'm not a spring chicken anymore, and back-to-backs are brutal on the body, especially when you got to get up the next morning and have a radio show. So shout out to Kyle for sending me a text last night saying, "Hey, I was going to tell you, but you can stay home tomorrow."
Yeah, I meant to super talk to you about that yesterday, and then I'm so
Yeah.
out of whack as soon as shows that I forgot. And
Yeah,
I
I
was
just
about to go to sleep, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
yeah. I like so people who don't know, I live almost an hour away from the arena. So on game nights, if I'm leaving the arena at 10:30, 11, I'm not getting home until 11:30, 12, and then I can't go to sleep until like 1 or 2, and then I have to be up in the morning and on the road to get back to the arena. There's nothing worse than leaving a game and being stuck in the parking lot for 30 minutes and wishing that you weren't stuck in the parking lot and then realizing that you still have like almost 2 hours worth of driving before the radio show in the morning. It's so staying at home every once in a while is probably a good thing for my health. Austin Reeves is playing like an all-star level player this season for sure, Leezy. I did not think he was an all-star player before, but yeah. Are we absolutely sure the Kings are out on Monk? Greg, I think we'll get to some of this later, but like I don't think it's like if he's still here, he's still here. But you know, you're looking at year 3 of Malik Monk and also the present with Malik Monk, and there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than anyone knows. So I love Malik. I hope he sticks around, but I also there are times when Malik is a lot and he needs to rein in some of his own stuff. So hi Miguel.
40 seconds until we're back. I kept running out because we had callers that I was putting on hold. Yeah, dog.
Oh, we have callers.
Yeah,
Lots of callers.
we have 3 people on the line right now, and only one of them is TC.
Oh. This question, who do you think is the first player moved? It's the first player that some other team wants to trade for. I mean, I'm not trying to be flippant here, but like the Kings are open for business.
All right, here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
And James Ham, Kyle Madsen, and you at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Doing our best today. We don't have anyone to screen phone calls. So when you call, it might just ring for a while because I can only have like one person on the line at a time. Unless we're at a break and you call, in which case I can run into the other room where the phone is and I can very quickly put you on hold, which is the case for TC and Justin, who are on hold. And then we've got our guy, Don, who is on the line, who we will get to shortly. I want to get to James Ham's 6 quick thoughts. Those are coming up in just a second, but we were talking about last segment what your favorite part of the Kings win last night was. Because I think there were a lot of good things. It wasn't a win over a bad team. It wasn't like an ugly, like nasty kind of like how did they win that one? No, it was I think we went through it. There was a ton of good stuff from last night, and we're gonna dive into that further with 6 quick thoughts. But I want to hear from you guys at the Elk Grove Kia Talk on 916-909-1320. Let's get out to Don. Don, what's going on? Hey Don, we're talking to you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, Don, you're on the Insiders. You're live.
This is Sam.
Oh, hey,
What's
Sam.
up, Sam?
You must have gotten it wrong. Sorry.
That's okay. Hey, 3 things really struck out to me. Number one, I thought Malik Monk's shooting was phenomenal last night for a person that didn't get a lot of run. And what you guys said is behind the scenes, the fans are at the back of the bus when it comes to figuring out what's going on with everybody. And sometimes you guys are fairly elusive too, but without giving us any real information as to what's Monk behind the scenes problem, which, you guys know, but we don't, but that's okay. Number two, I think what stuck out was the plus minuses. The Kings had all pluses. The Lakers had all minuses. And the third thing I liked was I thought the shooting percentages were phenomenal.
Yeah.
That really, really jumped off the board. And I think the Kings out-rebounded them a little bit last night, if I remember. But those are my takes from the game. But
love it.
I wish you guys could dive a little deeper into what some of the problems are. But I do understand your constraints and things like that. But I do appreciate what you do, and thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Appreciate the call. Good luck at the casino today. Yeah, man. The shooting last night is the thing when I think if you just go look at the box score, because sometimes you go look at the box score after a game and you look and you go, man, wait, that guy had 18 points. What the hell? I don't, man, that's quiet 18. Or you look and there's like anecdotally, like there'll be times where in a 49er game, for example, I'll be watching and I'll go, man, their run game was really good today. And then you look and it had 80 yards rushing. It's like,
yeah.
Oh, it wasn't super productive. It was good. It just wasn't crazy productive. Last night, the box score matched the eye test on the shooting. I don't remember the Kings missing a three last night.
Yeah.
I don't. It was.
Yeah. I kind of like, there's the old adage, like a broken clock is right twice a day.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's like, I don't know how to explain it. The Kings were on the second night of a back-to-back. If anything, they should have had tired legs.
Mm-hmm.
And tired legs equate to bad three-point shooting.
Typically.
What we saw last night was just something that was different. And I'll be honest, what I saw a little bit was faster pace in the half court.
Mm-hmm.
Like the ball was hopping better.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw players catching and shooting in rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that was something that was really impressive. I mean, for a team that shot as many three-pointers as they did, I mean, they only shot 26 threes, right? But that hit as many three-pointers as they hit, to go 17 of 26, but to finish with only 23 assists,
mm-hmm.
that to me is crazy. Because like that's typically how you get your easy assists is the corner three and by shooting the ball more. That it felt more like it should have been a 30 or 35 assist night, not a 23 assist night. So lots of interesting numbers coming from this game.
The thing that jumps out to me about the assists, they had 23, 21 of them from Monk, Westbrook, and DeRozan.
Yeah.
Man, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, that's good.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. James Ham, 6 quick thoughts coming up in just a moment. But first, your calls. Let's get out to TC on the Elk Grove Kid Talk Line. What's up, TC?
Hey, Hammer, Carl, what's up?
Vibing, bro. Glad to hear you're in a better mood today.
Listen. I'm good, bro. I wasn't even in a bad mood yesterday. So what I want to say, what I learned from that game last night is we got the win, but also Scott Perry. We hit on our draft picks. And what I mean by that is undrafted Cardwell, Maxine, and Neek. So if anything, I trust this group. I trust Perry to pick whatever draft picks we got, our 2 seconds and our first, we going to hit. That's what I learned last night. So that's what I'm not even stressing over this season, bro, because I see the vision in the bigger picture. That's all I got, bro.
Thanks, TC. Appreciate the call. I think that's a big one too, man. If what Maxime Reynaud and Dylan Cardwell, and I think maybe to a lesser extent Nick Clifford have done so far this year, make you more confident in the Kings building moving forward, that is I think a win for the year, if that's the takeaway after 82 games.
Yeah, and look, I think Scott's done a great job with the 24th pick, and then a second-round pick, and then an undrafted free agent, Dylan Cardwell, right? Mm-hmm. I think he's done a phenomenal job of finding what looked to be rotational players, but again, it's early. It's really, really early. And I mean, Dylan Cardwell's played like 12 or 13 games. It's so early in their development, but I'll also just remind people, the stakes get much higher the closer you get to the top of the draft.
Right.
And so going out and finding a rotational player at number, at 34, 30, 32, whatever it was that they got Reynaud at, That's one thing, right? That's like, oh my gosh, you did something really good.
He
You
was
found
in the 40s, wasn't he?
But yeah, maybe he was 40. I'd have to look it up.
Second round for sure.
Yeah, second round for sure. But the problem is that you can't find just a rotational player when you're in the top 4.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. That like it's fine that he's been able to accomplish this, but like there's also this thing that you have to find a superstar or star level player, and they can't miss if they get into the top of the end of the draft either. So I would love to see, Scott Perry with 2 or 3 first round picks this coming year, or maybe 2 first round picks, and then they have, like, as of right now, they're like the 3rd pick in the second round as well. Like that would be a good thing. But you can't miss at the top end of the draft.
916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Let's get out to Justin. Justin, what's going on, man?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Vibin, what do you got?
Yeah, hey, so, talking about, the takeaways from the game, really 2 things for me, Malik and DeRozan, having a night. We're looking to move off those guys. I love Malik. I want him to stay here, but the writing's on the wall with him, kind of heading down the road. So for them to come out and put on a performance like that, cool deal. And I would say the second thing is, we got that report that Schroeder, slapped the mess out of Luka, as KC said. And for them to come out and get the win against the Lakers after that report came out, it felt a little bit sweeter. But that's all I got. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Justin. Yeah, that was a big thing going into last night for me too, was you can't have all that go down and then lose at home.
Not respond.
You just cannot. Like, if they came out last night and lost by 20, that would have been a really, really tough pill to swallow. Beyond they're not very good. You can't have beef with a player and have your coach saying, "No, Dennis Schroeder, what do you say is rides with us or whatever he said."
Yeah, we ride with Dennis. Yeah,
you can't have all that and then lay down at home because it's the second night of a back-to-back. And I think the fact that they responded is a really, really good sign. Whether that means anything 2 weeks from now, I don't know. We have no idea. But I think in the scope of last night and the last week and a half, what the Kings were able to do last night, I do think matters. And the fact that they do have that in there, like, oh, okay, you can play with that energy. You can play with that urgency. You can take something personal. I think is potentially significant down the line.
Yeah, and I'll add this too. Like, Luka Doncic is, like, in the grand scheme of things, he's like a lover, not a fighter type guy. Like, he just talks a ton. He doesn't shut up to the officials. He doesn't shut up to the opponent. Like, Dennis Schroeder slapping
doesn't shut up to fans.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. Some of us know that better than others, right, Kyle? Yeah, like Dennis Schroeder slapping Luka Doncic. Luka doesn't really care at the end of the day. He doesn't. But what he does care about is he put up 42 and lost. And that's how you really beat Luka.
1,000%.
You beat Luka by pointing up at the scoreboard and saying, go ahead and go home. We're good. We're good here. So to me, that's one of those moments where it's like, look, there are certain times in life where you need a scoreboard, where you need to point to somebody and say, hey, why don't you go look at the scoreboard?
Yep.
And to me, that's what that was last night. It was a scoreboard moment for the Kings.
I want to get to your 6 quick thoughts from last night, but a quick little bit of news that I don't think really surprises anybody. Anthony Davis, according to Shams Charania, is going to have surgery on his injured hand. He is likely out for the year, and he may have played his final game in a Mavs uniform, depending on what happens here at the trade deadline. So that is out there per Shams. Anthony Davis, I think, out for the year.
There's also, according to Shams, the Mavs are having renewed Davis talks with multiple interested teams, trying to move him to a playoff contender for long-term situation stuff. So to me, that's intriguing as well. Like, if you can cash out on Davis and get anything for him at this point, especially with, his contract is heading towards one of those, like, it's not going to be great here. You have to make a decision on whether you're going to extend him or not. I would not extend a guy that literally has, like, throughout his entire career is great when he's on the court, but when he's on the court is always a question, and he's always hurt, and he's always dinged up, and there's always something, and it's really, really frustrating for everyone around him.
Yeah, I would want no parts of that. And he's 30,
31, 32?
33 this March.
Oh, wow.
He's going to wind up playing, if he gets traded, if he's done for the year, gets traded either before the deadline or this summer, he's going to have finished his Mavericks career with 29 games played.
That's what you traded for Luka Doncic.
Woof. Anyways,
Yikes.
let's see if we can get 6 quick thoughts in.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go?
Good, actually.
Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Yeah, we got 6 of them here. Let's see if we can rip through these. We got about 5 minutes. Go ahead, James Ham, number 1.
Free Malik. Malik Monk was absolutely tremendous. 26 points. I think even more than the 26 points was the 8 assists. He got back to who he was as a player, and I have missed that player so much. Watching him drive baseline and drop passes to Dylan Cardwell in the middle of the key, or Max Reynaud in the middle of the key, or Precious Achiuwa. That is who Malik Monk is. I want to see more of Malik Monk as a primary ball handling, scoring guard off the bench. I don't understand why he's been turned into a set shooter, why you've taken away his superpower, which is the joy and the energy that he plays with. Let him run the second team. And he was spectacular.
Yeah, we'll see. Once Dennis Schroeder's back, this is the thing at guard, right? Like, oh, where are the minutes? I don't know if, I think you're right, but I don't know that they view that type of player as a winning player for what they want to build. It really seems that way. Number 2.
Let's see. The veteran calm. I don't know if anyone else noticed this last night, but it just felt like every time things started to get unraveled a little bit, DeMar DeRozan just turned around and hit a mid-range jump shot again and again and again. I mean, what was he like? Was it 13 of 18 he finished, or 12 of 17? Whatever it was, he was absolutely phenomenal. Okay. Yeah. 14 and 19. Yeah, he was so calm. That's what I just kept like, just look at how he slows the game down, but also he doesn't miss. And there wasn't a bunch of dribbling and everything else like we've seen way too much of. It was just a dude who was in his bag, and that's the DeMar DeRozan I want to see. Yeah,
man, when he's hitting shots like that, feed him. It's when he's 1 of 8 and continues shooting that the problem comes in. But 6 assists last night too. When he starts to draw doubles, that means somebody's going to be open. And when he finds that player, it really, really helps the offense. Number 3.
Hit his threes. Russell Westbrook, 34% from deep through the first 39 games. He knocked down 4 of 8 last night. He stuffed the stat sheet like he always does, 24, 7, and 5. Just like, if that's what he's going to do, if he's going to catch and shoot when he needs to, that's great. The early turnovers were so infuriating. I don't even know what to make of it. He had 4 turnovers in the first half. I think he had 3 or 4 in the first quarter, but he ended up with 5. He kind of cooled down. And even late in the game, he had an egregious turnover. Like, his turnovers stand out so bad. But yeah, still the 3-point shots fell.
I'm unmoved by his 3-point shot falling. It's great, but it doesn't, there's
not sustainable.
Correct.
Yeah.
But hey, I got him a win last night, and that matters. Number 4.
You get 6 fouls. Dylan Cardwell, man, he just plays with the motor. I just love it. I love it. I love it. He sat on 5 personal fouls for like most of the fourth quarter. I don't care if he fouls out. Just go out there and learn and get better every single time. The energy he plays with, the aggressiveness, the physicality, the fact that he doesn't back down from anyone, including LeBron James, just absolutely phenomenal. What a find. And like, look, these guys are out there. You can find rim runners late in the draft, or not even in the draft, outside of the draft. And to find one like Cardwell, who not only does he do all of the things on the court, but the spirit he plays with, and Doug keeps calling him the King spirit animal. That's who he wants the Kings to be, is Dylan Cardwell. It's pretty spectacular.
Yeah, man. Dylan Cardwell's the kind of guy who plays for like Memphis and gets 15 and 13 against the Kings in career highs, and we all sit down the next day and we go, who's this guy? Why can't they find him? And hey, guess what? They found him. Number
5. Just keep getting better, man. Rookie Max Reynaud, he looked overmatched at times, but I also thought that, he's learning. And I guess his parents were in the crowd last night, and like they kept panning to his parents with the camera on the broadcast. I heard, and they're just like elated watching him play. But this is so much fun to watch a young player develop. 11 points, 4 rebounds. The combination of him and Dylan Cardwell is so fun to watch. Both of them getting minutes together is going to be something we're going to see more and more of. There's a lot of conversation about those two, both in pregame and postgame last night.
Don't like the way we got to Maxime Reynaud minutes, because you never want to see a player get hurt, but it was really clear after Summer League that the Kings needed to play this guy, and they are, and it's working. Number 6.
Smooth operator. Like watching Zach LaVine play, even though like it wasn't great, like he didn't have some blow up game, he's just so smooth when he's on. And so that was one thing. I think he finished 3 of 4 from deep, but also the Kings like lit it up from deep. And that's something, like he's one of those guys that sets a standard for shooting the 3 ball. And I think it was a big aid. He helped them get to the 17 of 26 from 3, just because he started hitting early and looked like, the player that you wish he would be all the time. And you're always left wondering why it is that like the faucet gets turned on and gets turned off so quickly with him.
Last night would have been awesome we talk about this all the time, for a player making 30 a year.
Yeah. Or
like
20.
If Keegan Murray had the game Zach LaVine had, we would be like, wow, what a game. With LaVine, it's like, cool. Like, yeah, we know you got that. But better than 6 points. So shout out to Zach LaVine. Just being part of it. Love to see it. All right. The NFL playoffs continued last night. We got one of the dumbest playoff games of all time. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about what it means for the 49ers, because their schedule for their battle with the Seahawks is now officially set. We've got some big picture Niner stuff coming up as well here on the Insiders. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. You're clear.
Go. These announcements where they do the head coaching interviews are just weird. Like, who is this? The Ravens have now completed an interview with Brian Flores for their head coaching position. Like, somebody is literally building graphics when coaches get interviewed. Oh. I don't want to even talk about what I just saw on the internet. That's not good.
What?
Politics.
Oh.
I'm not going to talk about it. Leezy, since the AD trade, he has not played 5 consecutive games for the Mavs. That doesn't surprise me at all. At all. Did anyone else hear the Ja stat that since like 2023 he hasn't
played more than 6 games?
Yeah, he hasn't played more than 6 consecutive games. Oh yeah. Well, of course Ja wants to go to Miami. Okay. Who wouldn't want to go to Miami? I wouldn't, because I'd get sunburned all the time.
I couldn't go to Miami because I can't deal with humidity.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm with you there.
Just
I think-
when we went to the Keys and it was just like highs of 81 and lows of 86, I'm out on stuff like that. That sucks.
I think you can, like, you get used to it. Like De'Aaron Fox has always said he loves the humidity way more than the dry heat. And it's because he grew up in that humidity. I just can't imagine that being something. I just know when we went to Disney World years ago, like everywhere you go, you sweat everywhere. You're just, your whole skin is like covered in sweat. And then you go into any store and it's 60 degrees. Air conditioning is pumping so hard, and you instantly get the chills, and you're like, "Oh, this is horrible."
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's miserable.
Really brutal.
I think it's a fun place to visit.
One minute.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shout out to Trey Lyles.
What's Trey Lyles doing?
Averaging 14, 5, and 1.5 for Real Madrid.
Oh, yeah.
That's so sick. This tracks. Every bar we went into, there was just somebody playing live music, and it was like 6 Jimmy Buffett covers and then something random, and then people would be like, "Play Jimmy!" And then there'd be more Jimmy Buffett. A lot of Margaritaville. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
No more Kings coming up in a bit. We got to talk about Dylan Cardwell's future, like his immediate future, not 5-10 years from now.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that. But we had an NFL playoff game last night. If you missed it, good for you. I'm happy for you. Good Lord. For some reason, they pushed the playoffs to Monday night. It was weird as hell. Trying to lock it. I don't want to. I don't like NFL. The divisional playoffs the wild card playoffs are on Saturday and Sunday. And if you made this game, the Monday night game, on Saturday instead of Sunday, you could have 2 days of 3 games. And that would be awesome. That would be so fun for everyone. And you don't have this whole rest issue. It would be a vastly superior product that way. Not to mention it's Texans Steelers, which is a game that I have a hard time caring about to begin with. On top of that, it was not a good game. It was 7-6 at halftime. And it wasn't 7-6 because, wow, look at these defenses are just awesome. Man, these offenses can't figure. It was ugly. And then the Texans went on a 23-0 run. It was 7-6 going into the fourth quarter. And the Texans go on a 23-0 run in the fourth quarter thanks to 2 defensive touchdowns. And they won 30-6 to move on in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it builds the lore of the Texans defense. But
it definitely does.
But I also like watching it. It just looked like an inept team that was way out of their depth and should not have been there. And I would love to give a whole bunch of props to the defense, but that team had no business being in the playoffs.
Do you know when the last time the Pittsburgh Steelers won a playoff game was?
I don't.
2016.
2016. That's a long time ago. Because it's 2026, Kyle.
10 seasons ago was the last time they won a playoff game. They've lost.
But they're 500 every season.
Boy, 3 straight years of 10-7 and 3 straight years of wild card losses. Good for them. They've done it. I just and before that 9-8, and then the year before that 9-7-1, lost in the wild card. Year before that 2020, 12-4, lost in the wild card. Missed the playoffs the 2 years before that, 2017. Got a first round bye, lost in the divisional round. Like, it just yuck. a big yuck. I'm sick of the Steelers. I'm glad the Texans won. When it was 7-6 going into the fourth, it was like, man. And CJ Stroud looked bad last night.
Mhm.
CJ Stroud looked potentially prohibitively bad. And Kenny Caraway, who will join us for the handoff in about an hour, we have a take board here in the studio. If you've missed this, if you watch the show on YouTube, you might have seen this take board before. If you don't and you just listen on the radio, A, salute, appreciate you, but B, it's just a whiteboard sitting in the corner of the room.
Mhm.
And when we have like a boldish take or a take we want to stand 10 toes on, we'll write it down on the board. And Kenny's take is that the Texans will go to the AFC Championship game. And watching their defense last night, it's like, man, that might be right. That defense is nasty.
Yeah.
But then you watch them play offense. And you're like, man, there's no way this version of the Texans offense is going to the AFC Championship game. Just no chance. Their next game, they got to go on the road once again. They'll be at the Patriots. It's like, no way Mike Vrabel is losing to that version of the Texans offense. But, like, is their defense good enough they can just go on a 2019 Niners run?
Yeah, I think so. And like, look, I think CJ Stroud has a lot to like figure out. And like, he looks great one week, and then the next 2 weeks, he's horrible. And I don't know what's going on there, because his rookie season, he was so incredible and he was building something. And then all of a sudden you're watching a young quarterback who takes major steps back. And like, look, he still has his team in the playoffs, but I think we all know that the reason why that team's in the playoffs is because their defense is incredible.
Yep.
And like, how do you respond? How do you step up? And, you know, I remember a couple of years ago, we talked about like, who are the best teams, who's got the best quarterback left in the playoffs. And it was almost like the four-headed Hydra thing, or the three-headed Hydra thing, where like two of them are super serious dragons and the other one's like this goofy looking thing.
Yep.
Right. That's what they look like right now. Like, I mean, you're looking at some of the quarterbacks in the AFC, and, you know, I don't know how good Bo Nix is going to be, but Drake May has been phenomenal. Josh Allen is a superstar. Like, these are guys that can lead you to a potential AFC Championship game, or even to the Super Bowl. And then you got CJ Stroud, who just doesn't fit right now. And it's tough, but he needs to improve. He needs to get better. And I know their offensive line is bad, and I know their receivers get hurt all the time. But at the same time, man, you got to figure it out. Like, this isn't something you just get to mess around for a few years and see if you still got it.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. We're talking about the end of the of NFL wildcard weekend. We had the Steelers and the Texans last night. We'll get back into the Kings here in a moment. I got a 49ers big picture thing coming up, but I think where the Steelers are right now is the worst kind of sports purgatory. Is the worst kind of sports purgatory, where they're trapped and they're not good enough. Like, the Steelers, I can't remember the last time I looked at the Steelers and went, wow, that's a Super Bowl team. That's potentially a Super Bowl team. But also, they're not so bad that you're going to go make sweeping changes. And so they're stuck in it, and they have like TJ Watt and DK Metcalf, and you go, okay, well, if they can ever figure out the quarterback spot, or if they can ever get another receiver, like it feels like they're one or two pieces away, but they're not quite that. Like, they're so much further away than it looks. And so making a massive change, like changing out the coaching staff, like making any kind of serious change like that, feels rash. But at the same time, I think it's what's needed. I don't know how they get out of the situation they're in, and that feels like a tough place to be.
Yeah, I totally get your sentiment. I think there is one other situation that's a little bit worse.
What's that?
And that is when, like, by NBA standards, you're that team that is bad like that, that's just but consistently bad and just barely misses the playoffs every year. Now, with the play-in where the 9 and 10 are available, I mean, it changes things a little bit. But like, through the 1990s, like, the Sacramento Kings were the 7th pick. I mean, they were the 7th pick in 91 when they drafted like Lionel Simmons, in 92 Walt Williams. Like, you just go down the line. Brian Grant was the 8th pick. Bobby Hurley was the 7th pick. Jason Williams was the 7th pick. So there is something worse than being a team that just barely makes the playoffs every year and is no good. It's a team that barely misses the playoffs every year and are still no good.
Right.
And so by that standard in the NBA, you're always stuck in this moment where you can't move up in the draft, and you just can't get that star level player, at least in the NFL. And at least for the Steelers, they're a team that can attract, like free agents and star level players. So
I suppose that's true.
Yeah.
I just don't know how much difference the Steelers since 2018. So what is that? 8 seasons have been to the playoffs 5 times, and they've lost in the wild card each round. I don't know how much different that is from being in the play-in and losing.
Yeah, I agree.
20s.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, I agree with you. They, especially they're a team that they have a knack for drafting great defensive linemen, for drafting, pass rushers. Their system always supports that. It's just, when they haven't had a really solid quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger left, and even his last 5 years, I don't think he was solid. And so you're perpetually stuck in this situation. It's very strange.
Every Steelers fan I know, and I know a few, had the exact same sentiment independently last night. It's like, well, see you again in 365 days for the exact same outcome next season.
Yep.
And that's just a tough spot. I saw somebody, a Niner fan buddy of mine, posted online he was like, you have no idea how hard it is to be a 49er fan. This is after the George Kittle injury. And somebody replied and was like, you wouldn't last a day as a Jets fan. And his response was like, it'd be easy to be a Jets fan because there's never expectation. There's never any expectation.
That's true. And your team never makes it to the end.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Losing is
part of the draft.
Yeah, losing is tough, but losing the Super Bowl is way harder. Like, I know people are, but you made it. It's like,
no.
But you lost. But you lost. Like the Super Bowl should be a celebration that everyone, you have all these people at your house, you have all this great food, and everyone's watching the commercials, and it's so much fun.
Yeah.
And then your team loses? Yeah, that does not feel good.
The only time I've ever rewatched any of the 49ers Super Bowls is when we were at Sky River, and I was sitting there with Kenny during D'Lo and KC, and I was on stage, and we were disrupting the show because they had one of the old Super Bowls on, and we were just lamenting every play as it was happening. That's as much of a, like, no. Just making it, I'm sorry, doesn't get me there.
For those of you who are 49er fans, someone put out online this weekend like a 15-minute video of the 1981 NFC Championship game, Niners Cowboys, where the Niners went on to win the Super Bowl. The drive, the 98-yard drive at the end of the game, go and watch it. It's just unbelievable. Like, first of all, how different the players look now.
Totally, yeah.
I mean, that's the most like jarring thing, but just how incredible that drive was, and how cool it was to watch a team just march down the field. And I watched this weekend. There were so few moments where I thought a team like fully had a grasp of the clock and the situation. There were so mmany games this weekend where teams left time on the clock. Like, hey, why aren't you running the ball twice and eating the clock? Why aren't you forcing them to take their timeouts? Just like the strategy, the game strategy was so much better like years ago. And now it's so weird to watch some of the game strategy that happens and just how poor it feels like prepared they are for what's in front of them as far as the coaching and like what's happening.
Speaking of coaching, I want to talk about what this season means for the 49ers moving forward, because I think what has happened this year has forced us to shift our thinking about how that team needs to operate moving forward. And we'll talk about that next. Plus, this Dylan Cardwell thing is his immediate future. There's massive questions about it that we have to answer. We'll do that in the second hour as well. Plus, we're scrapping tiers, James. Tuesday tiers is out the window for the rest of the NFL season. we're doing plain old power rankings because there's only 8 teams left. I don't think doing the tier system works with 8 teams. So we'll get that for you in the second hour. Tons coming up here on the Insiders. ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. You're clear, James.
Sweet. Yeah. Did the Nolan Arenado trade go through?
Hang on 1 second. Yeah, it sounds like it.
Switching the board.
Just make sure that we're gonna switch the board. So just make sure that James get some headphones then. All right, James, we'll figure it out. We're good? Okay. I don't need to do anything. Program 1, nothing. You're good? Okay, great. Thanks.
All right.
I'm not. I haven't. I don't think we've done this with James at home.
Someone asked a question earlier. Let me see. I started something. I think we're going to discuss that right now. Cool, Raul. I have been present in, like, going to All-Star Weekend is always tough because you get a bunch of non-basketball reporters at All-Star Weekend that ask, like, really, really tough questions. Like, everybody, when we were in New Orleans, thought it was amazing to ask the question, and multiple reporters did it. If you were a Smoothie King smoothie, what flavor would you be? So when you're sitting there trying to ask basketball questions and that's going on the whole time, and I don't want to, like, it's not the same because there wasn't, like, this moment, but yes, I have seen reporters like that maybe push it too far as like familiarity with a coach and, like, try to be nice to a coach, but not like that where it's like, hey, it's okay and all that stuff. I guess it happens, but, like, it
It
gets
feels
go ahead.
that to me again. I don't have. There were people acting like that person burned the building down.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that serious. But I do think in a vacuum, if you did that covering your college team and the journalism professor probably says, like, hey, if you want to do that, maybe after the presser, see if you can pull that coach to the side for a second.
Well, that, like, I've had real moments with players and with
Mhm.
coaches after the cameras are on, after the mics are done, after the cameras are off. Like, you have real moments with coaches and players, like, there's nothing wrong with telling a player, hey, it was really fun to watch you play tonight. Like,
Mhm.
good game, whatever. But you're not going to do it while, because at the end of the day, like, every reporter that's there is a sports fan in some way, shape, or form. That's
Mhm.
why you're doing this, is why you get into the business, because you love sports. And so, like, yeah, are there situations like that? But certainly not, like, while a bunch of cameras are rolling. Like, there is I don't know. There
It's
are
just
questions.
here's where I land on. Was it in the journalistic ethics handbook? Should you do that? No, like,
No.
very obviously. But, like, with all the shit you can be mad about in the world today, I don't have the energy to be any kind of a nice thing happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's just great. So yeah. Anyways,
Yeah.
Nico Horner season, bro. What are you talking about? They're the best infield in baseball. Yeah, would I have done it? No, but I don't know.
Everyone's gonna be fine. It's 20 seconds. It's
Wait,
different. Whatever.
Jason,
back
like,
in 10.
why hide it? It's because your job is to be objective.
All right, here we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia is on the ones and twos helping us out here in the second hour. And the Kings won last night. Dylan Cardwell continues to delight the Golden One Center crowd. I want to talk about his future, but I also want to talk about what this 49ers season means for them going forward, because as you know, if we talked about this yesterday, admitting wrongness is an important thing to be able to do, and changing your mind is an important thing to be able to do, I think, in all aspects of life, and particularly in sports where honestly, doesn't matter. So I had a bad take one time on the internet, and somebody was like, might want to delete this. Like, no, I don't. Like, and I'm not going to be right all the time. It's okay. It's okay. But anyways, one of the things that I think I'm changing my mind on here is I don't know if I'm changing my mind is the right thing. I think it's just shifting my thinking a little bit moving forward. I think what this season has done for San Francisco, and James, if you disagree, let me know. But I think what this season has done for San Francisco has put them in a position where any year, and this is what a lot of people were saying at or near the trade deadline, is that, hey, you've got however many wins it was. You got to push your chips in. You got to try and go for it. The NFC's wide open. Use your picks. Go get somebody to help this year, because who knows? And I'd push back on that because I didn't think they were a Super Bowl team, and in fact, I still frankly don't. But at the same time, I think
they might win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, right. It's more in the realm of possibility now than it felt to me 8 weeks ago, but I think what this season has done is it's changed the standard for me a little bit in what I think the 49ers can do in a particular season or in a given season. I think moving forward, and again, if I could rewind knowing what I know now, like, yeah, my take would probably be a little bit different, because man, how good would you feel about having even somebody like Arden Key on their defensive line right now?
Mm-hmm.
It just any kind of, I wouldn't say go get who was our guy from Cincinnati, Trey Hendrickson. He played like one game after the trade deadline. He's super banged up, but should they have pushed their chips in to try and go get some even cursory defensive help? And they got Keon White, who's been great. He came up with a huge play. We talked about that yesterday. His sack in the fourth quarter on the Eagles' last drive, I think, was really what set the wheels in motion for the 49ers to win that game. I think now, with what has happened this year, every year, unless the Niners get to the trade deadline at 4-6 or whatever, I think you kind of have to every year go, yeah, you know what? Hey, we've got a shot. And that is different than the way I felt about the team going into this year.
Yeah, I agree with you. We do have breaking news. Mike Tomlin has stepped away from the Steelers. Yeah, absolutely crazy news. But according to Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz and Adam Schefter, after 19 seasons, Mike Tomlin is stepping away from the Pittsburgh Steelers, which is
Holy
crazy.
Smokes.
But it also, you know what it does though? Like the Mike Tomlin era, like, again, we can judge it however we want. And it's just wild that, in the last, I don't know how many years, like 45 years, whatever, 50 years, it's been like what, Chuck Noll and Bill Cowher and Mike Tomlin. That's it. I mean, that's crazy. But what it does do is it makes me think of watching this 49ers team this season, right? When I watch the 49ers this season, there are guys like TC out there that want Kyle Shanahan, fired. Whatever.
I think there's fewer of that group now than there were 3 years ago.
Yeah, I would agree with you. But you're also, this is year 9 in San Francisco for Shanahan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so I think that this season specifically, it took Shanahan from like this great offensive mind and this guy that like hasn't been able to get over the hump in the big game, but it turned him into a legacy coach. And like a guy like a Mike Tomlin, a guy like Bill Cowher, who like after this season specifically, the way that this team just keeps battling and keeps like figuring out ways to overcome adversity, like coming up in big games and, just playing way above their weight when you considered the injuries.
Mhm.
It made Kyle Shanahan into a guy that, to be honest with you, he can coach in San Francisco as long as he wants.
Yep.
When
Feels that
he
way.
decides he doesn't want to be here anymore, that's
Mhm.
when Kyle Shanahan should leave. And I didn't know that I was going to get to that point with him, because I've had some reservations about like his decision making in big moments, his
Mhm.
the lack of aggressiveness in big moments,
Mhm.
whether it's check down passes, whether it's kicking
Sure.
field goals when it's like, hey, but at this point, after what I saw this year, like, man, that dude can coach forever. Like, I don't care. Like, he needs to be put. You talked about it the other day that he's right there with George Seifert and Bill Walsh as most wins in the playoffs for a 49ers head coach. He
Yeah,
should be
1 win
allowed.
shot.
Yeah, he should be allowed to continue as long as he wants, in my opinion. I'm just so impressed with his ability to get through this mess.
Mhm.
And then you talk about the trade deadline. Like, I agree that, like, do something, right? Do something because you probably do have a shot. This is a
Mhm.
wide open NFC. It's a wide open Super Bowl year. But at the
Mhm.
same time, I think the biggest problem that the 49ers had is that the players that got hurt are just massive, massive contracts. Like, there is no way to go out and spend another 25 or 30 million on a top tier defensive lineman when it's Nick Bosa that's hurt. And all you're doing is basically replacing the high end guy. And when the high end guy's back, and all of a sudden, a year from now, 2 years from now, you're going to be in the same financial situation. And you go from one position to the next. You're looking at, the Fred Warner making 21 million bucks. The 49ers needed a wide receiver, but they had a $30 million guy that they knew wasn't going to play this year. No one else did, but they knew. And so
Sure.
it's like, how are you supposed to replace these types of players? How are you supposed to go find the next Trent Williams when Trent Williams still makes 28 million bucks?
So I guess that's one. I don't think anybody was asking them to go get a $30 million wide receiver.
Yeah.
They had plenty of cap space to go get, and I'm going to keep saying Arden Key because he played for the Niners. Familiarity with their defense. Like, you could go get an Arden Key. It was just a matter of draft capital. And they're looking at their roster and they were going, man, you know what? Don't really have a shot this year. So going to save the draft picks and try and restock the cupboard and have better depth on the line. And that made sense to me. That's the line of thinking I was on.
Yeah.
But I don't, my point is that all of the stuff you said about Kyle Shanahan, I'm with you. I agree with you. And that's why going and even getting fringe depth pieces, just get a little bit better on the margins, may be the thing that pushes you over the hump. I thought they needed, I was along the lines of, man, you know what? They're not going to replace Nick Bosa. Fringe talent, fixing things on the margins is not going to get this team over the hump. And now I think it might.
Yeah.
No, I think moving into next year, if God forbid they're in the same situation next year, it's like, yeah, man, go get that marginal upgrade, because that might just be the thing that gets you over the hump, because you have one of the best coaches in the sport. Like, he's showing you right now that anytime they are in the hunt, they are in the mix, they are fighting for the top of the division, whatever it is, like, you're going to have a very, very real shot in the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can make your roster a little bit better, and it means sacrificing a 6th or a 7th round pick next year, or a 5th round pick in 2027, go get it. Go get that player, because that might be the thing that is the difference in going and competing for a Super Bowl and falling a little bit short.
I just wonder if it's a hindsight. A hindsight is 2020, but going forward, I'm with you. Like, again, you have a coach that is proving that, he might have a down year, but it almost feels intentional when they do have a down year.
Sure.
And then when they are anywhere near in it, you got to go for it. You got to push, I'm not saying push all chips in, but going out and getting, the players that they got this year, which just weren't needle movers at all. And to walk into, again, the next round of the playoffs, and you might get a sack, you might get 2 sacks if you're lucky.
Maybe.
But nobody is predicting that. I mean, I don't even know if they average a sack per game this season. They finished with 16 or 17 sacks. Yeah.
I think they finished with 20.
Okay. Yeah.
But still, it wasn't very many. And yeah, but again, if they had added another Keon White and a third or fourth wide receiver, like maybe these things look a little bit different. And again, I'm not hindsight is 2020. I'm just saying moving forward, I think that this year is forcing I think the team, and it certainly forced me to shift my thinking about how they do this. On the Kyle Shanahan can coach the 49ers for as long as he wants. I'll agree with that to a point. Let's see what this looks like post George Kittle, post Kyle Juszczyk, post Trent Williams, post Christian McCaffrey. Can they rebuild that culture with a new core of players? Can they go find those superstar level players that they can build around and have as part of a Super Bowl window for a half decade again?
Yeah.
And if they do, is it players with that same mindset that keep that same culture? Because if not, then you start winning 5-6 games a year and you're just kind of treading water in the abyss of mediocrity, and you realize like, okay, well, maybe things need to change. But as long as they're in a spot like they are now, yeah, man, Kyle Shanahan could stay.
Well, that, and I'd say this too, like the problems that you have with the Steelers, where their goal every year is just to make the playoffs. Like, let's just make the playoffs. I think the way that Shanahan and Lynch have dealt with this, where they're willing to take the big step back to take the giant step forward. Again, like every 3-4 years, if you have to have a down year, that's okay. It's okay, because a down year can net you like the great players that you need.
Sure.
I'd point out too, it's the NFL is so unique in this. It's that I guess it is with baseball as well, but baseball is just totally different, and it takes forever for prospects to come around. But the fact that when
Except for
you're a
Nick.
bad team, right? When you're like the worst team in the NFL and you get the number 1 overall pick, the Raiders this year, you don't just draft first in the first round. You draft first in 7 rounds. And that matters when it gets to the second round and you've got time to digest what just happened in the first round. And you're looking at, 6 guys who probably should have been first round picks, and you still get to choose from those guys. And then you get to the third round and it's the same thing. And now your pick has so much more value and people want to trade up. And like, there's so much value in being bad, even if it's for 1 year. And I think that that's how the 49ers have, really reset a couple of times here, whether it's Bosa, of course they messed up the Trey Lance pick, but it's okay to be bad on occasion, as long as you have a system in place and a coach in place that everyone's on the same page and you're going to pull through this thing.
We've got NFL playoff power rankings lock in, because I don't feel good about my rankings at all. We'll discuss that. But is Dylan Cardwell going to be on a standard contract anytime soon? I know the King's going to mess this up in some way. We'll talk about that next on the Insiders. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader.
I'm going to fill up my coffee real quick.
Okay.
Every high-profile coach that gets fired and let go from this point on, I'm just assuming he's coaching my football team next. It's an exciting time.
You were so hyped just now.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, he's probably not even going to come, but whatever.
Hey, I got to do a video thing for something I'm doing at 106.5. Can I shut the mics off for a second? Can you entertain people?
I guess.
Thanks.
Shadios, how's it going? Yeah, John Paul, this is what it seems like. Schefter's kind of hinting at that. Spencer, Scooter, Lazy. Yeah, Swear, that's pause. That's my fault. Facts, Tony. We're probably going to suck next year. It's not going to be great. So, Brandy Lilly. Well, I'm surprised they didn't. Well, I mean, they won the division like 4 years in a row, but Todd Bowles stinks. I don't know what it would take, but yeah, the Patriots are a good team for him. They're going to have to pick up a wide receiver for Drake May next year. Shout out Matt. Shout out Miss Mac 10. This would be hilarious. I can't look. Tua is nice, but I'm be rooting against him next year as a football player. He got Mike McDaniel fired. Shout out, Zebra. What are we cooking right now? No. Price is probably one of the lower ones if we're being honest. But Stephen Ross will give you the bag. What's up, Filthy? Russ. No clue yet. What's up, Cousin Pete? I'll take him on the Kings for like a salary filler deal and stuff like that. I'm not really giving up too much of substance for Ja Morant right now. What's up, Tyler Jennings? Gregory, I've been talking. Tua for Kyler, John Wall for Russell Westbrook. Let's get that deal going in the NFL. Warren, what's up? I guess Zach LaVine, given he just let that man go continue his career somewhere else. I like DeMar DeRozan. What's up, TC?
DeMar as a player grows on you. And then there are other times where it's just like, okay, I'm done.
DeMar grows on you?
And I don't ever blame DeMar DeRozan for like being here. It's like that's not his fault. The GM decided to sign him. Like it was
No.
he doesn't really fit here, but okay. Like I'm not gonna blame DeMar DeRozan for doing what DeMar DeRozan does.
Yeah. No, I understand that.
I'm not above listening to some J-pop for sure. There's also a Chinese singer I really like. His name is Quinn. It's spelled Kun. Love his voice.
So I haven't seen it spelled that way.
Yeah, whoever said, oh, here we go. Yeah, I have been adamant about this as well. Like the ship has sailed. Like they burned a bridge there.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. Jesse Tapia helping us out. We're hanging out with you until noon. The handoff with Dylan and KC coming up in about 25 minutes. Also coming up in a few minutes, we'll have we're tossing Tuesday tiers out the window.
No.
Yeah, it's gone. Just for this season. It'll be back.
All right.
There's 8 teams left. And I feel like 8
Who's the dregs of the playoffs, guys?
Yeah, right. It's like tough. So we're just doing the
Steelers,
rankings.
that's who.
Yeah, we can. We'll rank the playoff teams remaining. Tell you where I put the 49ers. I don't think people are gonna like it.
To be real, they haven't liked it all season.
We'll
as far
discuss
as where you put
That's
them,
a
whether
great
it be
point.
tiers or whatever.
It's a great point. We'll do that in a few minutes. But James, we got to talk about Dylan Cardwell.
Yeah,
and I less about what he's doing on the court. I think everybody knows the impact he's making, the joy he plays with. It's very clear that Doug Christie loves him, and I would assume that as an extension of that, Scott Perry in the front office love him as well. So he's on a 2-way contract. He has 32 games on that 2-way contract. You're allowed to play 50 as a 2-way player. And that's be in uniform. You don't have to step on the court. If you're in uniform and active, that counts as a game.
Yes.
Because I know he hasn't played in 32 games, but he's been active and in uniform for 32 games.
No, he's been active in uniform for 19 games. So he's got 31 games left.
Oh, 31 left. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I had that backwards. He's been active in uniform for 19 games. He has 31 left.
Yeah. It was 32, but then the Kings played back-to-backs.
I had that backwards. So he has 31 games left. I would assume if the Kings had their druthers, he would play all of the rest of their games. They have 42 games left. The math isn't mathing here. At what point can they or will they convert him to a standard NBA contract?
Okay, so there's a lot of complexity to this one because the Kings are really, really close to the luxury tax, and by some measures, I've seen them over the luxury tax. So that's going to be a problem because as of January 10th, every player on the roster is now guaranteed for the remainder of the season. So we had this whole thing that that Russell Westbrook and Precious Achiuwa that were on non-guaranteed deals. That's over now. They didn't waive them by January 7th, so they could clear waivers by January 10th. So now they are literally on the team. Now you can still waive them and pay them their salary, but when you do that, if you waive somebody and then still have to pay their salary, they still count against the luxury tax. They count against the salary cap and all that stuff. So what I think the Kings are going to do here is they're going to get through the NBA trade deadline. And I apologize if someone hears the leaf blower in the backyard that someone else is blowing.
No, it's fine. It's good ambient noise. It sounds like what's that? When they do the bowl music.
Oh,
Yeah. It sounds a little bit like that. It's very relaxing.
Yeah. So, like when I'm looking at what they're going to do with Dylan, it's pretty clear. They're going to get through the trade deadline and see if they open up a roster spot, right? And see if they. So we mentioned like at the break that like the Keon Ellis thing. If there is one player that's probably going to get traded between now and February 5th, it's Keon Ellis. Keon Ellis, again, the ship has sailed. Like the way his season has gone with the Kings, where he's in and out of the rotation, where his minutes aren't consistent, where his play isn't consistent because his minutes aren't consistent. It just hasn't worked out. And the fact that the Kings decided to pick up his contract for this year, $2 million, as opposed to like making him a restricted free agent this last offseason and negotiating a long-term deal, which would have probably been in the 4-year, $40 to $48 million range.
Mm-hmm.
That once the Kings decided to just pay him $2 million instead of 10 or 12, that did a lot of damage between him and the organization. And even if there were potential promises made about what we'll take care of you as soon as we can, which isn't until February 9th, that became like a big deal. But then as the season's worn on and he hasn't been playing consistently and felt kind of left out, it's like at this point, you have to trade him because he's not signing back. He's not signing on February 9th, and he's not signing this offseason. He's going to leave almost assuredly. We've been saying that for a while, for at least a few weeks, maybe even a month, where it's kind of like the tipping point has happened. But let's just like play in the world where Keon Ellis is traded. And because Keon Ellis is a minimum salary contract player, you don't have to actually take anything back for him. So as far as players, as far as salary, so the Kings could trade him to any team they want and just like move off of him, get a first-round pick or a second-round pick or 2 second-round picks, whatever it might be. And then they don't have to take a player back. So that does 2 things. Number one, it opens up a roster spot for a guy like Dylan Cardwell. But number 2, it also saves you whatever money is left on Keon's contract. So here we are at game 41 on Wednesday, right? Halfway through the season. If Keon's supposed to make $2.3 million and you trade him for nothing, and all of a sudden you get half of his salary back, which again is only
no salary, you mean?
For no salary, yeah, which is like $1.15 million or whatever. That doesn't sound like that much money, but a prorated league minimum contract for the final 40 games of the season, which you could pay Dylan Cardwell, is again going to be like $700,000. So again, it's a net positive for the Kings, where they would actually they would lower their tax bill or get lower below the luxury tax. So it's complicated, and a lot of this is like advanced salary cap stuff that some people just tune out and they don't get. But the other thing I will point out is that there's no reason for the Kings not to just let him play out his remaining 31 games. There's no reason not to, because if you get to the final, again, we got 42 games left. You take away 31, that's 11 games.
Good math.
If you get to the final 10, 11 games of the season, and then you sign Dylan Cardwell, where all of a sudden now his contract is not only for this year, but it's going to be for 2 or 3 years. You're going to give him a longer term deal, which will have team options every year. That's when I think that they will convert him. And the thing that I'll also point out, the reason why you really want to convert two-way players is the situation that the Golden State Warriors got in like 5 years ago, where at the end of the season, they had a young player who was a young point guard that they had that the Kings actually brought in during one off season, and he didn't make the team. But I can't remember who.
Ty Jerome.
No, it was before Ty Jerome, smaller point guard. Anyway, the Warriors had run out of two-way contract days for him, or maybe they still had two-way contract days for him, but they were going into the playoffs and they wanted him on the roster. And so at the last second,
Quinn Cook?
Quinn Cook, there it is.
Dang.
They waived Omri Caspi so they could sign Quinn Cook for the playoffs. So I bring this up because the only reason that the Kings would need to push the button and try to get Dylan Cardwell under contract quicker than what they currently are doing is if you had playoff aspirations and you knew you wanted Dylan Cardwell to play in the playoffs, because two-way players aren't eligible for the playoffs. Well, that's not a concern for the Kings. They're not making the playoffs. They're not making the play-in. They're not making anything that's remotely close to that.
You know that.
Exactly. So there we go. Quinn Cook. Anyway, so my point is, like, look, you can drag this thing out, and it's not, I mean, is it a little bit more money for Dylan Cardwell? Sure, it's a little bit more money, but it's not a ton of money, and he's going to get paid eventually at the NBA level. And the other thing I'll point out too is that the Kings are going to sign him to a 2 or 3 year deal at the end of this, very specifically because if you have a player, if you give him a player a 3-year contract, then going into that summer after their third year, you have their full Larry Bird rights. If you only give them a 2-year deal, which the Kings have made the mistake of in the past, then when you go into that second year, you don't have full Bird rights. You have early Bird rights, and other teams can pay him more money. And so it just becomes like this really weird contractual thing. But I would assume that this late in the season, Dylan Cardwell will in fact get it's basically a futures contract. It's the version of an NFL futures contract, but they'll give him a 3-year deal that will encompass this year, next year, and the year after that. And then when they get to his second summer, they can negotiate a long-term extension if he's working out or whatever might happen. But they'll also have a bunch of outs all the way through, because that's how contracts for second-round picks typically go, and for undrafted players typically go as well.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The crux of all that is that the two-way thing for Dylan Cardwell shouldn't become an issue.
No, he's fine. He's not going anywhere. And even if they don't give him an extension this season, he still goes into this summer as a restricted free agent that the Kings can sign. So, yeah. I mean, remember, the Kings did this with Chimezie Metu. They did it with, who is it tall? Damian Jones. They did it with Damian Jones, where at the end of his, at the end of the season, they converted his 2-way contract to a regular contract, and then gave him, 2 extra years or an extra year. And then you just kind of have to wait and see how they all work out.
All right. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Toppy on the ones and twos. We're the Insiders. This is ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento sports leader. And it is time for Tuesday Tiers. We're scrapping the tiers idea, though. We're just doing regular rankings because there's 8 teams left, and I feel like we're at the point of the year where you're allowed to nitpick a little bit in a way that you don't have to with tiers. Does that make sense? Good? Cool? Thumbs up?
I'm with you. Here you go, Kyle.
Thank you. Everybody else. That was cool. Speaking of the thumbs up, if you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320, go ahead and hit the little thumbs up button on the video and subscribe while you're there as well. We would love if you would subscribe to our YouTube channel. Even if you listen on the radio at 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2, we would still like it when you get out of your vehicle, or maybe you're listening at the radio at work to log onto your computer or your phone. Go to youtube.com/ESPN1320 or search ESPN 1320 on YouTube and subscribe to the channel. Okay, here we go. NFL postseason power rankings. Do I have a little bed we can play under this?
Oh.
Is this going to work? Hello? Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. All right, here we go. Power ranking the NFL playoff teams, the remaining NFL playoff teams. I think it's only right to start with the teams that haven't played yet. I am putting the Denver Broncos, based on what I saw in the AFC this weekend, as the number one team. And the power rankings go like teams I think can win the Super Bowl. I'm going to put the Broncos number one. Everybody good with that? Is that crazy?
No, you're fine.
Okay, good. I'm going to put the Seahawks number two. Because even with the Sam Darnold thing has been a factor all year. It's why we have been hesitant to put the Seahawks up in tier one. It's been a whole thing. I did not think the Rams looked great in Carolina. Like, they looked imminently beatable in a way that I didn't think they would in that game.
I agree.
Their defense looked gettable. Matthew Stafford has like a finger injury that he's dealing with, and he was terrible after the finger injury. I'm putting the Rams 3 behind Seattle. So I've got Broncos 1, Seahawks 2, Rams 3.
Okay.
Everybody good with that? As the top 3, Broncos, Seahawks, Rams? Great. Number 4. This is where I got a little bit stuck. I felt really good about Broncos, Seahawks, Rams in the top 3 in some order. Number 4. I'm putting the New England Patriots here.
Oof. Okay. I was torn. Is he going to go Bills or is he going to go Patriots here?
I've flip-flopped them a lot.
Yeah. I can imagine.
I think in a head-to-head, I would pick the Patriots.
Okay.
And so I'm going with New England. I know they didn't look great against the Chargers, but I have a belief in Mike Vrabel. I think Drake May, now that he has a playoff game under his belt, will be better down the stretch. Better to start a game. He was pretty good down the stretch, but I think now that he's gotten those playoff nerves out, he's gotten a game under his belt, he got a W. I'm a believer in the Patriots. The Bills are going to go 5, though, because Josh Allen is just a force of nature. I have some concerns about their defense. I have concerns about their skill position guys, but the way Josh Allen played in Jacksonville in a game that a lot of people, I think, were picking the Bills to lose, I got to put the Bills at 5. Right behind the New England Patriots.
You can put the Bills at 5, but they're the team I would, if I'm taking one team against the field, it's the Bills.
So you'd put the Bills at 1 then?
Yeah, I think that the Bills are the one team that I look at and go, okay, they have the guy, the superstar quarterback who just keeps coming up big. And again, but I'll also put the caveat, I don't know if he can hold up. Like that knee injury, I don't know how he's still walking, because that looked like hyperextended or close to dislocated knee, and the dude just came back in and played. Like, that dude is a absolute warrior.
Yep.
And again, if I'm picking somebody that I think can still win the whole thing, it's the Bills. But anyways, I'm not putting them at number 1 because even though I feel that they can beat anybody, I also don't think that they're the best team.
Yeah, the Josh Allen game was a little 49ers-ish in that it felt like he was so beat up, like, God, there's just no way. And then he just made a play.
Yep.
And then made another play. And maybe he'll just continue doing that. But I'm wary for sure. So I'm going to have the Bills at 5.
Okay, I want to add one more thing. I'm going to add one more thing. Please. I felt like the offensive line grabbing him and carrying him to the end zone.
Yep.
Like, that to me is why I believe in the Bills. And it's not that play specifically as far as the tush push or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. It was that team knew that their quarterback was shot and that he needed something, and they literally carried him to the goal line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 6. Is that where we are? 5, 6. I've got the Chicago Bears at number 6, and I wanted to put them higher because I kind of think the Bears are going to win this weekend.
Oh, okay.
But I'm still putting them behind the Rams because in a like the Rams have been there before. Sean McVay is awesome. I bet Ben Johnson's been awesome too. If it comes down to a stop, I think the Rams are more capable of getting a stop than the Bears are, and I think the Rams. I would probably lean that way, but it would not shock me at all if the Bears wind up in the NFC Championship game. And this is less about the Rams being good or the Bears being bad or the Patriots being better or the Bills being better. This is just how wide open the NFL is this year.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears showed me something against the Packers, man. Like I said all year, I don't know if being able to just scratch and claw and find a way to win a game is going to matter. Well, it did in their first playoff game, and maybe that's just going to be enough in a year where, yeah, everything's up in the air. But I'm going to have the Bears number 6.
Okay. I'm intrigued because I think I know where you're going with this, and
It's tough. Okay, Texans 7, Niners 8 is how this thing finishes. And I just look, can the 49ers win any game? And again, yes, this is how wide open everything is. If you told me, hey, you know what, the 49ers knocked off the Seahawks, I wouldn't be like, you're insane. Like, sure, man. Mm-hmm. But you go back to how beat up they are. And the fact that in their next game, they have to go on the road against a team that stuffed them in a locker 2 weeks ago. And they're more beat up now than they were 2 weeks ago.
And one of the greatest crowds in the NFL.
Yeah, the Seahawks have been awesome at home. They're in their last 10 playoff games at home where there's fans in the stadium, they've won.
Yeah.
The Niners are just in a really bad spot. It's going to be a really tough road.
They've beat Seattle the last 4 times in Seattle.
Yeah. It's a very different team than we can.
Yeah. I can't wait for this game. I can't wait for this game because I feel like the 49ers could be the number 8 the entire time. And then when there's only 4, they could be the number 4. And when there's only 2, they could be the number 2. And at the end, Kenny could say this is the Super Bowl champs, not this could have been a Super Bowl championship team.
Yeah, if the Niners win the Super Bowl, I'm still going to be like, yeah, but did they? No, it's just, like I said, as I was going through this today, it just, everything keeps bearing out where I keep waiting for okay, there's the team. That's the favorite. There's just not.
No, there's
just not one. Yep. Any underdog could go win this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's wide open there. And speaking of winning on underdog, I've got a winning lineup for you because the football playoffs are here and underdog is the best place to get in on all it says gridiron. Does anyone say gridiron? All the football action. Because you can make picks and win money. You can make picks and win money right now in California. It's super easy. Just pick your favorite players. You go higher or lower on stats like touchdown, rushing yards, receptions. You know what stats are. Get your picks right. You win up to 5,000 times your cash. Here's what I'm rocking with this week. This is my first lineup for the divisional round. I'm going Josh Allen higher than half a rushing or receiving touchdown. We just talked about it. Josh Allen is the singular force carrying that Bills team. He's going to score. Whether the Bills win, don't know. But Josh Allen's going to score a touchdown. I'm going to go Christian McCaffrey lower than 57.5 rushing yards. Maybe the Niners win. I don't think it's going to be a big day on the ground. I don't think they're going to solve that Seattle defense this weekend. And then Brock Purdy, I'm going to go higher than half an interception. Again, the Niners might win, but it feels like, man, that Seattle defense is going to force them into throwing at least one. So that's my 3-player lineup. I hope you follow that lineup because I feel really good about it being a winner. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KyleM. That's KYLEM to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KyleM, KYLEM. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. The handoff of Dylan and KC is next here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We got to get like a Bitly link or something. That's brutal. So, oh, you know, the usual.
Hey, tell Damian I'm going to send him a text. Oh, never mind.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Hammer?
What's happening?
This is so.
No, it's my bad. I got it.
Yes, Kyle Shanahan is the one throwing the passes.
I didn't see it. It came and went too fast.
That's fine. It's not worth seeing. George Kittle had 69 targets in 11 games. Like, the hell are we talking about?
I will say, Ton just stepped up every single time he got an opportunity to. And
Jake Tonja's a gangster.
yeah, he had a bunch. I mean, he's not the breakaway like crazy target, but he's sure-handed and knows where to go.
Yeah, you have to defend him.
Yeah.
He's more of a
unlike
traditional
Luke Farrell,
tight end.
who's just out there.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with Luke Farrell.
He's a blocking tight end. That's what. That's it.
Game isn't good when
Hey,
Kittle's not in there.
If the 49ers swing another upset this week and Jake Tonjes has like 5 catches and 60 yards and a touchdown, I can't wait to tweet the take like, hey, if you replace Jason Witten with Jake Tonjes, is Jake Tonjes in the Hall of Fame?
Oh. Yeah.
What's he do better?
He's one of those tight ends that just post up somewhere. Like, get to the open spot on the field. Be ready to catch it. Not gonna be much yak after that, but just catch.
Yeah.
Don't fumble.
Yeah. Dude, do not fumble.
You know our boy Sky Moore. That's my boy.
That's our guy.
I'm still terrified of him fumbling the football.
Yes.
Hey,
every time.
The kickoff that he like bounced around and then he grabbed and then just ran into somebody else like, no.
Didn't he pick it up with one hand? I'm like, no. Two hands. Like
every time he gets hit, I keep waiting for and the ball is out every time.
It's like a Max Reno tip out rebound. Like, just grab the ball, bro. Just grab it. Yeah.
I'm terrified. That's my boy. He's had a hell of a season for what my expectations were. But I'd be like,
jerseys in the cart, dude.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
And James Ham, Kyle Madsen, Jesse Toppe on the ones and twos, D'Lo, KC. Vibes are up, man. Kings have won 2 in a row.
Light the beam.
Holy smokes.
Come on, man.
Yeah, 2 second verse today?
Well, okay.
No.
Well, no second verse.
No.
I
I was gonna discuss this when we got there, but we could discuss it right now.
I don't want to burn it on your show.
No. We could discuss it right now. It should 2 in a row.
Yep.
They did beat the Lakers.
They did.
It should be a bar.
We'll
be a bar.
We'll see.
Should be a bar. That's all. It should be a bar. And we cut, boom, one bar. We cut that off right there. But it should not even a verse, just a bar. They do not know what Sacktown brings. It's a Sacktown thing. Boom, it's done.
I have a question because I have a take on the board right now.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait.
On our whiteboard here.
Okay. Well,
the Kings win 3 out of 4 from Jan 16 to 21. If they win tomorrow,
I'm giving it to you.
3 in a row. Does that count?
It does.
No.
It does.
No, what? No.
Respect the board. No, it's fine. That's fine. No, I just wanted to see.
If Kenny can take back his thing like 3 times and put it back on the board, then yes.
Kenny can't.
And that's very, very wrong. I never took it back. I never took it back. What are you talking about? That's why I was right. That was the greatest call of the year.
If you're not hip to it, we have a whiteboard here where we just write down takes on it to try and be right.
Trying to order a blackboard.
You can. I'll ask Seth.
It'd be a mess.
So it's fine. It's fine. So
what do you mean by that, James? It's fine.
Like when you erase stuff off a chalkboard, it makes a huge mess. That's all.
I don't even think I know Jesse's not. I don't even think Kyle's old enough to even know what like that's all.
Oh, buddy,
about.
I had chalkboards. Come on.
Don't do that.
talking
Why
about?
do you?
No, you definitely don't know.
No, we had
He swears-
chalkboards. We had
He
chalkboards.
swears
There ain't
like
no way he
14
knows.
years old.
No, we had chalkboards. We brought the
Dog,
overhead
yes,
projector.
the
yes,
the
whiteboards,
little
the
slide
whiteboards
thing.
came
Yeah.
out when I was in 8th grade. There's no way you had a chalkboard. When
Yeah,
I was
they
in
came out.
No,
Hold
but
on, hold
they
on, hold on.
retrofitted classrooms.
They kept
After
selling
the
the
fact.
whiteboards. Yes, like
These guys capping.
No, I'm tired of
I'm
you.
so serious.
Treat me like I'm Gen Z or whatever.
Unbelievable.
TikTok.
Speaking of Gen Z TikTok kids, the promotions team, they
Follow us on TikTok, by the way. ESPN 1320.
Hey, well done. That's a great job.
Good work.
Where are we at? Where's my buttons? There we go. What the? Oh, it's because I had
come
a
on, man.
Oh,
Come on,
first
man.
day. Good Lord. I asked all of them. They're all between the ages of like 24 and 22, I think.
sounds about right.
And I said, "Hey, did you ever watch a movie on a VCR?"
Mm.
And they said no.
Mhm.
I've never owned a VCR.
No.
They ain't
Like
never
just
lived.
had it, but never
Jake
used it
said
at the end.
Jake said he might have used it when he was very small at like his grandmother's house, but he doesn't like remember. Jake is one of our promotions guys.
They
He's the
never had that
oldest in the group.
the crappy 13-inch TV slash
Nope.
VCR.
Oh,
VCR.
the combo. Yeah,
You're
the
totally
combo.
you're totally messing. You're like,
That was the
oh,
height of
man.
Basically had to like watch the TV with it like sitting on your lap.
yeah.
but it weighed 80 pounds.
And kids ain't never lived. Matter of fact, are they even alive right now? Are they even alive?
Bro, there's some
Many
kids that
are-
don't even know what speed dial was and stuff like that. Like,
Bro,
new type
if
of-
you
wild.
don't know the pain of trying to like set the timer on your VCR, but you went AM instead of PM or PM instead of AM, and you come home to watch Saturday night's main event or the game or whatever, and it's
Ricky Lake.
Damn,
not that Ricky.
Shout out Ricky.
I never
That was a
recorded anything
great
off the
show.
VCR though. We just watched movies off the VCR. You guys talk about recording stuff. And
no.
blah, blah,
oh
blah.
yeah,
Is
that's
Jesse
Oh, yeah.
even alive?
Had to set
right
the right
now?
speed on the VHS. What you?
Is Jesse
Come
even
on, man.
alive? I don't even
Come
know
on,
if he's alive. He
I don't
ain't
know.
lived.
I don't know if my dad still owns this. I'm sure he does. I'm sure I'm gonna get a text here in a second. He has, you guys might the Sleepy Floyd fourth quarter against the Lakers in the 84
Really
playoffs?
nondescript playoff. I usually
Yeah,
good with the years, but
the
I don't
Lakers
know.
the Lakers won in
Was it
4 games or
87?
whatever. 87 maybe?
It might have been 87.
Maybe 87. He has a VHS tape of Sleepy Floyd's fourth quarter and then like an Eddie Van Halen appearance on Saturday Night Live.
Nice.
That's the entire. It's like it's game ends Van Halen. Like, hell yeah,
up
that's
until
peak.
maybe
That's peak.
first move across the country, maybe 08,
Mhm.
no 2010. I had USA versus Angola in '92.
Oh,
The Charles
my-
Barkley elbow. I had that one, and then I had the gold medal game. I can't remember if it was against Croatia or Lithuania,
Mhm.
but had a bunch of that '92 Dream Team stuff on tape,
that's so
including
dope.
the famous. I had the finals where Jordan dogged it. Bobby Hansen came in, hit the corner three, saved him, and then the Chicago Bulls won their second straight NBA championship. Had that on tape too.
It was Bobby Hansen. He
Dang.
went crazy. The Bobby Hansen game.
Yeah, the Bobby Hansen game.
Hey, check this out. I got two things. Number
Yeah.
one.
And then I got a Kings question for you. Go ahead.
Okay. Number
Didn't
one.
have any Kings games on tape.
I had it's all good, but I just want to make sure. I had a family member who had a black box, for the cable, black box. No, don't even whatever. He's not there. They're not looking. Whatever.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
I had a
Go ahead.
family member who had the black box.
Mhm.
I would say.
Can you explain what this is?
Yeah,
Why is
it's
this an
probably a
important
term
thing?
that people don't even know.
It
Correct.
was a cable box in the mid to late 90s
Okay.
that allowed you to get all the pay-per-view channels.
Mm,
Yeah.
okay.
So you didn't know.
Premium channels, pay-per-view channels, like everything. You got
Did you not
HBO.
No, I vaguely remember. I thought it was one of those
Forgot
like
who I was
mythical
talking to.
things.
My bad.
Yeah, it's
Forgot who I was
fine.
talking to. Yeah.
Dylan Casey, love the kids. It's fine.
I may have had a card reader and programmer for DirecTV early on.
Oh,
I remember
nice.
those.
Yeah, I never
those.
had one of
Yeah.
those. I never had one of those.
But so I would want the pay-per-views recorded, right? So I'd ask this family member, I'd be like, hey, can you record Royal
Yep.
Rumble? And they'd be like, all right, cool. More times than not, I would provide them with a tape.
Mhm.
I'd be like, I'm bringing the tape over. Can you do it? Sometimes if I was just in a rush and I'm like, I didn't get the tape, family member,
Oh,
and
no.
she was like, they were like, can you, fine, I'll just use one that I have here.
Oh, no.
And sometimes they would record the wrestling, but it would just be recorded over what also might be on that tape.
Yep.
Oh, no.
What else was on the tape?
Man,
no.
good time. Good time.
Yeah, Channel 69 was on the tape.
Oh no!
Good time. So Royal Rumble would end.
Hulk Hogan.
And Royal Rumble would begin.
It would go and then go to what was on the tape originally.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
oh, let's go.
Yeah.
And then
Kenny grew up a lot that day.
First, the Mega Powers would explode, and the Mega Powers would explode.
But look, then I got hit to it. I'm like, I ain't got no tape to give you. I ain't got no tape. Can you just use one that you got? I ain't got no tape.
Kenny Caraway grew up fast. He grew up fast.
Well, at least they didn't give you a tape with their home videos,
Well,
Kenny.
that would be crazy. I'm not going back to that establishment if that was the case. The other thing I want to ask you as we go down memory lane before we get into sports, all you guys, how many phone numbers do you know?
12.
That's a lot. I definitely don't know 5.
Do the phone numbers have to be active?
Yeah. Like right now, you got to call somebody right now, and you didn't have your phone book, nothing. You had to
Oh
dial
my
the
God!
number.
My mom's and Katie's.
I probably can remember like 15, but I can also tell you what my phone number was when I was like 3, and
That's
what my
right.
best friend's phone number was growing up. All of those are in my head still.
Active ones, my wife's, maybe. I think my mom's.
I've definitely got my mom and dad's down because my parents have had the same phone number since 1998 or whatever. And then Heather's. That's all I got.
We used to know like 20.
Oh, and I know the Elk Grove Kid Talk on at 916-909-1320.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
We used to know like
just the talk line.
15 to 20 numbers by heart.
Hey, I handed my son a phone one time. He was calling. Hey, can I call someone? I'm like, yeah, here you go. And he goes, oh my gosh, what is that noise? I'm like, that's a busy signal. Like,
Oh, you know,
Oh my God!
you know what I
I don't
found
know what a busy signal is. They're like, what is this? I'm like, oh yeah.
you know what I found at my dad's house today? A Rolodex. Was going through
Oh
it.
my
Yeah, I was
God!
going through it. Yeah, it's like, yeah, grandma lived here, number here. Hey,
Yeah.
we had Little Caesars on the Rolodex.
Come
on.
Mr. Tapia. Mr. Tapia definitely strikes me as a Rolodex kind of guy.
That was actually probably Mom Tapia first.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, Jesse and Kyle don't even know what a little black book used to be. Don't know about that. It used to be.
I know about that because of
pop off.
movies. I know about the Little Black Book.
See,
Little
Kyle
Black
didn't.
Book.
See, Kyle didn't grow up as fast as you did. Little Black Book is one of the movies that his family member taped over.
Jesse's dad listening to this right now. He's like, how many phone numbers do I know? Well, the Little Caesars and Modesto, obviously.
All right. Sports.
The Sacramento Kings won their second game last night in a row. Not their second game, their 10th game, but second game in a row. We're asking people, what was your favorite part of the game last night? Because last night was an enjoyable experience. Just all the way around. It wasn't one of those games like, yeah, they won, but like, God, they didn't play well. Like that Mavs game was just, yeah, it was close, but it wasn't like they played well. Like, ugh. What was your favorite part of the game last night?
It was like almost all of Malik's buckets, but the ones that put the game away. So obviously I was there last night. We've talked about this a number of different. It's literally just different when Malik hits a shot.
Yep.
And everybody is, upset that he's not playing, wants him to play, afraid that he's going to leave and all this other stuff. And it really feels like that crowd that's there, they're holding on to every single Malik Monk moment that they can. It sounds strange. Like if we're in New York or people, we talk about championships, they'd be like, yo, why are y'all tripping this much over Malik Monk? They are, though. We are. Like, we love Malik. We are dreading that he's leaving at some point. And for real, like every shot he hits, it feels like they're just trying to soak it all in. So last night, Lakers make a little run in the fourth quarter and get it to 8, I believe it was. And I think they were both Malik Monk baskets. Maybe DeMar had an and one, but I think Malik hit 2.
DeMar had the and one. Yeah. My it's the same thing, except it wasn't the ones in the fourth quarter. It was the ones in the second quarter. Because he hit, it wasn't as, because I think he hit 5 in the second quarter. it was maybe the third or fourth one where the crowd recognized something was happening with him coming off of the heels of the 15 in the last game, and like he had hit some shots already in the second quarter. He had hit some shots already in the first half, and then he hit a couple of threes, and then I think it was the third one. He hits the third one, and the crowd is like, "Oh, okay, this is happening," and the roar was a little bit louder.
Yeah.
And I was up in the cheap seats when he did that, and you saw the pop. I was up by Drew, the local guy. you man, to see that pop from up there, that was fire.
Yeah.
That was fire.
Didn't he? They've been cheering all over the place, but you brought Lil Morgan by to see us, and wasn't it a Malik 3? And she was there, and she said, well, "That was loud."
Yeah.
That was loud.
Yeah, she did. She was like, "That was loud," and then immediately went.
I want to do that.
Yeah, that was
I
awesome.
think it was fun too. Like he had all the shots early in the first and second quarters, but it was all the second quarter. Then you got to the third, and everything was short. It was like, oh boy. And then they go back to him, and to see his teammates actually realize that he was on fire and feed him late in the game. To me, that was one of those moments that we've been waiting for all season long. It's like, why do you not ride the hot hand? Like, I don't understand this team. It's so selfish most of the time. But last night was one of the few times it was like, hey, look at that. They realized something, and they went to it again and again and again and let someone else find success. It was kind of cool.
Hell yeah.
What is it? Let me ask all three of you guys, and Jesse as well. First of all, do you guys agree that the fan base, the crowd, especially at the games, are like trying to savor every Malik Monk moment that they can? Do you guys?
I look at it differently. They're trying to tell Scott, don't do this. Not with him. That's our guy. Don't do that. Do whatever else you want to. Don't do that.
Do we think it's that complicated? Or do people just like Malik Monk? And so when he does stuff, people are excited about it.
I think they love Malik.
They have an adoration of Malik Monk, where anytime he does anything, it's just going to be like, hell yeah, whether he's on the trade block, whether he's not, whether he's playing 5 minutes or 20 minutes.
Good. I was just going to say, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. I want to ask you guys, because you guys are in the belly and the beast just like I am. Why is that with Malik Monk? Kyle, can you think of any warrior that fits the profile of Malik Monk that has the same hold on the Warriors fan base? Like a bench guy, maybe like a top 4 player on your team. Now the team isn't even good, but they love this man. They love Malik Monk here.
Man, no.
And I'm trying to figure out why that is. I'm part of it.
It's Steph. Just has that hold on people.
And that makes sense.
It might have been Clay, who same kind of deal. Like the
Even
pop just felt a little
sense.
bit right. But they've just cycled through. They've cycled through so many bench players over the years that it just doesn't. Sean Livingston was that dude, but like not in that way, because Steph and Draymond and Clay just took up so much gravity.
Malik Monk is Sacramento
energy. I mean,
like he kind of, I feel like, embodies the city a bit, and he's embraced the city. And I feel like, just from what I've learned, if you embrace them, like they'll embrace you forever. And I feel like just given the playoff moments, and just like he's talked about, like, I love Sacramento, not just being a King, but like the city itself and just being here. I feel like that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
And he's the pizza guy.
He's the pizza guy, man.
Collect your boxes.
And this is KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Sacramento sports leader, always free on the Odyssey app. Yeah, I loved last night the fact that the Kings had their dust up with the Lakers, where Dennis smacked Luka Doncic.
Allegedly.
Definitely.
Allegedly, but absolutely.
Where he may or may not have smacked Luka Doncic. And then you play them 2 weeks later and came out with that amount of energy, and came out on the second night of a back-to-back with the attitude and with the mindset of, no, you're not winning in our building. There's beef here, and we're going to respond accordingly on the court. I didn't know that the Kings were capable of that. I didn't know that they were capable of looking at each other and going, hey, not tonight. Maybe tomorrow night, but this is not not tonight. That's something I'm keeping an eye on. Again, I'm not expecting one game to turn the Kings' entire season around. I don't think that there's some massive winning streak coming. I don't think it's anything like that. But I do think when the season is about building culture and the season is about building this mindset and this play style, for them to come out after the whole dust up in the hallway and Schroeder getting suspended, the Lakers coming here, I think it matters that they came out and played the way they did last night, because they played with like a middle finger edge that I don't think they typically play with. And now it's about embodying that on a nightly basis. Yeah. But the fact they had it at all was significant to me in some way.
Yeah, I can't figure this team out. They really did play well yesterday. I mean, they didn't play bad against Houston at all, but I think we've all talked, Houston did not want to play that basketball. Like, everybody saw it. Like, Houston did not want to play that bad. They just wanted to leave. Yeah. That wasn't the Lakers last night. Like, LeBron was cooking at the beginning. Like, there was a lot of purple and gold there, and they were very, very loud. But the Kings just regrouped and played a really good basketball game.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting too. They keep showing us like these moments that Doug is begging for. So when you hear Doug talk and everyone keeps going, man, you keep saying these things, the standard and all these things, we don't see any of that. And then for little glimpses, they're like, oh, this is what Doug keeps asking us to do. And then they go away from it. And you're like, sometimes it's a quarter, sometimes it's a half where you're like, oh, we see what they're trying to do. And then I think the Lakers game is one of the few games this season where we're like, okay, start to finish. That's what Doug has been begging for. And that's what, they have to try to attain, like somehow go play to that standard, but it's just not there. Like, they're so inconsistent.
The Kings this year, 7 of their 10 wins against like bona fide playoff teams. Makes no sense.
It's very strange.
Makes no sense at all.
Yeah, well.
They've only won consecutive games, I think, twice. And the first time
was the second. Yeah.
It was it Houston? Denver and Minnesota the first time.
It was Denver and Minnesota.
That's crazy.
Another Malik Monk moment in that Minnesota game.
Yeah. I wonder if Malik's changing their minds at all. Because it's really clear they're just kind of out. But I wonder if over the course of this season, does he change their minds, or is the coaching staff and the front office just going, you know what? No, we understand that he's going to have to play some nights, but overall, the quicker we can move him, the better.
I really wish that there could be just like a coming to Jesus moment where they all just sit down and hash everything out and work it all out, and then take a step back and realize that a 27-year-old Malik Monk is better than a 31-year-old, 32-year-old Dennis Schroeder. Just straight up, he is. And we knew that before they signed Dennis Schroeder. At least I knew that before they signed Dennis Schroeder. I was confused by it then, and I'm even more confused by it now. It wasn't the 3-pointers that impressed me last night. It was that you've taken away the playmaking from Malik Monk. He is one of the most electric playmakers that there is in the league. And to take that away and to give the ball to somebody else, and then you watch him last night with the 8 assists and the dimes he had to the, where he cut baseline and fed right back to the middle of the key for wide open looks to his teammates. Like, that's what Malik Monk why he needs to be on the court. And again, I wish that there's a moment here where they can just settle down, everybody like have a big heart to heart and see if they can get back on the same page, because you still have him under contract for another 2 years after this year. There's no reason to rush to trade him, except for the fact that they want to reboot this roster. He should be a player that you can reboot with. But he has to buy in. They have to buy in. Everybody has to buy in. And I just don't know that they're going to get to that point where they actually have the conversation.
Yeah, you can unplug a lot of other controllers before you unplug Malik's. You don't.
I agree.
Now, I'm going to ask James this, because James might know better than all of us. And if you don't want to answer, that's cool too. Do you think part of the thought process is we are going to go young? We're going to draft this guy that hopefully, potentially could be a franchise guy coming around, and we don't want Malik Monk around this young team? Do you think that's the case?
Yeah, I mean, that can always possibly be the case. But again, I think resetting the idea here, I think that there's a lot of baggage. Like, there's a ton of baggage with Malik. And like, we can go back to the Mike Brown situation. We can go back to him wanting to start, whatever you want to go back to. Like, there's too many things. But I think if you have a moment where you air everything out, then maybe you can figure out a way to get back to where you were. Because I'll say this, like, the crowd thing is like very specific. Like, the way that people like glob onto him and love him, right? If you're going to be bad for 2 years, I want a Malik Monk. I want someone that people are coming to see and that get excited and like, even if it's 25 times a year that you win games, that at least you have somebody who everyone is excited when he has one of those games. And I don't see another player. Like, it doesn't matter how many, the Max Reno, like 27 or 29 point game, right? It's amazing to watch a young player just have that moment. You don't get the fan reaction with Max Reno. You don't get the, Dylan Cardwell is trying his best to create that. But at times it even with Dylan, I love what he's trying to do. It feels like it's not authentic. It's that maybe it is authentic to who he is, but it still feels forced. Like, why are you raising your hand when your team's down 15 and, you blocked a shot? I get it. And the shot went right back to the other team. Okay. But with Malik, it's something different. And like, the only other player that I fully remember, well, okay, there's two players that had this sort of effect. It was Bobby Jackson when he was with the Kings, when in the early 2000s. But Jimmer had the same exact thing. And like, anytime Jimmer hit a shot, the whole building started to buzz. And then when he hit his second shot, well, because you thought he could go for 50 at any point, even though he couldn't. And you're waiting for a college Jimmer to show up. But there's also a huge fan base that were coming just to see Jimmer. And so you got that excitement in the crowd.
College Jimmer was insane.
Unbelievable.
Insane.
Crazy.
It didn't transfer over or whatever, but college, that senior year or whatever year it was at BYU, was insane what he was doing.
Yeah.
27 points a game. Yeah. Yeah. Just shooting from 40 feet out. Just like, what in the world?
He was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I want to shift gears briefly here on the handoff with Dylan, Casey. I'm Kyle Matz and James Hands here as well. And Jesse Tapia, obviously. Did you guys watch any of the game last night? The football game, I mean? Why?
Turned it off after 24 seconds.
Literally,
bro.
It's the playoffs.
It super doesn't feel like the playoffs when it's on Monday.
No, they need to get rid of that.
They
need to put 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday.
It felt like September 23rd on Monday Night Football.
Completely.
I was confused because there was a good chunk of time I checked out, and I was shocked to see the final score. By the time I got home, got the kids, like, I was shocked to see the final score. I was like, okay, I'll bite. How did this happen? And then you just see all these. I thought maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Fumble six.
This is not what I thought it was going to be. So, like, fine.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I wonder if there's a 2019 Niners run in the Texans where their defense is just that good, but their offense, that 2019 Niners offense was cooking.
Pittsburgh, yeah, but Pittsburgh's period isn't good enough for me to pose that question.
Right. And the CJ Stroud, not the Texans offense, CJ Stroud specifically looked bad at times last night.
Well, you know what the difference is, Kyle, is the Niners in 2019 could run the ball like nothing else.
Yeah, exactly.
The Texans can't. Like, I remember I remember that Vikings game in the divisional round. Jimmy throws a pick in the middle of the field, and Kyle said, we're not doing this no more. It ran the ball like 15 straight times or 14
like
or 15
that,
plays or something like that. And the defense was allowed to put it away. I don't know if this Texans team can do this.
I don't think Woody Marks has got a 200-yard game in him.
You bring up 2019.
It wasn't bad yesterday.
Yeah, he's fine.
Go full Timmy Smith on us.
The Steelers stink though, and it was 7-6 going into the fourth quarter.
That's the crazy part. Because the last time I went down to the media area, it was 7-6, and it was the fourth.
Yeah.
And that's why I was just, man, they really got going there in the fourth. Let me see what they did. Oh, okay, okay. No, that's good. Well, the picks. All right.
This Texans team needs to
Not
be
quite
like
what I thought.
Denver that last year with Peyton Manning. Not CJ Stroud's not that bad, but like this offense is horrible. I'm not expecting them to really do anything going forward. Like Nico Collins might miss next week because he got a concussion.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna need that defense to like have some Von Millers and things like that to like really have a chance at the Super Bowl.
That defense is it, though. I'm a big believer. I'm not erasing the Texans are going to the championship game. I think they're beating the Patriots.
They're losing in the next round.
It feels like they're going to lose to the Pats.
I don't know if Drizzy ready for this. I don't know if he's ready for that.
He was fine toward the end of the game.
Nasty.
He's back. Drake May's back. Maybe. We'll see. Does this year change? James and I were talking about this earlier because my thought process at the trade deadline for the 49ers was this is not it this year. Don't give up picks. Don't sacrifice the future to try and make some move that's not going to help you get a Super Bowl. Like you're just not a Super Bowl team that you don't do anything. What they've shown me this year is that that's wrong because they didn't need to replace Nick Bosa. They didn't need to replace Fred Warner. They didn't need to replace Brandon Ayuk. They needed one more Keon White. They needed one more DeMarcus Robinson. And what Kyle Shanahan and the coaching staff have shown me this year, maybe this is not the case when Robert Saleh gets a head coaching job this offseason, right? I can't imagine.
Yeah, I didn't think Casey brought that up maybe 2 months ago. I was like, I don't think he's not this year. Like, maybe one more year. I do not think that's the case anymore.
Yeah, same.
There's too many vacancies out there.
Yeah, and
we'll talk about this. I mean, there's another vacancy today, and the first name I thought of was Robert Saleh.
Oh, for Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh.
Feels like a Pittsburgh guy.
Absolutely feels like a Pittsburgh
And there's
guy,
the Pittsburgh job is not a disaster. The Ravens job is not a disaster. You could talk yourself into that Falcons job being not bad.
Imagine going from the Jets to the Steelers. My God.
Night and day. So I think it's a win. Maybe this is different if Robert Saleh is not the defensive coordinator or when he's not the defensive coordinator. But I think Kyle Shanahan and the coaching staff showed this year that anytime you get to the trade deadline and you're in the mix, you're above 500, you look like, all right, this is a playoff team. I think if there's a move to be made, even on the margins, I think improving on the margins with this coaching staff might just be enough to get you over the hump in the same spot in the future.
I could buy that.
Yeah,
I could buy that. I was thinking more so off season in the draft for this franchise, as opposed to the trade deadline. But obviously you want to keep improving all over the place. But I think they can get very specific with what they're looking for as far as building this roster moving forward. I think you can get one for sure wide receiver I'd go in the draft just because of money wise, probably even first round in that situation. I can look for a safety, get specific with that. I need another DB, another corner. And that might, you're always going to look for depth pieces at the defensive line and stuff like that. But those are the things that my point of being, you can really key on certain positions as opposed to like, we just need to revamp the whole defense or the whole this and that. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a plus. Like when you've done that, when you're able to do that.
We got a little breaking 49ers news. Something we talked about yesterday. Kyle Shanahan speaking with the reporters right now. And the first person I see who tweeted this out was Matt Barrows. The 49ers are opening Fred Warner's practice window this week with the expectation that he could return next week. So it's exactly what you brought up yesterday.
Yeah. And that was a good call by you because, I feel like why wouldn't you? Because if it doesn't work, season ending IR, the season's over anyway. Like not like because you lost, but if he can't come back by or before the Super Bowl, all right, then he's on season ending IR. Like it doesn't. You might as well give yourself.
It doesn't carry over to next season.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It just I wondered if the math would work out where you wait a week because then if there's a setback, you have that whole extra week before the Super. But you open his practice window now. Shanahan said it's so, according to Matt Barrows, it's so he can take part in walkthroughs this week, which there'll be, I think they'll probably do walkthroughs all 3 days because it's a short week.
Sure.
So he can be on the practice field in walkthroughs all 3 days, start getting back in the fold.
Because why wouldn't it be a short week in the playoffs? Sorry.
Yeah, no, it totally makes all the sense. Especially when the Bears and Rams get an extra day.
Right.
Of red. That just, it makes sense to me.
You know what messed up? Well, they could have just easily handled that on the NFC, but the whole thing got messed up because of the stupid wild card weekend.
Yeah. Yep. That's
because you had to have the Steelers and Texans on Sunday.
Yep. And now this is where I wondered yesterday, like, is there that like little bit of emotional lift? This is, I think, how you get there. If it is going to play a role, like, hey, we had Fred in practice all week this week, guys. We go out, we play our best game of the year this week. We got 54 back with a chance to go to the Super Bowl. And I think that if the Niners figure out a way to pull that out, it wouldn't shock me at all if in the post game that's a major thing that people talk about.
49ers can figure that out.
Ref's not even.
Ref's not even.
So Fred Warner will have his practice window
21
open.
days.
Put him in uniform.
It's 21 days.
Put him in uniform. Put that. Who is it? Prime. Who is it this weekend at 5:00? The network. I'm sorry.
Fox.
Fox. Yeah. Put that Fox camera in that huddle when it's Fred Warner leading the group. Everybody runs out on the field. Fred just walks to the sideline.
Just comes out of the tunnel immediately.
Comes out in full uniform, gets hyped up, and then goes to the dressing room and gets back in the warm-ups.
Fine.
I just came out here for that.
Fred, why are you in uniform?
James just tried to throw a flag. He has a red towel in there. That reminded me because you tweeted about this. Sorry. What the hell happened in week 18 when McDonald threw the challenge flag? It was like, oh, no. My bad. I meant timeout. No, that's a challenge.
Yeah, and you can't challenge an unchallengeable play. It's a penalty.
That's what I'm saying.
Like I said, that's not why the Niners lost.
No, I saw the same thing.
The procedure of it is crazy, though. Can you imagine an NBA? Like, if you're an NBA coach, just review that. See a replay. Hey, never mind. I was just joking. I didn't mean that. Like, come on.
Hey, on that note, Doug Christie is one of the great challengers of all time.
I've never seen him lose one.
It's absolutely spectacular. Yeah.
My favorite is this. My favorite is Doug doing this move. All right, let's say drive on DeMar. He's got verticality. They whistle a foul, and DeMar looks, and Doug looks back to the side, and then he does this move. He does this where he puts his hand on the scores table and looks up, waiting for the replay, sees it and immediately. But he points at the ref and does this move.
Yeah.
No, you got to go up in the
air. Almost.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, he also does the great move that I agree with. I would do the same thing if I were him. The call happens. He looks back. He's like, we're going to challenge that. We're going to then he goes to the ref. He goes, what the hell are you doing? I got to use it. Like, he gets on the ref.
That. Yeah, he did that. He did that in a couple of weeks ago when he needed the challenge at the end of the game.
Yeah, he'd be on their head.
Yeah. The best ones are where Doug doesn't look back. He just it happens. He's like,
and he's never wrong. Like, I'm sure he is. I'm sure somebody
I don't
think the data and he's actually 60%. But no, I swear to God, when Doug does it, if I'm a ref, I don't even need to go to New Jersey. Oh damn! All right, well, hey, sorry guys, out on you. Like Doug
lives in myths. Like, he's never gotten a challenge wrong, and he knocked Rick Fox out on the floor, just sprawled him out like a chalk outline, like Draymond Green in the playoffs.
Oh, that also reminds me. Get well soon, Bill Kennedy. Get well soon.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was an Achilles. Yeah. I'm glad it wasn't that. But damn, get well soon.
Oh, it looked like he grabbed his hammy.
No. Well, I saw it kind of from a distance.
Oh, okay.
So I was just worried about the Achilles.
Yeah.
But it's just
he went out Paul Pierce style. Like, I was maybe
that's what had me worried.
Yeah, he put the towel over his head and
put a towel over his
head.
Yeah, they took him out on a wheelchair.
Yeah,
I missed
and then he
all
came
of
back
this.
and won the finals.
Oh yeah. No, it was a whole thing. Insiders were tweeting about Bill Kennedy and everything.
So he did the Paul Pierce?
No, he was actually hurt
in his pants.
No, that's a work. That's not even real.
Did that?
The fact that story got even an ounce of traction is so stupid.
That's so funny.
So
my favorite thing is because remember when Lamar did that a couple years ago? Was it against Cleveland?
Yeah, it was like Monday night.
Yeah, it was
Lamar.
like
he had to, and they showed him jogging to he left the game because he.
Oh yeah.
They show him in the tunnel jogging, doing that jog that everybody knows. And then it was so prevalent during the game that they had to come out and be like, "Nah, that's not what it was. He was definitely injured." People were like, just say he had to poop. It's all good.
We saw the footage, bro. What are you talking about?
Anyways,
wild.
All right.
What do you? I wonder if Lamar went into that game going, care of business today. I'm a little nervous.
I already got all my stuff on too. Damn.
Didn't he?
I know what happens when I get. Oh, man. All right.
I'm just trying to play.
I'm gonna get through it.
We just won't. Not a lot of incompletions. We're running the ball a lot. Let's see. Game time will be moving. Because wasn't
Them
it
egg whites hit?
Didn't he like? I might be misremembering this, but didn't he like exit? And everyone's like, "Oh, it must be a bathroom thing." And then he came back, and they went like 80-yard touchdown.
Yeah, they start cooking.
Like, and it was like he was just trying to get off the field as quick as possible.
Yeah, I think it was a Cleveland game. Yeah. We got to check. We got to check confidence meter on Tuesday.
What was I yesterday? What did I say? 3? I think I said 3 yesterday.
I think so.
I'm still at a 3.
Nothing's made you change.
You know what? Fred Evans practice window up. I'm up to 3.25.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't have a confidence. The 49ers are beating the Seahawks.
Really?
Yep.
It's just that.
Yep.
And the man said this all last week too, without hesitation. Without hesitation. Damian said it all last week. Niners are winning that game against the Eagles.
This is probably a later in the week conversation, and we can talk about this again. If let's say I'm telling you for sure they're winning on Saturday. Who are you rooting for on Sunday?
Both of them have their plus and minuses. I would probably say the Bears. I don't know though, but I go against the Rams. The Rams are scary and terrifying, but we talked about it before.
Mm-hmm.
Rams, Niners, McVay, Kyle, they played each other so much.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but whoever the favorite was in any year, the other team always gonna have a chance just because of being familiar with the opponent. So I guess that's a plus when you're not the quote unquote better team.
Sure.
So
yeah, I think it's. I don't know if I want smoke with Chicago in Chicago. Like LA is going to be a home game, basically.
Yes. I try to go to that. I don't know if I'd be successful, but I try to go to that one.
I'm just calling.
I guess I'll take the stand in that one too. The Rams are winning that game. I don't think Chicago's winning that game.
I think
I think Chicago might win.
I think the Bears are winning.
I don't think Chicago.
I think Chicago might win, man.
Man, I'm lockstep with Damian today. Yeah,
it's a good run. Like I'm going the Rams in that one.
Maybe I'm overreacting to what I saw in Carolina, but I watched Carolina step up and Carolina's got a little better defense than Chicago, to be sure. Like I think that matters a lot.
Yeah.
Are the Bears going to play for 4 quarters though?
No, they never do.
Yeah, they're going to.
They're gamblers.
Pulling this out at the end.
Yeah.
I kept thinking no. I pre-wrote at 21-3 during halftime. I pre-wrote like, all right, Niners going to LA because this is kind of what happened. I thought it was over, and then they just kind of did it again. Like, all right, man, whatever.
So you know what's interesting is
and Caleb might just be that dude. Like a couple of the throws he made the other night.
It was sick.
Yeah.
It was sick. No disrespect to Chicago. And shout out to my man Allen, the Bears fan, but that was more of a choke job, in my opinion. Like the Packers did everything to get that game away. But not saying that you're saying this or James is saying this, but I am a little the national narrative on the Rams is just, oh yeah, they'll do it. We haven't seen them play good football in 2 months. The last good game they played was against the Niners.
They didn't play bad football against Carolina. Carolina played
that defense
better football than most people expected.
That defense been getting
the Rams defense hasn't been their hallmark though. Their hallmark has been Matthew Stafford.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but they have not played good football in 2 months. Their last good game was at Levi's when they dominated that game. The very next week they lost to the Panthers, they lost to the Falcons, they lost to the Seahawks. They haven't looked good against the Panthers, the Cardinals. They haven't played a good game in I don't know how long.
I do wonder. For sure.
There's no carryover from any of those games, including the Panther one into this one against Chicago.
And I think they're favored on the road. Like that. This is. I do wonder though, and this is you mentioned the other day, like that's just what happens in the course of a football game. Because I was talking about there was a drop in some game, and you're like, yeah, it's just what happens sometimes. Like it's football, like it happens both ways. I wonder how different that game looks if Puka doesn't catch that or doesn't drop that ball at the end of the half. They get a touchdown going into the end of the half.
Yep.
I do wonder how different that game looks now. If they run away from Carolina, I probably feel different. But man, I did not think Carolina was very good. They gave the Rams all they could handle, and then you watch the Bears last week. It's like Bears might be a little problem.
Supposed to be, I mean, this also matters a little bit.
It was 21-3 in the fourth, or 21-6 in the fourth.
21-6.
So what game?
The Bears.
The Bears. And Ben Johnson does some questionable things as far as his decisions to go for it and the play calling when he does go for it as well. I got a lot of concerns about them as well.
Sure,
but I just don't like the way the Rams are playing. I think they're walking on thin ice right now with how they're playing, how that defense and that secondary is playing, and I think Ben Johnson can exploit that. I think they might light that secondary up.
Well, even and maybe that's true, but even if they do, that offense will be able to go toe for toe with them.
I agree.
So
18 degrees,
maybe it's who has the ball last. Maybe it's that.
We're gonna get a 14-10 Niners Seahawks game, and then a 41-40 Bears Rams game.
Unless the weather totally messes the whole thing up.
Somebody in the chat says it's supposed to be 18 degrees and snow on Sunday.
18?
Yeah.
18.
It is Peyton Manning degree.
Yeah.
Russell
It was
Westbrook
snowy.
degree.
It was supposed to be snowy on Saturday, and by game time it was all clear for the game. I don't know what happened, but
All right, D-Lo and KC coming up next for James Hammond, Kyle Madsen. Shout out to Jesse Tapia helping us out. The Insider's back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. D-Lo and KC next until tomorrow at 10. Drink water. Be nice, people.
See you later, Hammer.
Oh, thanks, Hammer. Thank you for the balloons.
See you guys.
See you guys.
DC, what you talking about, big dog?
No, they filed Patulo finally. No, finally. Took a whole fucking day.
Yeah, it's a matter of time.
The hell it took so long. Mike Tomlin wrote a long-ass statement. I'm not reading that.
Walter Payton, Avi guy, yeah, you're actually wrong. At that time, I was a big Bulls fan. I hated the Knicks. I hated Charles Oakley and Anthony Mason and Derek Harper. No, I was a big Bulls fan at that time. I don't hate Chicago at all. I think you guys just hate the 49ers or whatever. There's nothing. There's literally nothing there. I have no problem with Chicago.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Young Zell in the chat for weeks. Not for weeks. But I look over to the right of our screen, and lo and behold,
come on, man.
There he is.
I think earlier I said 1 bar. I think that actually might be half a bar.
Back-to-back wins. Beat 2 playoff teams. Beat the Lakers.
Yeah, no dancing.
Sent them whiny ass fans home upset.
See you later.
Yeah. We go ahead and run
Wait
it.
a minute.
All right. Thank you.
There we go.
That's
That's good. No, that's good. That was great. That was actually
No,
perfect.
hold on, man. Hold on.
No dancing. You know what I'm saying? It's the 10th win of the season.
Yeah, but they beat the Lakers.
They did.
Yeah.
They
did.
slapped Luka Doncic.
Hey, they slapped that boy.
They do not know what Sacktown brings.
Slap that
When
boy
on
up.
the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, 1 sack with it. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See now.
Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam.
There we go right there. That's Young Zell gonna tune out. We ain't gonna see him again for a month.
That was like big hello old friend energy right there.
It
Playing the
kind
song,
of,
like, hey,
yeah, a little
I
bit.
remember you.
A little bit. By the time, like, if I can't imagine a scenario where the second verse runs, I ain't gonna remember the words no more.
You'd have to win like 5 in a row, and Maxime right now is scoring like 20 points a game in that little stretch or something.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. We welcome in
Look,
here.
if there's a report that Malik won't be traded, we could play it.
Yeah, that's true.
I just like the beam for that.
I remember, was it the Malik Monk re-signing? We were promised a remix. How many? Man, it's fine. At this point, that remix there's no point in this remix ever happening. But we welcome you in here to the Tuesday, January 13th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside executive producer.
What are you doing with him?
And we here.
We're here, baby.
Yeah, back-to-back wins for the Sacramento Kings. Beat the Los Angeles Lakers last night. Beat the Houston Rockets the night before. It was the first night of a back-to-back, by the way, for the Lakers. I just caught that looking at the screen a second ago. I think they host Atlanta tonight. I thought the Kings played well. Like, I don't know what to. This is a really difficult season to cover because I don't know what to do when they win. It's like, all right, like, cool. Like, it wasn't discussed during the handoff. DeMar DeRozan was really good last night.
Man.
But, like, I know no one cares. Like, it doesn't matter. Everyone is just, give the DeMar DeRozan news I want is that he's traded. Okay, like, he scored 32 last night on 14 and 19.
He was cooking last night.
You had the Malik Monk night. Malik was 7 of 9 from 3 last night. I don't know what to do with any of that. Like, if those two numbers were exactly the same, but the players were Max and Neek. Okay. We probably are. We're okay. Okay. Let's talk. Let's talk about what this means, what this could potentially mean. There's different lanes we could go down with this discussion, but it wasn't. It was DeMar, Russ, Zach, and Malik. I think Russ is going to be here all year. I don't know what's happening with the rest of the guys. I actually think the rest of the guys are going to be here all year. DeMar maybe being the exception, but I don't know. I don't know how to do this show when the Sacramento Kings win.
The thing for me, the takeaway for me would probably be, if you're into this type of thing, boosting their trade value, showing people out there that they're still productive, that whatever's going on, if you're a good salesman, Scott Perry, or anybody, you could say, look at what these guys do. It's not them. It's Sacramento. It's the situation. You know what I mean? It's the culture in Sacramento right now. You could be, if you're Minnesota trying to get a point guard, Minnesota, you could be getting a really good point guard in Malik Monk. He's shown you he can still produce. If you're the Clippers or the Heat or something, you could be getting a crunch time score in DeMar DeRozan. It's the Kings. It's not him. And when they play well, maybe that's what people are looking at. Like, okay, they played well, so we can boost the value up. Like I said, if you believe in that type of thing, like I go back and forth with that because everybody got league pass. Everybody has synergy. Like you don't have to see Malik Monk playing well last night to get an accurate read on what type of player he is or if he still has it. And if you're relying on what you saw last night, you probably should be fired.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? So
yeah.
But
that's why I don't believe in showcasing. That's why I don't think it's a thing. Like no one goes, man, Malik hit 7 of 9 threes. Let's go get him. Now, is it Tim Conley, the Timberwolves general manager?
Yeah,
I think so. Regardless, the Timberwolves general manager is going, man, did you see? Guys, go get him. Well, let's go get him right now. No, you know who he is as a player. You know what he could potentially bring to your team.
Now, I will say this, though. A performance like that may make some people, while they're familiar with his game, revisit discussions internally. Like if you're Tim Conley,
maybe the last two have done that more than last night.
Yeah, the combination of them, right? And it's like if 2 weeks ago you're like, nah, I just don't like the contract. I'm not feeling it. With Malik Monk, we're gonna put our energy somewhere else. And then you see him play back-to-back games like that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this morning when they wake up in the term, you see what Malik did.
Pull up that Malik Monk film on Synergy.
Yeah, you sure we can't use that if we're like almost a 2 seed right now, and we're another score. You sure? Maybe that's what it does. It makes people rethink what they thought before. Give it another look.
You mentioned you did this as it pertains to DeMar, not to Malik. You mentioned the Clippers a second ago. The Clippers very quietly are winning basketball games.
You know who is playing big time basketball,
and
Kawhi Leonard going crazy.
Now all of a sudden they're knocking on their door of being back in that conversation, right? Being back in the playing conversation. And this is what I wonder, if you've gotten to this point here, is it like, okay, we have dug ourselves out of the depths of hell. We have to make this move now. We have to get moving. We have to build on what we're doing right now. I mean, the other way of thinking is, okay, what we're doing is working. Mm-hmm. If you're willing to ignore the whole first part of the season. But I just thought it was important to point out that the Clippers have started to win basketball games, and that could potentially influence one way or another the direction that they go here at the trade deadline. And DeMar has been a name suited with Los Angeles on a number of different occasions. We mentioned this when talking to James and Kyle a few minutes ago. It's the second time the Kings have won 2 straight. I think you said 7 of the 10 wins have come against playoff teams.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to Drapes last night for a minute.
He was Drapes was hiding from me yesterday.
Oh, I bet he was.
He was hiding from me yesterday.
Yeah, he came right over to me. He knew I ain't had no smoke for him. I did ask, like, Drapes, you come on with us? Nah, they're keeping me away from you guys. I was like, yeah, that's what they do. That's all right, baby. That's all right. Drapes, he was like, yeah, I think I've been on the call. It was at the time it was 9 wins. He was like, yeah, I think I've been on the call for 6 of them. I was like, man, you are defying the odds at this point. But yeah, I mean, energy was good in the building too last night. Like there were a lot of Laker fans. There always are. There was a really big crowd to see Luka Doncic, including members of my own family, which was funny. I know a lot of people get there to see LeBron. Like I tried to tell like Emma and like you can't get there early enough. Like he's on the floor at like 4:00 and he might be in the practice facility. Like so. You're not going to see LeBron, but they was out there for Luka, and Luka historically, he's always one of the last. I remember one of the first times I saw Luka, still one of the strangest interactions I've had. I'm standing at center court with Jason Ross, but I'm on the court. Like, so instead of off to the side where we're on center court and we're just watching because Luka's out there. It's the end of Dirk and Porzingis is out there. And Porzingis wasn't playing yet, but he was going through a full workout. And Jason and I are just kind of marveling at watching Porzingis work. And Luka's out there, and it felt like something, right? It's Dirk, it's Luka, it's Porzingis. It felt like something.
And boys was out, man.
Yeah. And someone next to me goes, it's just not fair. And does the old kind of hits me on the shoulder. And I look over, and it's Dave Yeager. I have never uttered a word to Dave Yeager. And he's just like, this is great, pal. Look at those guys go. Yeah, man, like it's something. I look over at Jason, and Jason's looking at me like, I don't know. All right, man. Shout out to Sac Stage J. Ross. He told me an incredible story. I'll share it during the I think it's safe, but I'll tell you during the commercial break. Okay. It's pretty amazing. Sac State's Jason Ross, that'll all tie in together when I tell that story. Anyway, point being, they were out to see Luka, but it felt like Kings fans were super invested in it. They gave LeBron a pretty big pop during introduction. You could hear, it felt like something might be happening with LeBron early. I don't know that he hit the first 4 baskets, but it really felt like it. And, it was kind of getting louder every time he'd hit a shot. And then the Kings answered pretty quickly after that first time out. And, man, the energy was in the building.
Yeah, I thought
the rest of the way.
I thought it was going to be a problem at the beginning of that first quarter. I was like, these guys about to get ran out the building.
Yeah.
And almost immediately, like halfway through the first quarter, Kings turned that around and didn't look back.
Yeah.
Didn't look back at all, man. And I watched that game, and I was just like, first of all, I was happy with what happened with the Kings. I was like, Lakers are going to get dog walked in the playoffs. They might not make it out of the first round, depending on the matchup. Like their team isn't good. They don't play defense.
No.
And
settle down, Rich Paul.
Well, that's why he's working so hard right now.
He's grinding.
Well, we finally got someone to say it out loud. I don't know if you guys saw my man's name, who I always get wrong, at The Athletic. He was like, yeah, the guy who covers the Lakers.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, the Lakers are not fond of this Rich Paul podcast at all.
If I was the Lakers, I'd call the Grizzlies and offer up Austin Reeves for Jaren Jackson Jr.
Adam Silver needs to not be fond of this podcast.
You would think.
What's going on here?
You would think.
But yeah, they're terrible. You know what I thought about? It's a conversation we've had a number of different times. I was watching the game, and this guy is just dribbling the ball around, scoring. I thought Luka, we talked about, I can guarantee no Laker will have the highest point total against the Kings at Golden 1 And I was like, damn, he's got 40 at the end of the third.
I was really hoping he'd get 50 because I think I called a Luka 50 piece yesterday for getting slapped. I would have taken the Luka 50 and the loss of 12.
Man, so I was like, this dude going to go crazy. And he was getting bucket after bucket after bucket. I was like, me and you, we have fun with this term a lot. And I think people are very selective of when they use it. But to be a little jerk a little bit about it, I'd be like, is Luka a winning basketball player? Can you really win big with Luka Doncic?
You've asked that for years. Yeah, you've asked that for years.
His defense is so pathetic. It is so pathetic. He's one of the worst defenders in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like people would
talk about. No one knew
until
he got to the finals. Imagine that.
Right.
No one knew.
It's like people would talk about Trae Young, and I'm not even saying they're wrong. They're like, Trae Young's defense is just terrible.
Oh, no, they're right.
They're
it is. No,
right.
it is. It's bad.
And they would use that as a reason why you can't win.
But like you said, it's very selective when we call that particular characteristic out.
Like Luka's great. He's having a MVP offensive season, all this other stuff. And the Lakers aren't going to be close. They're not going to be close. They might, like I said, they might get bounced in the first round.
He might win the MVP by default. And that's crazy because Luka's not – that sounds a certain way, but Jokic isn't going to be able to win it. I think Giannis is already out of it. Wemby, I think, is
Wemby's
close.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Luka right there.
And look, in the chat, Kings VA says Harden 2.0. Yes, but I'll defend James Harden a little bit here, just a little bit. For about a 4-year stretch, his team was consistently a championship contender. Like, regardless if you like the style of play, believed in it, whatever, you're like, nah, this is one of the 4 teams that can win a title. The Lakers are not that. The Mavericks somehow got into that. They weren't projected to be that when they went to the finals.
True. Luka's been to more finals than James Harden.
That's right.
And
Luka's been
the Rockets thing.
He's been to as many finals.
Okay, fair. Yeah, that's right. OKC. It's a good point. Forgot about that OKC one. I was thinking about as the main guy in Houston.
But there's a difference. But Harden was a main factor.
But what Houston? Oh, for sure, absolutely. What Houston was though, and it speaks to, and it's why he's moving up list right now. Their offense was, I mean, as close to flawless as you could have in the NBA.
Yeah.
And that's why they were there.
Yeah.
And James was the perfect person for that. Their struggles lied with finding him the right complement. I don't want to do that, but they probably had it in Chris Paul. But that's a sports hamstring, what if. Yeah, you
was it groin or hamstring? Groin.
No, that's not what you said.
When?
Just now.
I said, was it growing or hamstring?
He did it right now again.
Wait, what?
Sound like you said growing.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah, you saying growing.
Is that right or wrong? It sounds right to me.
Is it okay? Stop. Everyone stop. Stop right now. Is this a bid? Are you playing into the bid?
No, I literally said it the 3 times I said it.
You're gaslighting us, Kenny. You're gaslighting us.
Why? This is the craziest thing I've ever experienced.
Is it growing or is it growing?
It's the craziest thing I've ever experienced.
Have you
growing like coin?
Growing? No, you said growing like coin. No. There's no way. No, I'm tired of this. He said growing like coin, right?
No, not with a G.
Yes, you did.
No, not with the G. No,
growing like coin.
I didn't say growing.
I'm tired of your shenanigans.
Oh.
I feel like I'm being worked.
No, he said that.
You said it.
I didn't say it with a G.
You said it.
I didn't say it with a G.
I said it.
You might have taken the G out, but you said growing. You said growing like coin.
No, I said no. What the hell?
Nobody even knows what that means.
This is.
I think we're being worked.
Kenny,
This
we have
is
to be.
the Montreal
We
screw
have
job.
to
No,
be.
This is the
you
Montreal-
guys
this
are
is our Montreal
gaslighting
screw
me.
job. No, this is our Montreal screw job. We don't know if it's a work or a shoot.
We missed the anniversary, I think, yesterday, or was it Sunday, of the barbershop window.
Oh yeah, it was. I think it was. Was it Sunday? I saw it. It popped up on the
I was
phone.
like,
I knew I
oh,
should
man.
have texted. Yeah, I knew I should have texted.
Anyway, Chris Paul got hurt.
In the midsection.
For the record, it was his hamstring. It was his hamstring that kept him. I think it was Game 7. It kept him out of games. It was 6 and 7. Okay.
But the point being, Luka.
No,
I don't know. I'm not going to say he's not a winning player. Like, we have fun with that term. I'm not going to say that, but like I to this day, we've talked about it since the show started. I don't know how much you can win with Luka.
You got to a finals. I mean, that's got to count for something, right? I mean, they did.
They
did hunt him on defense.
I don't think it does. Like,
I don't think it does.
Trey got to an Eastern Conference Finals, and they acted like he was trash.
Eastern Conference Finals different from finals.
No, I hear you, and I thought his appearance in the Eastern Conference Finals was trash. I'm not changing my tune, but it okay. You know, since we're talking about being, let's bring it home here. Since we're talking about being selective with how we use terms like, you know, are the winning player, how we define winning player, and all of that types of things. What is the standard that Doug Christie regularly talks about? What is the standard? And I'm going to be, and I'm not going to react to something that hasn't happened yet. But I'm going to be very curious to see how Doug Christie handles it when Dennis Schroeder's is back available again. Standard of Kings basketball is, I know Dennis has had a lot of hot and cold moments. He's had a lot of ups and downs. I was more than good with the signing when it happened. I couldn't be more down on it right now. And a big part of that is what we're seeing from Malik Monk. Is Malik just going back to DMPs when Dennis comes back?
So, and I definitely don't want to do this because this opens up another can of worms that I don't want to open just because I like the guy. That's my dog. But why should Keon play over either one of them? Like, it shouldn't be an issue. It should be, oh, Malik is still in the rotation, Schroeder's still in the rotation, or you just figure out like, hey, sometimes it's a Keon night, sometimes it's a Schroeder night or something like that. But I don't think any one of those three should just go away and not play at all.
Okay.
Maybe Russ doesn't get as many minutes as he gets.
No, Russ's minutes are fine. I'm sorry. Dennis doesn't need to play anymore. Dennis doesn't need to play anymore. I've seen enough. Dennis doesn't.
Well, if we're being fair, though, he's played as well as, and like I said, I like them both. He's played as well as Keon. Why is Keon getting minutes over
Probably
him?
played better than Keon.
Yeah, so why would Keon get?
I'd rather watch Keon. That's all. I'm sorry. I don't have a better answer for you. I just would rather watch Keon. And I'm one who's pretty critical of Keon. I just don't like.
I think all three should be in the rotation. I don't think anybody should not be playing.
I hear you. I don't know how you do that. Like, they haven't really done it all year. I don't even think Keon played a ton last night. I don't remember a Keon play last night. I know he played. I know he played.
I think he hit a 3.
Send me the clip. I don't remember.
It was a
he might have.
Yeah,
okay,
it was a corner 3.
They hit a lot of threes yesterday, by the way.
Yeah,
they hit a lot
Boston
of threes.
Celtics out there, the Sacramento Celtics.
They were, by the way, 17 of 26 from 3. That's one shy of their season high that they hit against the Lakers in October.
Oh,
so the Lakers, LeBron, if you saw LeBron postgame, he was furious. He was furious with their 3-point defense. And I thought, like, wow, he's really upset. I think part of it is because we know the LeBron James memory factor. I think he knows they gave up 18 threes. This is a poor shooting 3-point team that they gave up 18 threes to back in October.
Yeah. LeBron, yeah. I was just going to say, LeBron got to wear some of that too. LeBron,
for sure.
LeBron is on, and maybe he does. I'm not saying he's blaming everybody else and absolving himself. But, yeah, I mean, that's kind of who the Lakers are right now. Like, they're a poor defensive team. The thing that's maybe a little surprising is and maybe frustrating for LeBron is they're poor against a team like the Kings. Usually if they're poor on the defensive end, it's against a playoff caliber team, not the Sacramento Kings. And maybe that's where some of the frustration comes from him. But yeah, that's second straight, or not straight game, but second game this year. They've given up just a ton of threes to the Kings.
Mm-hmm. And I think this is they've lost 3 straight now. The Lakers have.
I believe so.
We'll come back. I got there really early yesterday. It was a rare occasion where I was able to get to the arena really early. And I saw something that I don't know if it's unusual, if it was new or what. And it took a second to register what I was watching, but it feels like it's a big deal. I'll explain. Plus, major NFL news today that we'll dive into as well. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino.
Why are they showing Michael Jordan Wizards highlights right now?
Why not?
Because they know Kenny pretends like he's not a wizard.
Well, when he was a wizard.
Boy, look at that grainy footage.
I just see buckets. When he was a wizard, that's all I see.
This is literally a highlight reel.
That's all I see. Can you show me where he missed the shot? Doesn't look like it. Have you seen shout out to our guy Kyle?
That was iconic.
Our guy Kyle, he tagged me. I had seen it before he tagged me in it, but the stories that Brendan Hayward is posting, Haywood.
Mm-mm.
He's doing he's telling a story and it has like this cartoon go along with what's going on. He told a story about Michael Jordan dancing in the club when it came out. And they're like, yeah, Mike couldn't dance. And, he's he was unk at that point and he's trying to dance in the club and he looked ridiculous. And he goes, me and Jared Jeffries saw him dancing. And we were laughing. It was like before the game started. Then we started laughing at him. He said Mike got serious and turned to him and said, "The fuck are you guys laughing at? I'll have you traded to Vancouver and they don't even have a team no more." Jump in the house.
Oh, the J-Ross story. I didn't mean to I talked to Jason for probably 45 minutes last night.
Okay.
I just thought it was it's like a once in a just broadcaster thing. Obviously, he's very closely affiliated with Sac State. He was talking to Brendan when he got the call. Like they were recording a podcast. Like there's video of it. And he said he was distracted. And Brendan goes, "Hey, I'm really sorry, man. I have to take this. Can you hold on?" He's like, "Yeah." So he gets up, walks away, takes his mic off, comes back. He says 15 minutes later, finishes the podcast. And I think Jason, he says he goes home. And within minutes of walking through the door, he gets a text that Brendan's headed to Colorado.
He saw them zeros. He said, hold on. I got to take this. You see how many zeros is on this text?
I was like, man, I hope you kept that video. Like, I know he was like, we didn't air it. I was like, no, that's great, but that's pretty amazing. Timing is everything.
The podcast is
finishing the podcast is funny.
Yeah.
And that's what it's like. I don't understand why he'd finish the podcast. Like he could have just said, "Hey, man, I'm sorry. Can we do this a different time?"
I met Keon's parents last night.
Nice.
And I think his grandmother was there. I think his whole family was in town.
I saw them. Now that you say that, he was talking to a group at some point before that. I was like, I wonder if that's his,
Yeah, I think one of his homies. I don't know if it's his brother, or just a really close friend. I think he lives here with him, but the parents were there, and I think the grandmother.
Okay. So the Texans are headed to the divisional round, and all accounts say Mike Tomlin's 19-year coaching career is over, and he is headed to the networks.
Real quick, too, I saw they still have his rights. The Steelers.
So that is an interesting subplot to this. As soon as the story went out, I hit the streets of Pittsburgh. I had to talk to my connects in Pittsburgh, and that's one
The
thing.
Odyssey app.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. It's great. I was just pointing. It's a great app.
That's a great app. You can go anywhere in the world. And that's the thing they were talking about. They're like, because from what I could gather,
The only thing they were talking about was what? Tomlin's.
the right situation. Because their whole thing, from what I could gather, got to go back and do more talking to the streets. But they were like, these guys particularly, like, man, Tomlin should have been gone. Like, we've been trying to get him out of here. And the people around town, been trying. We've been done with Tomlin. And they were like, yeah, Rooney would have never, because the original thing was they parted ways.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, Rooney would never move on from Tomlin. It had to be Tomlin saying, I want to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, the story is he stepped down.
Yeah.
Not they
on
mutually
the one,
agreed.
On the yeah, Schefter probably had that one. On the one Jesse sent this, I think the wording was they parted ways. But
okay. Yeah, like the official account is Mike Tomlin is walking away from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
So, but I say all that to say they were talking about how, like, yeah, he not he better not, but like try to go right back into coaching. No, we're gonna need some compensation for that. And they talked about Sean Payton. They brought that situation up, and I think they're correct. Sean Payton went to do TV for a year. I think it was just a year, maybe two. And the Saints still got compensation for when he went to the Broncos.
Okay.
So, like, even if he does, hey, I'm gonna take a year off. Like, their thing was like, no, we need something. The precedent has already been set. Mm-hmm. Like, we need something if you try to go somewhere else. If you try to go to Baltimore or the Raiders or something like that, obviously, I think he's gonna do TV for a little while. But I don't know how long that'll last either. Does it last the length of the contract? I would guess having the rights.
I'm looking, man. I'm looking at the AI synopsis, so I'm not going to do a deep dive into this.
2 years left to a lifetime.
It's going to be like Mike Tomlin after being in the movie The Wood.
Wow, what's that movie about? Was that the movie at the end of your WWE pay-per-view? The Saints received the Denver Broncos 2023 first round pick and their 2024 second round pick. The Broncos received Sean Payton and the Saints 2024 third round pick. So it doesn't look like it is any sort of blanket compensation. That's clearly something that was negotiated between the two parties.
Yeah. But and the thing about it, though, is Sean was gone for a year. So even if Tomlin is doing NBC for a year, I would assume if he was still under contract, that's how the compensation thing would work.
Yeah, the way it's been tweeted is like he can go do a year of TV or whatever, but if he wants to come back, like you're gonna have to trade for him probably.
Because he's only got
so they can hold. My guess is they can hold it. They can hold his final year.
Can they though?
I don't know. Like if he's not, if you have
it's essentially a guy going to retire, right? Like him, because like Calvin Johnson left, but the Lions
still owned his rights
as long as like it didn't matter when he came back. Just the moment he came back, like you're a Lion.
So I'd have to talk to my lawyers about that. Because are you paying me while I'm gone? If not,
no, it's not that you weren't fired. Like it's different. If you're not fired, like you can't just like get up and go to 11:40 right now.
Yeah, but there's a time limit on that.
Well, Tomlin's
that's only my point.
He signed an extension in 2024 that took him through the 2027 season.
So yeah, okay, yeah, I got that right here. There's a team option for the 2027 season.
So it'll be probably 2 years, huh?
I don't know, because I don't know like how would first right of refusal work. Like, no, if you wanted to coach, like we want you to coach us.
Yeah, I'd assume Tomlin has to finish out his contract.
Yeah,
Like if you wanted to come back, like you do it as a Steeler, or we'll trade you.
Right. Yeah, and that might be because I don't know how long Sean Payton's contract was.
Yeah,
Maybe that's
a good point. I just wouldn't. Yeah, that's a good
I don't
point.
even know
I
that
just
I'll be able
wouldn't.
to find that.
My first thought is it wouldn't be infinite. Like 20 years from now, the Steelers still.
I don't know. It's the NFL.
But maybe you guys are right. Like you can't run away from the years on your contract.
Sean Payton was still under contract for another 2 years with the Saints when he left.
Okay.
Essentially, I guess the same as Tomlin.
Okay. And Doc went straight from Boston to LA. That was a straight up trade. No, I don't want to rebuild. I don't want to do any of this.
Yeah.
They just traded him
Doc
because he didn't want to be there anymore.
Quitter, yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Exactly what happened to him, and he quit. And then the Celtics got
He
much
ran
better.
from-
And then the Celtics got much better for it.
I'm not going to
Ran
argue.
from the grind.
Yeah.
I'm not going to argue.
Rondo wanted to kick his ass.
Not going to argue with you.
You guys, I'm gonna leave this $100 bill in the vent. That's gonna be my coaching thing. All right, we should stop.
They were talking, particularly Mike Florio. He was talking with his chest out that the networks, for the Steelers Ravens game that was on NBC, that the networks have been hot on Tomlin's line, and with 2 years left on his deal, having a little more context now, with 2 years left on his deal, that means Mike Tomlin's agent was calling them. The networks, NBC, Fox, Amazon, whoever, they weren't calling, hey, I know you have 2 years left as the longest tenured coach in the NFL with one of the most storied franchises in its history. But how do you feel about being an analyst? I don't think that that's what happened. I think and I could absolutely be wrong, but the way Florio was talking was Mike Tomlin's people were calling networks. And I think it was Troy last night. Troy Aikman, networks will beat down the door of Mike Tomlin. That's ESPN, Troy. That's NBC, Mike Florio. Somebody told them, hey, Mike Tomlin's agent's been calling us. I think he's done. I mean, that's okay. Like, I think he's done. I don't know if it's a desire to leave Pittsburgh as much as 19 years. He does, to a certain degree, have the pressure of that streak. Like, because it's a thing now. Like, it's a full-on, is Mike Tomlin going to get to 500 thing? It's a full-on thing now.
It's the Undertaker streak.
It's 100% what it is. Like, all right, that's
really, really good coach.
It's as meaningless as Undertaker's is, too.
Hey, don't do that.
Okay,
Don't,
sorry. All right, sorry.
Yeah, it's not meaningless.
He beats Jimmy Snuka, for God's
Oh,
sake.
damn.
It turned into something. It's not who he beat. It's just the journey along the way.
I got you.
It's the friends we made along the way, whatever that saying is.
Some people in Steeler land, Pittsburgh, or wherever you want to call their fan base, would say that 500 streak is meaningless.
They've been
No, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's
like you
exactly
just
what I
said.
mean. Yeah.
Are they? You think they're right?
No, I think it's impressive. I looked at something the other day while we were talking, because we were talking about Andy Reid. I think we were talking about Andy Reid in the Super Bowls. Like, Andy Reid has had 26 years, I think was the number, 3 seasons under 500. One of them was this year. One of them was his last year in Philly, and I can't remember what the other one was. But 3 in 26 years. Like, I know the 19 consecutive season. To me, it's impressive.
See, but difference there
But-
is go ahead and sprinkle in some NFC championships for Reed and
Yeah, like
Tomlin streak, like the context, like, oh yeah, and he's 0-7 in his last 7 playoffs.
it is like I think the Undertaker streak comp is fantastic because, again, he was beating Jake the Snake Roberts and King Kong Bundy and Jimmy Superfly. Like, it's cool. He had a few matches against, like, maybe it was Batista, like, I don't remember who, for the title. Like, he had a few, there was WrestleMania 13. he had the Shawn Michaels retirement. That's when it really became a thing. But most of that stuff was meaningless. Tomlin had like some meaningful moments, but again, a lot of it wound up being like, I mean, there are 500 seasons for you to make the playoffs.
I mean, that, and it is pretty tough to go almost a decade without winning a playoff game.
Yeah.
Like that's tough to deal with. And I think Tomlin is a hell of a coach. But that fact right there that's tough to dispute.
Matched Marvin Lewis, or he's one ahead of Marvin Lewis now.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about this. And what I saw before the Kings game that got my attention, and y'all can hit me to whether this is something new or it happens every game. I'm not sure. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We probably get back to that just for a second about the game and Texans and New England real quick.
Mm-hmm.
That Texans-Steelers game was what I think we thought the Seahawks were going to do to Phillip Rivers in his first game back. They almost killed Rodgers yesterday.
I had more conversations last night about the Jaguars reporter situation. And there are people who are the people on both sides.
Journalism needs to evolve. I don't want to be listening to no rules set aside from some guy in 1940 or 1950. Like, if you want to say something nice to the coach for 20 seconds, it's fine. And also, you can be objective after that, too. It's not like, oh, there goes her credibility.
Right.
Like, that's not how this works.
Yeah, it's not one and the same. Just because you were nice doesn't mean that you can't be critical of a third down call or something like that.
I was thinking about this yesterday. I wish Rodgers wasn't such like a jerk or whatever. Like, because like he is one of the best to do it. And it's like, wow, it's like Aaron Rodgers still do out there. But
I hated Aaron Rodgers, the football player.
Well, the person sounds pretty shitty.
Well,
too,
yeah,
just
before
that's what I
before I even knew the person. That's what I was saying. Like before I even knew the person, I couldn't stand the football player, but I thought he was sick. That boy was sick. And then it matched up with the person that I found out he was. And I was like, well, I don't like that guy either.
I don't know what to do with what Shams is saying on NBA Today.
The jaw stuff?
Yeah.
What is interested being DeMar DeRozan and Devin Carter?
Do we have is there a clip? Or is it just
Can you pull the here, Jesse? You got ESPN open?
Oh, I can pull it up right now. Did Shams tweet it or ESPN did?
I found it on this. Oh no, he didn't. Feed that Dunk Central. I'll tag 1320 in it so you can find it.
Shout out to Dunk Central. I remember when they said, we're changing our name because we don't want to be associated with those sorry sites.
I almost blocked them today, to be honest. They tweeted out according to Draymond Green, he said on his podcast that the Knicks could be a dark horse for Ja Morant.
Oh, I saw that.
I thought that was Legion of Hoops though who did that.
Oh, was that Legion of Hoops? I thought it was NBA Central. Maybe
Draymond literally said, I haven't heard that reported. I just think it would work. Ja at the Garden. All right. That's not Draymond's fault. And he did not say dark horse. He didn't say they could be a dark horse. He just thought Ja at the Garden would be crazy. That's all he did. Talked a lot about Mike Tomlin. Are we under the assumption this is the end of Aaron Rodgers?
I think he's going to retire.
As a Steeler, I think. I don't know.
You think he's going to play again?
He might.
I think.
How old are we at now?
43 next year. He's 42 now, right?
Wow.
He wasn't like an embarrassment this year.
No, he wasn't
the worst quarterback in the league. He's probably the 16th, 17th.
He
best
missed, like, he got his ass kicked a lot. Like, and it's not like, no, Aaron Rodgers sucked. He got his ass kicked. I mean, like, boy, who has the best offensive line?
Right, he can't get out the way.
Go be a Viking for a year and then call it quits.
And he's, but so are you out on JJ? Because I don't want JJ. I don't know. I don't know that I want, like, Rodgers isn't coming in to, move a young quarterback along, is he?
No.
He's coming in to be Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, 3,322 yards, 24 touchdowns, 7 interceptions.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
He'd have to go somewhere with a good run game and a top flight defense.
That part too. Give me the top flight offensive line. Give me someone who could protect him.
I don't know if there's a land.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm trying to think who, like, because it always, what you'll have is a situation. It was unique, but like Indianapolis, like, oh man, we lost our quarterback. We got a good football team. Let's see what Rodgers is doing. Like, it might be a situation. I'm gonna go with Aaron Rodgers is retiring.
I think he is.
But his phone might ring next year because injuries happen, and that could be the case.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
Maybe
there's nothing realistic out there. I don't feel like
all the time.
Well, yeah, nah. I don't. Okay, I'm thinking Atlanta.
But you're talking about Atlanta right now.
Yeah.
Why would he? I don't know why. Like, what I'm thinking is,
you got Drake London.
Y'all really love the Falcons, man.
Whoa.
Nah, you two. You two love the Falcons.
No, we don't.
You want me to get you some jerseys?
What? No, you're doing too much now.
Y'all been with the Falcons since the beginning of the season.
He's like Bijan Robinson.
Bijan Robinson, he gonna go crazy next year.
Didn't y'all have? You had the Falcons winning the division?
I did.
Did you?
I might have actually.
Oh, come on, man.
Maybe you'll give
me they ended up
tied.
tied.
Yeah.
Well, not my problem.
They ended up tied for the lead.
It's not my. Well, that's because 90% of the Bucs roster went out.
I mean, Michael Penix isn't it. Kirk Cousins isn't it anymore.
But I don't think that's the thing. I think we're in week 6 or 7 and Bo Nix gets hurt. That's what I'm thinking. Like what's Aaron Rodgers going to do joining the Falcons for? To go to the wild card?
Damn near, the Panthers almost beat the Rams. Maybe they could be.
No, but that's what I mean. Like Aaron Rodgers is going to play for the wild card.
See, but Aaron Rodgers in his mind is like, yeah, I can go win the division. Like, Aaron Rodgers doesn't think he stinks. Like, yeah, I can go do something with the Falcons. Like, we can get to the playoffs.
But the type of player Aaron Rodgers is, isn't he the thing I'm gonna go win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, but what happened with Phillip Rivers is once a wishing upon a star.
No,
like that's probably not gonna happen.
Oh, I don't think that's true. Oh, I mean, like that particular scenario.
Bo Nix goes down on a Super Bowl caliber team. That probably isn't. It can happen. That probably not gonna happen.
JJ went down. I don't know that we thought they were Super Bowl contenders. JJ went down on a really good Minnesota team.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I mean, set up in the Steelers too.
How many times has that happened off the top of your head in the last 3 years?
The last 3 years?
The Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens, the Eagles, the Packers. That like these guys, they might be here for a game or two. Like Love might miss a game or two, but
yeah,
he could. I mean, he could hold out for that if you.
I'm not saying hold out. I'm saying retire. Mm-hmm. But your phone's gonna ring. Mm-hmm. And if I'm him, I'm not taking the Falcons job.
I don't think he's coming back if he retires. I think if he retires, he's retired.
You are underestimating that man's ego.
I don't.
He'll be thrilled to miss training camp, but when first he's not.
I don't think he's that bad. Like Favre was the extreme. Like Favre was telling us, "Hey, I'm going to retire," and the next week I signed with the Jets.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
What was it? Hey, remember what was the one where they had like a helicopter Like the offensive lineman went to get him, and there was a helicopter following the truck that with the offensive lineman in it that were going to pick him up at his house.
Was that the Packers? Like before he left?
I feel like it was Minnesota.
Yeah, I literally searched up helicopter following Brett Favre, YouTube. Favre lands in Minnesota. What a memory.
That's so ridiculous.
How do you remember that?
Because it was
so
ridiculous.
That's why. That's absurd.
Copper chase. Favre touches off immediate frenzy.
I also
Pioneer
wasn't
press.
working at the time. I was really bored, so I saw all of that stuff.
Dave, we just tell you everything you didn't know about Brett Favre's retirement come returns.
Dude, probably. I remember when the his was it the NFC Championship? Was it the Giants? Was it the Giants and the Packers in the NFC Championship? And the Packers were really, really good.
Yeah.
And he had kind of pump faked the retirement the year before. And then the next year, he's like sobbing. He's like, oh, I love football and this whole thing. And it's like, wait a minute, your team was like 13-3. Why are you even thinking about retiring?
Yeah, you threw the game.
What is happening
in overtime?
I love football. Get your stupid ass off of my TV.
Went to the Jets so he could eventually go to the Vikings.
Then the unretirement happens, and the Packers are like, man, we do not want you here.
Then he got to the Jets and was wilding out.
Yeah, very much so. What is this? Is this the? Oh my God! This is the.
Landed in Minneapolis and drove to the Vikings training facility late this
Go
afternoon.
to Washington.
Sports director Dan Needles joins us, and Dan, Favre hasn't formally announced plans to play another season at this
This is
point.
amazing.
No, he
This is
hasn't.
standard
But I doubt he
definition.
flew all the way to
Press
the Twin
back.
Cities to announce his retirement.
Hey, Needles.
Oh, here it
Tomorrow
is.
will be the one-year anniversary of Favre ending his second retirement to sign with
Jesus
the Vikings.
Christ.
This time, instead of Vikings coach Brad Childress picking Brett Favre up at the airport, he sent 3 players down to Mississippi. Ryan Longwell, Jared Allen, and Steve Hutchinson.
Jared Allen, that's who it was.
Last night.
All right, so that Favre.
Goodness gracious.
Man, you
and
know,
Sports Center carrying it live like it was the goddamn Bronco chase.
well, look, they had the best season, one of the 3 best seasons they've ever had, and they had a real shot to win the Super
No,
Bowl.
that was his first year, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, that was
getting him to come back and play the second year with Minnesota.
I thought when they said his second retirement, like this was avoiding the second
because he had retired with the Packers, then he had retired with the Jets.
Yeah, and I thought that meant that was him coming to Minnesota.
Do you remember the Madden cover when you retired, I think, with the Packers and then went to the Jets and he was on the cover with the Packers? So it was like, oh, this is messed up. So you got to print another cover for the Jets one.
I do remember.
Was that year?
Yeah, that was the Packers. Yeah, when he went to the Jets. Yeah, he was on the cover as a Packer. Then he goes to the Jets. Like, what are we going to do with this Madden cover of him as a Packer? Like, you got to go and print out the new cover.
That's right. I do remember.
I'll get him to sign it one day.
And that was so crazy. Like, that even confused me because he retires with the Packers, correct? Or did he just
He retired
leave?
with the Packers.
Then he goes to play with the Jets.
He retires with the Packers. He unretires.
Yeah.
They have Aaron Rodgers. They're in camp together, and they're like, we have to get this guy out of here. They send him to New York. He doesn't want to go to New York. He wants to go to Minnesota. So he goes to New York as the buffer.
Does he retire from the Jets?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think he retired.
So that one in Minnesota that they just showed, that was he retired a third time and they had to bring him back?
I don't think after the first year with Minnesota he retired.
He had 3.
I don't think he retired after the first year with Minnesota. I think there was like waffling, and they just sent Jared. They made it seem like Jared Allen went and kidnapped him out of his house, threw him in the private jet, and took him to training camp because training camp was going on, I think, at the time.
It says he retired March 2008 from the Packers, then went to go play for the Jets. February 2009, retired from the Jets, then went to go play for the Vikings. And then 2010, that was the last one, retired from the Vikings and didn't play again.
And that last year with the Vikings so I think that year was a disaster. That was the year he got hurt.
Was a disaster,
and the streak ended and all of that stuff ended.
Yeah, second year was a disaster. First year, damn.
All I remember from that first year, I'm sorry, I could have this wrong. Did he throw a pass in the back of the end zone against the San Francisco?
Week 4, both teams were 3-0. Niners it was a back and forth game, but I think it was to Sidney Rice.
And it's a game winner.
Oh, and it was
a rocket.
Dime.
Yeah, it's one of the coldest passes. Yeah.
Insane. I think it was Patrick, maybe not Patrick Willis, but somebody was chasing him down, and right before he hit him, Favre just throws a dot. Throws an absolute dot. I'll never forget that game.
Yeah, the game I couldn't tell you anything about. I don't think I'll ever forget that pass.
Yeah.
For some reason, if you had told me that pass was the NFC Championship, I'd have been like, "Yep, yeah, I remember when the Vikings went to the Super Bowl." No, but I could have swore the game was more meaningful than a Week 4 game or whatever.
Well, they were both 3-0, I think, going into that game.
Okay.
So it was like a big deal. Who's for real? All this other stuff. And yeah, he did that. I remember what he did in the divisional round too.
Interceptions?
No.
Oh.
You should remember.
Oh, sorry. This is got to be a Cowboys.
Oh, the divisional round. Yeah,
they beat the brakes off.
Yeah,
the
Cowboys.
Oh, did he have like 4 touchdowns?
Oh, yeah, the
like
Cowboys. Yeah, because the the Cowboys won in the wild card.
Yeah, who'd they beat?
I don't remember, but I remember it was I feel like it was the Packers. I can't remember. But it was like, the Cowboys won a playoff game, and then they got their ass whooped by Minnesota.
And I was like, "Dang, Minnesota really gonna go to the Super Bowl?" And they didn't. They didn't. This ain't Detroit, man.
This ain't Detroit, man.
Take a knee
and try a 56-yard field goal.
Oh, speaking of, Tommy Heinsohn joins us later on today's show. You're not gonna know what that means, Dan. You don't Twitter anymore.
Oh, that's fine.
Whenever we get back to the Kings,
that's fine. I mentioned this earlier in the handoff. We'll leave it here. I do wonder if Bob gets a call from Pittsburgh. That seems like a match made in heaven.
It does, but so my theory is always, if you're moving on, and this is a little different because number one, it's Pittsburgh. Number two, they didn't want Tomlin to leave. He stepped down. But my thought process in these situations is always, if you're moving on from a coach, you're going to go get a coach that's completely different, or else you would keep the same coach. Tomlin's a defensive guy.
So what was Bill?
Huh?
What was Bill? Cowher.
That's what I'm saying. I think the franchise kind of flies in the face of what normally happens.
Are the Steelers?
Well, yeah, they're looking for their fourth head coach since what was it, 1969?
Well, yeah, exactly. Are the Steelers different? Like they have their culture and they know what kind of coach works for them. So maybe you do kind of like you didn't you didn't go 5-12 or whatever.
It's different. You normally don't want to be the next guy, but you're fine in Pittsburgh being the next guy because Bill Cowher was the next guy to Chuck Noll. Mike Tomlin was the next guy to Bill Cowher.
So let me ask you guys this, though, because they have what they do. I mean, is it time to do something different?
No.
Well, you want to go Sacramento King style and file a coach every season?
Well, not in that respect. But I mean, like, this is our style of play. We're a defensive city and all this other stuff. Like, that's what we're hanging our hat on. Is it time to, like, just throwing a name, not saying necessarily him, but, like, let's at least interview. Let's entertain the thought of a Mike McDaniels type guy.
It's it's hard to win in the NFL. It's like what you do now keeps you level as far as being 500. And I think you kind of just tell yourself, all we needed is a quarterback. And if you get a quarterback, like what you've been doing works, and you're probably competing for Super Bowls or at least AFC championships. And I think with Mike Tomlin, it's not necessarily that his way didn't work, but he's there for 19, 16 years, whatever it was. Like he just kind of ran his course, and now it's time for a new guy, like it was with Cowher and Chuck Noll or whoever it was before.
I think I agree with you, especially I think I always think of these type of things of winning your division. We have to win our division. And in that AFC North, all outdoor, all cold, to year in and year out, be ready to, compete, you're going to need defense. That's just my belief. I think that's one of the things that Cincinnati kind of struggles with because they're in this super cold weather, like in December 14th, when the elements are there, you got to be able to run the ball and defend. And I think that's what Pittsburgh hangs their hat on as a franchise. And I would stick with that. I was just wondering if you guys think maybe they should at least entertain the thought of changing their football philosophy.
Mike McDaniel doesn't feel like a Pittsburgh guy. He feels like a guy that would be there for 4 years.
Nah, Mike McDaniel need to be like somewhere where the sun shines.
Yeah.
all the time.
Miami. Oh,
No,
sorry.
They could have. Number one, they would have played quarterback.
The Raider 1977. He says Brian Flores is a perfect for
Only one
Pittsburgh.
interview so far, I think.
And who was that? Was that with
Baltimore.
Baltimore? And isn't his name tied to the Raiders? Was it, or was he tied to Brady?
Maybe it was tied to Brady.
I thought
I'm not
Brady.
sure.
I thought there was a report that Brady had the
The only real stuff I've ever seen, like him in the
Flores
Ravens.
Dayball Dream Team thing. Yeah, that's who he interviewed with. And John Harbaugh interviewed with Atlanta, I think.
Yeah.
Somebody tried to put out over the weekend. He's going to be the next head coach of the Giants.
Seems like it's them or the Falcons right now. Those are the top two jobs, I guess, for him.
Falcons,
Right, Brian Daboll
Falcons
called
a good
John Harbaugh,
job.
tell him to take the job.
Wait, say that again?
Brian Daboll called John Harbaugh, telling him to take the job.
Brian Daboll, just find your next
I'd be,
job.
I'd also be like,
relax.
yeah.
Why are you waiting for
if
the
I'm John
Giants
Harbaugh,
right
I'd be
now?
like, sweetie, I'm not taking your advice. Also, how did you get my number? Oh,
Giants
it's in
don't
the
let me
Coach
hang
of the Year
around.
directory. Yeah, get out of
It's
here.
in the coach of the year
Giants let me keep my office in the corner.
director.
Well, my first order of business will be to remove it. No, Brian Daboll ain't never did anything.
the Falcons are one of the good jobs out there.
If you're the Falcons, do you think you can do
worst.
something with a Kyler Murray? Like, essentially, you're just waiting for a quarterback.
Is Kyler that good?
Doesn't have to be Kyler, but more like if you're the Falcons, like you're trading for your guy. You're trading for a guy.
I think
there's a plan in place.
I'm stuck on the actual player. I know you said it's the idea, not the actual player. But I think you brought this up, and I think it was spot on. So one of you two did. Kyler Murray is Trae Young. Like he's really good. Or maybe it was Bill Simmons. But he's a really talented
That's a
guy.
lot this
Bro.
week, bro. That's a lot.
Bro.
What is today's?
It was a
Hey.
good
Only
point.
Tuesday.
Hey,
It was a good point by the guy. I'm not a hater.
no, it's not that. You said, Jesse, oh, you know what, D-Lo, it might have been you. And then the middle of your point, you go, oh, it was actually Bill Simmons.
What?
Kenny's best friend. Like and subscribe.
I have never meant it more when I tell you can go directly to hell.
Did you know? I didn't know this till I listened yesterday. I didn't even listen before I made my Packers thing. I listened to a little bit yesterday.
Before you did what?
So remember when I was talking about the Packers yesterday and how they're choke artists for 20 years or whatever?
Yes.
Simmons did the same thing, and people were like,
Oh,
"Oh,
okay,
you listened
yeah,
to Simmons." I was like,
yeah.
"No, I hadn't listened yet."
Yeah.
So I actually listened to it yesterday as I was going to the game. But that's beside the point. You know, that was his first. The broadcast was on Netflix.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Netflix is kicking that off. I think Joe Budden's supposed to be on Netflix.
Yeah, there's a few
Okay.
podcasts with Netflix now.
Okay. Interesting.
I don't know if I like
Very
that,
good.
but it's the way things are going, I guess.
Yeah. Trying to get the visual aspect of everything, not just the audio.
It's
Who would have
important.
thought?
Mm.
Yeah, who would have thought?
Yeah. What year are we in?
Hey, there's a lot of people that are behind on this.
Almost hit 2 million views, but all right.
I mean,
On the year. Oh my gosh. There was money
I
being
don't
made.
want to prop ourselves up too high. We're using goddamn Zoom cameras still. Hey,
don't have to.
there's anybody listening with any pull, could we get some real cameras here in our studio?
Yeah, we don't have to. I think both of us personally have.
Dude, do you remember
Real
Dane was going to
cameras.
buy cameras?
Well, yeah, I don't know that was as part of the equation
Oh,
yet.
did you?
No, I haven't. I'm
talking about like when we first were about to launch this stuff. We need cameras.
yeah,
You're like,
almost
I'm just
did-
going to do it.
Oh
then.
yeah, because the jackass who was here before was like, not even that jackass. The jackass before that jackass was like, oh man, we don't have any money for cameras. Yeah, sorry. Okay, hey Jonathan, can we get some cameras in the studio? He was like, yeah, man, no problem. You know, we've been doing this entire show at home on video. You know, the reason we're behind every other radio station is because you don't have cameras in that room. Put cameras in the room, or we're just gonna stay at home.
Was that when I was a PA announcer for the Green Bay Packers?
Yes. Yep.
I didn't know two things about football either. It's like, bro, what?
Oh, bro, it's like he didn't watch the games. He's one of those people, dude, who would tell you the same story
Legit.
over
Every meeting.
and over and over again. And I think he wanted us to be so impressed with his time with the Green Bay Packers.
Bro, I can't be impressed because you don't know what a first down is.
Oh, that's when we got yelled at for being late, and then Kenny got a standing ovation.
Yeah, facts.
What do you guys doing being
not
late?
what happened.
One doesn't have a key fob, and I let him in. All right, sit down.
The other one don't have one either. I've never even been to this building.
It's the thing, though. We got chewed out, and then 10 minutes
It's
later,
like-
you walk in. It's like, oh, Kenny's here. Wow. Wow, the crowd goes wild.
It's like it's funny. You're trying to pretend like that didn't happen.
We're not joking.
Meanwhile,
Yes.
both of us are telling the same exact story.
Just happy to be there. Sorry, boss.
Come on.
I ain't never seen this dude in
man,
person
come
one
on.
time, and they're like, woo-hoo! Yeah. I should have known then.
I've never even been to that place. I might have went to the wrong building.
See, that's the thing. You weren't in trouble for being late. You're fine. You could have walked in whatever. That wasn't the issue. It was us. Me and Dan were the issue.
Oh, man.
I think that's still the case.
It's cap. It's cap.
We move as
Mhm.
Kenny moves.
That's it.
It's cap.
That's it.
Oh, I forgot what we were talking about. We were talking about Brett Favre and
God, let's just end the
retiring
conversation.
and all this stuff.
Let me tell you what I saw before the
Oh
game.
no, we weren't talking about coaching. Sorry.
Let me tell you what I saw before the game that it didn't even register right away because I had mentioned I was just sitting down there, got there pretty early. There weren't even a lot of people on the court yet, and I saw J. Ross went down there. I saw J. Ross down there, went down and sat with him under the King's basket, and we're just talking, and I'm kind of surveying, the floor, and we're getting ready to wrap up and part ways, and it like I'm watching it, but it doesn't register. Oh, Domas is out here. But he's like, he wasn't like you and I have sat in that same spot and watched Domantas Sabonis more when he was with Doug, the assistant coach, Doug Christie, and watched him go through his warm up. Like, I know Domantas Sabonis' warm up. I know his routine. Like, he's one of the, I don't want to say he's one of the last guys out, but he comes out later. And he went through his full warm up. And I don't know if that's a thing. Like, I don't know if that's just what he's been doing, or I don't know if that's new or not. But it took a second to register, like, oh, Domas isn't playing. He hasn't been. Oh, he's out here working. And he looked, I don't know, good, fine, I guess. You know what, warm up, it's not like he was sprinting up and down the floor.
Right.
But he was going through what looked like his normal workout routine.
What are we at now? 6 weeks, 7 weeks, maybe, since he got hurt. We got a schedule.
I gotta look. I can find the tweet again, but I believe it was December 19th when we got another.
That sounds right. Yeah, because I think you weren't here. Like, that was the tweet that hit the group text where we were like, "Yo, what the hell is this?"
No, that's the second diagnosis. He got hurt
first.
We're from when he got hurt. What are we, about 7 to 8 weeks from that?
Well, what are we from the 19th?
Probably
3 and a
weeks.
half. So yeah, I think we're probably at about 9 weeks, 8 to 9 weeks.
9 weeks from everything that we know, a non-surgical injury. That's a long time. And he's not, as we said, because I saw the end of his warm up.
Yeah.
And he didn't look bad or anything, but he wasn't
No.
like he was like, oh,
No, again,
Domas might be back next week. Like, that's not.
Again, it's not
where
like
he's
he wasn't, running drills up and
Yeah.
down the floor.
So I say that only to say we're looking.
Which,
at
by
like,
the way, he never does. Like, he's never done that before.
I only say that to say we're looking at like 10, 11 weeks probably for a non-surgery injury.
What is it? It's his meniscus.
Mm-hmm. I think there was diagnosis partially.
I don't want to
torn.
minimize whatever he's going through. It's just that second to send out a release.
November 20th was when Shams ruled out the first time that he'd be out with a torn meniscus.
So yeah, that
So
was.
two
So
months- 2 months and a
we're
week.
approaching. We're at January 13th right now. It's not what really throws me. If you had said Domantas Sabonis is going to be out 8 to 10 weeks, oh man, okay, that's tough. But the fact that it was 4 to 5, and then you get through 5, and everyone's like, "Hey, what's up with Domas?" And then all of a sudden another release goes out that he's out an additional 5. Like, I get this is not exactly that it can be an inexact science sometimes. But that's an F. That's an F in medical school. Like, you was 50% off the timeline.
Yeah.
Like, what happened? Did he get rehurt? Did it not heal like at all? Was it significant? I have so many questions.
Was there a difference?
So many questions.
I mean, feels like obvious. Like, he never had surgery on it, right? So maybe it takes longer for it to heal that way rather than just going under the needle and coming back.
But to Damian's point, you would know that. You should know that before. Like, non-surgery to repair this is 8 to 10 weeks.
Yeah, that's a good
Not
point.
non-surgery is 4 weeks.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean? If once again, if you're trying not to fail your exam here, you should know.
Yeah.
Like, this is what non-surgery compared to surgery.
The response to the injury would have been way different if the initial diagnosis was 8 to 10 weeks. And even at the 10-week marker, if you go, Domas is going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks, everybody looks at it like, all right, the process went slow. But for it to double, I think that left a lot of people really confused, especially with the state of this basketball team, or the state where it was. It still is today, but where it was at the time, I think of December 19th. We'll come back. Trysta Krick's going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. A couple of other Kings related things we want to talk about. 49ers get that 5 p.m. slot on Saturday. We'll talk about it. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, this game's terrible. South Carolina State 2-15 versus 3-16 at Coppin State. Will not be watching that, or having it on the background, I should say. J_toy15. We talked about it last week. It looks stupid. You know the thing that I think separates the Kings and the others that I don't like and that I think makes the Kings the best is their celebration happens outside the arena. The beam is outside the arena. And that lends itself to just what happens in Doko when the pictures, all this other stuff.
Like, I had a tough moment last night.
When you had to leave early?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we left. Well, we were like the 4-year-old was fading. And it was like we had gone through this with the Lion King, and it's tough for everybody. It's like, let's get home at a reasonable time.
Yeah.
And it was nothing. It was like, it's time. Like, Audrey really wanted to stay, but it was like, baby, Morgan, we got to go. We got outside, and I knew the Kings were up double digits, and I thought, they might win this game. And Katie goes, yeah? And I was like, and she goes, oh. Like, yeah, it'd be really cool.
Morgan would love seeing that too.
Oh, they both would have loved it.
Can't just walk out your backyard and see it?
Well, yeah, I mean,
no, I can walk out your backyard and see it.
I don't have a backyard. I have an apartment complex, sir.
I can't see the beam from my house. I just see what a. All right, I'm not even telling you.
No, what are you guys saying?
No, keep going. Keep going. We're here.
Yeah, growing. That's what I see. Growing. Jerks.
Adam overlooks it, Dr. David, and just goes, this city. That's one of my favorite episodes.
The city. Dwight, we're not mad. We're disappointed.
No, we're not. You got to tell me what's going on here, David.
I'm not a mind reader, David. Shut up,
dude.
man. Stop.
I'm on Dame's team again. The Office stays on Comedy Central too. That's all they play now.
Dude, whenever we go to a hotel, the first thing I look for is like,
Yeah,
is
it's
The
always
Office on? I just need something comforting. What's on Comedy Central? There are a lot of things that I would waste my money on. That is not one of them. That is not one of them. I have made some bad purchases. I will never make a purchase that bad.
A boat's cool when your friend has one.
Right. Didn't see it, man. Kenny and I were actually talking about it today. All I know is it brought Prince to the forefront. All right, Trysta Krick's going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We got a lot to talk to her about. NBA trade deadline, Ja Morant stuff. Kings back into these conversations, according to Shams Charania. Anxious to get her thoughts on the WNBA CBA stuff as well, because, well, the deadline is expired. Yeah. That doesn't mean they can't talk. They can. Nothing is necessarily changed. But sometimes when you allow deadlines to expire, it means things might be a little contentious. You couldn't even, you're just at the point of like, we're not doing another extension here. We're walking away from this at some point. But all accounts are no one has walked away. So we'll talk to TK about that. 49ers, we've got a lot more Kings conversations coming up. I had mentioned I saw Domantas Sabonis warming up before the game, like full warm up. Before the game started, and that's going to bring some interesting questions around with everyone's favorite rookie, Dylan Cardwell, and Maxime Reynaud. So we'll talk about that as the day progresses as well. With the Monday night game behind us, we've got the start times for the games coming up on Saturday and Sunday. We knew the 49ers were going to play on Saturday. We now know they will be in Seattle at 5 p.m. on Saturday.
I mean, I hate that for my partner because he's got prior engagement, not going to be able to watch it live. But if it has to be on Saturday, I want as much time as possible
for sure.
For this short week. But the overarching issue is it shouldn't have to be this way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why are the Niners they botched the whole AFC thing because of this Monday night situation.
Mm-hmm.
So the winner of yesterday's game had to play the Patriots on Sunday. You're not going to have them play on Monday and then Saturday. So you couldn't avoid that because of your own greed, I guess. But the NFC was right there. Both the Rams and the Bears played on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Have them play on normal rest again on Saturday, and put the Seahawks and Niners on Sunday. There's no reason outside of, once again, greed, why the Niners should be playing Seattle on Saturday. And my thought is,
but what's the greed? The game would still happen. It would just happen a different day.
Yeah, I think my thought, I could be wrong, is Sunday prime time or close to prime time in the Central or Eastern time zone is priority number one, not Saturday night. So if that's the case, I probably want the Bears on Sunday if I'm Fox. And it's a little like, I wish you tell the whole story. I'm back.
Wow.
I wish you tell the whole story.
Where have you been?
Well, trying to get this Bucks thing in order.
This what thing?
Bucks.
Oh.
The Milwaukee Bucks. I'm the coach of the Bucks.
Oh.
I know it doesn't seem like it because Giannis doesn't listen to me, but I am.
He doesn't.
So I'm back. I'm still here.
Okay.
But yeah, it's Chicago and LA, but that's not telling the whole story because LA ain't the same as what you think LA would be when you're talking about the Rams. Right? If this was was Bulls, Lakers, like, yeah, you're getting, or Cubs, Dodgers, yeah, you're getting the real LA market. You're not getting the real LA market with the Rams, but they probably just look at it as we got Chicago and LA. That's gotta go prime time. It's got to
Okay.
go prime time. So, yeah, I'm frustrated by that.
I'm sure that the numbers will tell us. It'll be very easy to see. I think I disagree. San Francisco and Chicago, you could argue balance the two games out in terms of draw.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Chicago will edge San Francisco. I'm not sure, but it's something that you'll be very happy with,
It's
regardless
like
of the
2-3
network.
or 3-2.
Yeah,
like,
you'll be happy. Saturday night generally isn't a bad night for television, though. Friday night is tough.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday night usually isn't that bad. Saturday at 8 Eastern Standard Time. I don't know. Maybe 8 o'clock is too late, and you're right. They want the big pop at 3:30, 6:30 on a Sunday afternoon. But it seems like, hey, look, we get it, but the NFL steps in and says we have to kind of honor the way that this works here, and having teams play, which is why last night's game was so stupid. Having teams play in the postseason on short rest is insane. And now you have a team playing on short rest against a team that has been off, that had the bye week. And it's like, all right, it's just it's a tough look for everybody. I want to hope that the NFL learns from this. I'm going to assume that they don't, because they kind of do whatever they want. They could have scheduled the game on Friday if they wanted to. No, we're going to do a Thursday night football game here in the postseason. But yeah, really frustrated that the 49ers and Seahawks are on Saturday night.
Here's an interesting aspect to all of this, and I think I said Fox. I was wrong about that. The Bears and Rams are on NBC on Sunday. I don't know if it's a set rule, but usually when NBC...
No, that works, because you said the 49ers and Seahawks are on Fox, right?
Yeah. But I think I said the Bears and the Rams are on Fox as well.
Oh, okay.
They're actually on NBC.
That makes sense. Last game of the night.
Usually, though, it feels like that's usually NBC, if they're doing the divisional round, is on a Saturday. And they went Sunday this time.
Mm-hmm.
And my thought is NBC, I would think, has the first choice of what game they want.
Does NBC do basketball on Saturday now?
I don't think that starts yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that started yet.
Yeah, not yet. And I'm not sure they're going to do it at all. I think their night is Sunday. They're going to do Sunday night basketball. I think ABC will end up doing Saturday night basketball.
Basketball night in America.
I think that's what it's called.
No, it is. Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
Yeah.
Did you know? I'm guessing you did. The 49ers are the first team in NFL history to get to 40 postseason wins.
I did hear that. I thought that number was low too. I was like 40.
Was it 40-20 or 40-22? Because I think the Patriots are 38-22. Yeah, the 49ers first NFL franchise to get to 40 postseason wins.
I think that the other thing I heard as well is I think they lead the NFL. I believe they lead the NFL with the most division round games played. I want to say it's in the 20s.
Okay.
Like 25, 26 or something like that. And if they were to make it to the NFC Championship game, it would be their 19th, I believe, NFC Conference Championship game.
Record?
I think they're one.
Okay.
I believe they're one. Yeah.
Well, let's find out. And the other story today is the 49ers opening up Fred Warner's practice window. That is not with the hopes, based on our reporting, that is not with the hopes of him playing on Saturday. It's with the hopes of him playing if they beat Seattle and are in the NFC Championship the following week.
Yeah.
Against the Rams.
I saw some more, just some more commentary about him. Well, it's the Bears, but more commentary about him coming back to play. And I saw something from Michael Redd, former Bucks sharpshooter, Milwaukee Bucks sharpshooter.
Nice guy.
Yeah. Well, I never met him, but he seems like a nice guy. I know you've met him. He was in China, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, him and his dad. Dad was awesome.
And
19, by the way, for the 49ers.
Would that be the most? Is it the most?
5 ahead of Dallas, who has 14.
Bro, they had damn.
Stop.
It's been
stop.
Oh my God.
Stop.
At this point, Carolina might get ahead of the
Stop.
Dallas. They just never gonna make it.
Los Angeles, the Rams are third with 11. Now, Drew down. The rest of the Cowboy
Niners are at
fans out
19
there.
now.
They're 8-11. Yes, they're at 19 now. They're 8-11. This is according to AI, so it's obviously perfect.
Yeah.
Wait. You okay? No, just do your stat.
What?
Because you said it's AI. We have different information right now.
Okay, great. What's your information?
The Cowboys. See, I don't know who's right now though. It says the Cowboys have played 28 divisional games. The Niners have the most wins though right now at 19.
Oh, I didn't look up divisional. I looked up NFC Championship.
Oh, I got you.
Okay. Sorry. NFC Championship. I thought that's what you said. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did.
NFC Championship. Yeah, 19 appearances. They're 8-11. The Cowboys have 14 appearances. They're 8-6. So they got an above 500 record. They just don't go anymore.
Yeah, it's the truth. They can hang their hat on that.
Congratulations.
Matter of fact, that might be the strategy. Like, we don't ever want to go under 500. Let's just not go.
Let's never go again. Well, Jerry was talking about surpassing Kraft for the most Super Bowl titles for an owner.
Okay.
Like, Jerry, I hate to talk like that. You're going to be dead. Like,
Do you think he knows? Do you think he's just talking and like he knows really like how it's gonna go down?
Oh no,
Like,
I think he believes that. He believes that. Let's bring in. Oh, hold on. She's adjusting something. She looks like she's moving around. She's got the glasses on and everything. Let's bring in Trysta
looking
Krick.
fresh to death.
Well, we are
Looking fresh
talking
to
about
death.
your owner. I know.
And to his credit, and to the Cowboys' credit, they received the Packers' first round pick this year. And it was contingent on, I think, like how well the Packers did since they did.
Oh, the Micah Parsons thing. Yeah,
the first round pick. I mean, they won the trade. It feels like
legitimately forgot that happened this year.
like 2 days before the season.
So much has happened, to be
They
honest.
won the trade. They won the trade.
That's fine.
This
They
team
didn't
didn't
win
want to pay
the
Mike in no way.
I wouldn't have paid him.
Well,
I wouldn't have.
No.
In that situation, because I probably wouldn't have paid Dak that much. That's where it all started. But in the situation they were in, you couldn't pay Micah Parsons.
I feel like when people get mad at people that play GM for fun, they think that we just don't want to pay people because we're just like, that's not your money. What do you care? But it's operating under a budget, and where the money is a specific bucket, regardless of who it is that's deciding, right? And when it comes to Trae Young or Ja Morant or Dak Prescott or, even Michael Parsons, it's like, well, this has to all be mated out to a bunch of different players. And if you pay Micah $60 million, it's crazy. I think it's somewhere $50 million. What is the rest of the defensive line going to look like? Yeah. Are you able? This defense was trash with Micah Parsons. So I don't really know why. And it got actually better when they traded Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Yeah. When they got Quentin Williams.
When they got Quinnen Williams. And they also had Kenny Clark in that trade.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Kenny Clark's not in no slouch. So.
Wasn't he like a 3-time Pro Bowler or something like that?
Kenny Clark's a good player. I mean, he's not Micah, but Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark, I think I really like that.
Official introduction. That's Trysta Krick from the Heat Check podcast, Let Her Shoot podcast.
Too many damn podcasts, really.
The Daily W, like
Daily
you
W,
out
Let Her
there,
Shoot, Alley-oop.
all of it.
All
you
of
out
it.
there, you out there running the.
I felt bad for my girl on Friday night.
Well, I wasn't gonna bring that up.
Thank you.
Well, she
That's a good
documented it.
friend.
That's the only reason why I
understand.
brought it up.
No, I know she's lived her pain. Like, leave it at that. Now, I thought about texting her, but I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do that.
Did you guys see my story where it was
very
like
much so.
That's
very
why I
much
brought
so.
it up, because I saw
where
the
it was
whole
like your
progression.
birthday, 2 messages, and then like your favorite football team loses 175 messages.
Yeah.
That's how it was.
And it's really tough when you don't just lose, because you could have taken the second half of that game off.
I did pretty much.
Yeah, that was the
You know,
move.
the good thing was I just like became sort of numb. In the first half, I was feeling emotions, sadness, anger, confusion, just all of the different stages of grief. And then once the second half rolled around, and after I think the first drive, it was like, nope, I'm done. All my emotions go back into the box, and I can watch this game knowing I have no hope. And I'm glad I'm not in Atlanta right now, which I thought about spending money to go and do with a friend of mine from Oregon. And that was just the greatest decision I've ever made, is to just not go.
I had that same experience with that 22 NFC Championship game when Brock Purdy got hurt and the Niners had no quarterback. By halftime, I couldn't really get mad anymore. It was just done. And it's a good thing you didn't go to Atlanta, aka Bloomington, Indiana. That place was overrun by Indiana.
I didn't know this, but they have the largest living alumni population in the country at over 800,000 Hoosiers.
Wow.
It felt like 800,000 of them were in the Mercedes-Benz Superdome.
Did you
see? Can't tell me that they weren't.
Did you see the story that they moved all high school basketball games to Thursday?
No.
That weekend.
That week. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So the whole state could watch the game on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like massive rivalries got moved to Thursday. Like, you guys are playing on Thursday. Nobody's doing anything on Friday but watching Indiana.
Mendoza.
My neighbor's son's going to Indiana. He came home one day. He had the Indiana flag waving outside. I was like, and I know we had talked about like Indiana before. He was like, "Oh yeah, we're in. We do. I think we can do this." They're excited. They are excited.
Is that the greatest? So you've seen, and I was talking to somebody about this earlier today. So we saw Mike Vrabel turn around the Pats in 1 year, where they're now the favorite to win the AFC. We saw Liam Cohen turn around the Jags in 12 months. David Canales turn around the Panthers in 2 years. But Kurt Cignetti taking Indiana from one of the worst schools in all of the Big Ten, where they lost in the Pinstripe Bowl, to being a 7.5-point favorite against the U as a team with 0, 4, or 5 stars, has to be the greatest coaching turnaround in football history.
You're probably right. There's only one that I might argue with, and we're gonna have to. We might not do it today, but I'm just saying you have to dig into the minutia of it all. Is Harbaugh at Stanford? There were, I don't know how real they were, but there were real talks of, I think, going to FCS.
Wow.
They're like, man, we should just get out of this and go to FCS before Harbaugh came. And then
they probably should talk about that again now.
Yeah. Well, Andrew Luck's there now.
They didn't look good this year. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Neither did.
But
Andrew
I mean,
Luck.
that's the only one that I could even think is on the same level. This is insane.
But they never competed for a national title.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I mean, the year they won in the Orange Bowl, you can make the argument if there was a playoff, they would have been in.
Yeah, if there was in a playoff, it would have been different.
But I mean, still, with Indiana might win the national.
And the best we know
was good with John Elway. I ain't never seen nothing good with Indiana.
They didn't pay $35 million for their roster either.
Yeah.
No,
they didn't pay $35.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
Yo, Mendoza came out of nowhere too, and that's the thing. When I was talking to just other people and content about what the Raiders should do, I don't think I have enough data, enough of a sample size to take Dante Moore or Mendoza and put the future of my franchise on their backs. I would rather trade the pick than take them.
I agree. You've got too many. You got too many holes on the roster.
Just too many.
And you're
if
almost.
Geno Smith.
It feels like you'd be setting the quarterback up for failure.
Yes. When we saw Geno Smith look pretty dang competent for Seattle with a decent offensive line. And we saw him completely crumble. I think he was sacked 55 times this year. That's insane. And he's a vet. He's seen every coverage. His processing speed's pretty fast. He had a good year last year. It's not like he's washed. So a rookie coming into a situation with the 32nd ranked offensive line, and I know there are people who are like, oh, well, they're gonna solve that. They're gonna fix that. They got all this money. And it's like, well, if you don't have the right coaching staff, and largely the competent coaches do not want to coach in Vegas because it's a mess. It doesn't matter how talented these players are. The line is going to be a mess, no matter if you've got freaking Alex Kappa and like Trent Williams and everybody. Like literally the peak of existence of offensive linemen is still going to be a tough go.
But Dame and TK, I ask both of you guys, can they not draft a quarterback? Like everything we say, I think is logical, and I agree with you. But it's like, man, you got the number 1 pick. You have a Heisman Trophy quarterback right there for you. Maybe it's just optics when I talk about something like that, but you
better do what Scott Perry is doing right now. Scott Perry is doing 1,000 interviews with everybody but dealing with KC, telling, hey, guys, this takes time. We might not, I don't know. We're working he is bracing this fan base to watch Zach LaVine the second half of the season. And if Brady better start or Spytek, whoever there's going to be the face of this, you better start talking. Well, quarterback isn't always the route you go, even when you need a quarterback. We have so many holes on the roster. We got to be able to protect that quarterback. You run out every line you can, but you start now to brace your fan base for what might be ahead.
And even if you draft one, you better get out and be like, it is sometimes worthwhile the young quarterbacks to sit behind a vet like Geno Smith, who has another year left on his deal, and really just learn, make sure that they're gelling, make sure we don't break them before he even gets going. Like there's a lot of reason and logic.
I wouldn't mind that at all.
That would be tough.
I wouldn't mind. It's a different. Yeah, I would.
Here's the other thing I'll say about the draft, though. Like, if you don't like a quarterback, like that's okay. You got to find someone you like. Because and even if you don't find him like at number 1, you got to. You also have to find someone who really likes someone at number 1 if you want to trade.
Definitely.
Like there's.
I think there's a lot of people who are going to get finessed into the Mendoza, and Mendoza might be great. But I think there are people who are excited about him that would be interested in taking him number 1. My guy that I like is David Bailey from Texas Tech. I don't know if you guys watched that game against Oregon. He was in the kitchen the whole game. He was in the fridge. He was helping himself to our beer, to our snacks. He had David Bailey, 14 and a half sacks in the season. Huh? No, Texas Tech.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Yeah, he goes to Texas Tech. He is nasty.
The defensive lineman. Yeah, no,
defensive lineman.
No, he was going crazy.
He was going crazy. And they made life hell where Dante Moore was on the run pretty much the whole day. I thought that their defense was actually better than Indiana's defense, even though we looked obviously a lot worse. But he's awesome. And like maybe you trade Max Crosby at that point. Or maybe him and Max Crosby become a two-headed machine where you can win like the Houston Texans in a game where your only like main offensive weapon is scooping scores.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have plenty of time before the NFL draft, so we can dive into all of that. I was hoping to get some NBA trade deadline stuff.
Yes.
But more importantly, the WNBA CBA situation has kind of hit its next like layer, and we don't appear to be any closer to a resolution. Is this thing shutting down?
I don't know if you guys remember when I said this back like 2 Octobers ago, but I thought there would be a lockout then. And I think we've talked about it since then. And I still remain pretty steadfast in that these players are very aware of the mathematical games that the league wants to play and poor mouth, and that they are very astute in terms of how you can run a business to be profitable with these players. And Nafisa Collier starting Unrivaled and it becoming profitable pretty much right away in a 3-on-3 format, and how many sponsors they got and how they did deals with TNT and what all of that looks like, and her husband running the league. She's privy to all of that. And NECA, obviously, being a vet for as long as she has, and you can tell that they've been sharing information. They want that revenue share. The not net. I don't know why even the league would try to play with words and say, we will share revenue with you, but it's net revenue. And it's like, but that's like not the definition of revenue. Like, the definition of revenue is that it's a gross number. It's how much cash do you take in, period. That's the end. Then you split that, and then we're paying our expenses after that revenue split. Don't be like, oh, well, after we pay our coaches and this and that and this, then we'll give you 15% of net revenue. It's like, oh, so you're giving us 15% of what you're considering profits. No. We're not doing that. That's like a whole other thing. So I think the players are really at a period of time where they're not dealing with the BS anymore. And the league is going to squirm as much as they possibly can and try to use their PR arm, which is very clearly in full force right now, to make it out like, well, if we give the players what they want, we're going to go broke. That's what they want, is us to operate at a larger loss than we have in the entirety of our 29 years. And that would mean that the deal that they're proposing to the WNBA players, if you do the math, that means that they're proposing a break-even deal. It's $700 million between their deal and what the players want. So they're saying that that's how much they'll lose, $700 million. So it's like, well, why would you offer? I know you greedy asses are not offering a break-even deal to your players. That's just not in the history of the league. Would you do that? And billionaires would not
in the history of any league.
Any league, in any business. No one's doing that. No one's offering that. And you've got billionaires offering to pay $250 million. And I think the Celtics owner, Pags, wanted to buy the Connecticut Sun for $300 million. And I don't think a guy does that where it's like, you're going to pay $300 million, but indefinitely, at least for the next 5 years, you're breaking even. No way.
It's like the league said, okay, we're going to pay you more money. We're just not going to give you money. That's what they basically said. It's about net profit and all this other stuff. I think the players right now, if the owners and the league want to cry, we can't give you this because we'll go broke or whatever. All right, well, just fold the league then. Just fold the league. I would call their bluff. I'd be like, shut the league down. Don't have it no more. And we'll go on with Unrivaled. You can make the argument that with Unrivaled success, like you mentioned, they learned the model. They learned how to create a league, and they could damn near start their own league. And if you don't want to give us a fair deal, and you're crying that you'll go broke then go broke one way or the other by either giving us the money or the league not happening no more. That's how I would approach that if I was that players union.
1,000%. And I said this the other day. I thought more people would be like, oh, Trysta, how could you say that? But honestly, I don't even care if the WNBA folds. If that's what it is going to be for these ladies to get what is a fair economic deal for what other, and we know there's lots of trolls and stuff that are like, they don't understand. Nobody cares about watching women's basketball and yada, yada, yada. They should just be happy that they're making anything. It's like, no, but see, the problem is that there's other leagues that you see what the value is for these players. Paige Beckers is making $350,000 playing in a 3-on-3 league that operates in the winter. You had players going over to Russia back in the 90s and in the early 2000s that were making millions of dollars, and they're getting suitcases full of cash and rollies and diamonds. Right? And so if it was true that these players didn't have any economic value, then there would be no place that they could achieve that economic value. But there are plenty of other options. So it's really just a matter of does the NBA want to compete with these other places, or do they want to continue to go the route that they're going? Because I bet you without all of the quote unquote subsidization, because that's what everybody says, is the NBA has been subsidizing the W. The NBA has not subsidized the W since 2002. And so that argument is false. And you've got NBA owners that own a piece of the W. And of course, you're able to, as you know, people who own small businesses know, like there's a lot of funny money accounting that goes in to try to avoid paying taxes. And how you do that is you try to look like you don't make any money. And so like that's the goal, right? Is like to have as much, but to look like you have none. And so the NBA is able to play a lot of funny accounting by moving assets around and expenses around that makes them look poorer. And that's actually a value to them in a very profitable league such as the NBA is. So I'm fascinated to see how this all shakes out. But it appears that Breanna Stewart and Nafisa and Nneka, they're not budging.
Let me ask both of you guys this question because you'd have knowledge of it. Has the NBA stepped in yet? From my knowledge, it feels like this has been a WNBA.
No, they've been stepped in.
So the NBA, in your opinion, or to your knowledge, is running the hardline stance of this is what.
Yes,
that's surprising too. Not because these are big billionaires. That's what they do, but they should understand what's at stake. We didn't have. With just expansion alone, you didn't have $1 billion+ invested into this league. Why would you risk it all?
And they're calling that, they're saying that money is not revenue either. They're like, hey, that doesn't count towards the revenue towards the league. That's just us paying ourselves back as owners, where like, you know, James Dolan sold the net or the Liberty to Joe Tsai for $1. You know, that's the number that I heard from multiple people. The number that's been floated around is more than that, but the number that I actually heard was $1. Is that Dolan wanted so badly to get out of that, and he was having them play out in the middle of like Westchester or whatever, and nobody would go. And so he thought, you know, misogynistically that nobody cared about women, and it was really just nobody cares about this team when you make it so difficult. So like, there's a lot of profit that's occurred since 2019. But yeah, the NBA is pretty much running this labor negotiation. It just, they say it's the WNBA, but really it's the NBA all the while.
Man, wouldn't it be a situation where if I was a Cleveland Rockers owner, Detroit or whatever, all this other, like I could, if this goes under, I could sue.
Yes.
Like I invested my money with you telling me and selling me a dream that this was going to happen, and then you didn't manage your stuff correctly and the league goes under. Like, not only do I want my money back, I want pain and suffering, all this other stuff. I want it all back. And that's because you talk about the NBA talking about, oh, we had to recoup for the years that we were subsidizing the league or whatever. No, that money is not set in stone. Like, I can go get that money back, and I'll go get my lawyers to go get it back. I'm just baffled on how they're approaching this situation. They don't have the leverage.
I'll never forget John Wisnett. He was the Monarchs coach when they won the championship, was coaching for the Knicks, and things weren't going well. And there were rumblings that John could be on the way out. Dolan flew to Sacramento, sat in the front row at Arco Arena with his iPad like this. Sorry for the visual aspect of it. He just had his iPad pulled up, and you could see him just playing on his iPad the entire basketball game. Did not lift his head up, and there were people watching, did not lift his head up to watch that basketball game one time. pulled John into a meeting room at the back of the old Arco Arena, talked for like 30 minutes, and then flew out. Didn't fire him that day. Fired him later, but didn't fire him that day. And I remember thinking, God, I don't know what word I can use. What an ass. What an absolute ass. I think there are a lot of, I think the old Rocket / Mystics owner, Rocket / Comments owner was the same way. Mm-hmm. It was like Adam, David, but more David than Adam, because David Stern was the commissioner when this all started. A lot of those people felt like they were forced into owning WNBA teams. And that's when the Rockets in the ultimate, measuring contest, the Rockets got pissed because David wasn't giving them what they wanted with the Yao Ming overseas stuff. And they're like, yo, that's our player. That's our revenue. And David's like, no, we're building this market for the whole league. And he said, okay, like, cool. I'm going to pull the plug on your little precious WNBA team. Gave David the finger and pulled the comment. The comments thing came out of nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Just literally pulled the plug out.
Wow.
And if you look at what they're doing to try to get the comments back right now, which I agree that the comments are a storied franchise. They deserve to be a WNBA team. Like, I was a Cynthia Cooper fan. Like, that's how I got into the W. But doing it by forcing the Mohegan tribe to rip away a very profitable, very franchise with a very loyal fan base and take them and really everyone who's around the team and move them from the Northeast, which, to be honest, Connecticut's a big women's basketball area. Like UConn and the Connecticut Sun, that's just as deep rooted as Houston is, maybe more. And there's not a lot to do in Connecticut but to watch some women's hoops and exhibition games for other sports that are coming around the way. And they're forcing the Connecticut Sun and the Mohegan tribe to sell for less than what would have happened if they would have sold it to the minority shareholder, Steve Pagliuca from the Boston Celtics, to move it to play in Boston for the TD Garden. And so it just feels like there's a lot of people manipulating what they want to happen as like a side consequence of other agendas that they have. And those people are not doing it for the best interest of the W. They're doing it for whatever it is that makes them money or feels like it serves their best interest.
And maybe for the first time in their existence, the players are recognizing that. Like, yeah, we ain't doing this. Y'all have done this for going on 30 years now. We're not doing this. Let's shift our attention from the WNBA to the NBA. We saw Trae Young get traded. He's headed to the Washington Wizards. And how about that? It's exactly where he wanted to go. Now there's rumblings about Ja Morant and him being out. It seems that Miami is leading the charge in this. And lo and behold, if you search the internet enough, you'll find apparently Miami is a destination that Ja Morant really likes. It's crazy how this works. What do you think about all of this movement in the league with some pretty big players? Also, and we can dive more into this later, I thought the Anthony Davis market would die given the hand injury. That does not appear to be the case whatsoever. It seems that the phones are still pretty hot for AD.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that too. You guys don't want Ja?
It depends on what you're giving up, but I'm more for it than Damian is.
I don't. Not a fan.
I don't want to give up any picks. I just don't want to give up any players, whatever, but I don't want to give up any picks.
I do want to trade Devin Carter more than I don't want Ja Morant, though. So if we can get that done.
I mean, the writing's been on the wall since summer.
Yeah, you put it there. You put it there. It was like, yeah, all right. I'll ride with TK.
He was out.
That wall looks like a subway in New York City in the 80s. Just
I might have deaded him, but like a lot of people have come and tagged on that wall ever since, man.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I said this to my folks in Memphis today, but I was just thinking about these players, and it feels like, and I want to know what you guys have to say about this analogy, is that, back in, 2016, 17, these guys were coming up as, I mean, LaMelo is 2020, but coming up as the faces of the league, right? LaMelo had been thought about since he was in middle school or high school when he was at Chino Hills, and like he goes to Lithuania or whatever, but like we all knew he was going to be a top pick, and he had been like sort of spectacular and hyped for a long time. Ja came out of nowhere, but he became a guy that was considered to be the new face of the league. Trae Young and Ice Trae and what he did rolling the dice at MSG and beating the Philadelphia 76ers, going to Eastern Conference Finals, and how he did it. And these guys were like, to me, tech stocks in the late 90s, where it's like any tech stock, and they were premium ones, but any tech stock was gonna like flourish. You were up. You had one, you were up. But then I think the new CBA came in, and it wasn't just paying luxury tax. You're not just paying $4 for every dollar over the cap once you get to a certain level. Oh no, we're going to like take draft picks away from you. You can't trade. You have to go exactly dollar for dollar. You can't bring in more money than you give out in these trades. So it became so restrictive that it caused these owners and GMs to evaluate, what are we paying these guys for again? Is this really helping me like further my goal of winning a championship? And so these guards that were flashy, and I would say a lot of bubblegum buckets here, like a lot of empty calories here, just you can't pay them $50, $60 million. And some of them are on the books for 40, 45, coming up on an extension. And if Drew Holiday has to get traded for salary cap reasons, then certainly a guy like Ja Morant, who is far worse, but also a malcontent and throwing hissy fits and having issues with guns, and his dad fighting people. Like, the issues of Ja go far beyond his value on the court. And that's probably one of the reasons that you, Damian, don't want him in Sacramento. But I'll let you speak to that. But so I think that like the value has cratered for guys like this.
But I think that, well, speaking about him specifically, like I you know, with the off the court stuff and there's a, to me, there's a silliness that goes along with Ja Morant that you just have to deal with. Like he's not changing. It is crystal clear. He's not changing. All right. If you go with that, fine. It's fine. My bigger issue is like the amount of games that he's played is declining. The production level of him being one of those guys, like one of those potential, this is his league guys. I don't know if we're ever going to get to that point with him again. Maybe he's one of the Jerry Reynolds change of scenery guys where this is really going to help him, but I'm just not really sure. And with his, I don't know, with what appears to be his state of mind, I'm just not a fan. I'm just not a fan. I don't like it.
And the thing that I wonder is there a worse fit than Miami for Ja? Because they've got a lot of rules, and you just said it. You're getting, like, Ja is a leopard who is not changing his spots, and Pat Riley is not playing any games. You can't come on over there and think you can be a franchise marquee player that they are going to have to extend, by the way. I mean, they have 3 more years, I think, left on his deal. Is that right? I'm pretty sure. And so is it 2 plus 1?
It's 2. It's 2 after this year.
Yeah. So this one plus 2 more.
Yep.
And so you just can't have the type of antics and the type of, hey, I don't want to play this way. And listen, on top of that, the way that Spo is running this offense is eerily similar to the offense that Ja Morant hates that's currently being ran in Memphis right now. No more pick and rolls, a lot of motion, fast playing offense, not as many of the hockey substitutions where it's like you can't get into rhythm, but it's certainly not the type of offense that Ja would normally want to play. So I don't understand the real like interest in one another because it feels like it's a square peg in a round hole. Pause.
I think the interest for Miami might be the same that I have here in Sacramento, although they're in two different places in their basketball journey. Is, you're taking a chance. You're taking a chance on potential, on what could be, and that's where the price really plays a factor. I'm willing to take a chance if I don't have to spend that much on Ja Morant. And in Sacramento's case, that's any type of future draft capital when it comes to their own picks. I'd be really cautious with like the Minnesota pick that they have or whatever, and contracts that match up with guys that you don't want anyway. Like if they're like, hey, take Sabonis because the salaries work, or Levine because the salaries work, because we can get off of that. Cool. I don't want those guys anyway. And if Ja gets here and he completely does a 180 on who he is, you've got Chris Webber from the late 90s. If he doesn't, you're going to be bad anyway for the next 2 years. Like you'll just be bad with the Ja Morant who's not playing. And by the time you're ready to move on, you're going to be, as a franchise, you'll be ready to move on from his contract. So I think it's worth the risk. I see all the pitfalls and red flags, but depending on the price, I think it's worth the risk.
I do think the best comp is, and now like the quality of play of his ceiling is much higher on this other player, is remember when Dallas traded for Kyrie and we were like, well, not we were like, none of us were like, but other people were like, I don't know, man. Like Kyrie feels like he's a malcontent. Like, is he even going to be playing? Like, he seems like he's ready to retire everywhere he goes. He's toxic. He gets to Dallas and it's like, oh no, it's like peaches and cream. Like him and Luka really get along. They go to the finals. And so if you're a GM that thinks that maybe Memphis is just not a good place for Ja, maybe it never was a good place for Ja, maybe he would do better with a different type of a coach, different type of an offense and a change of scenery, then like that's the kind of bounce back that you would hope for, is that level of disparity between, clearly Ja's quit on the Grizzlies. He's doing everything in his power to be like, I'm out of here. If he gives us 100% again, what are we getting from Ja? And that's, I think, probably what some teams might wonder and like take a chance on.
I'm willing to take it. Once again, the price matters most to me.
Definitely.
If the
It's
price
a big
is right.
if.
Yeah.
Like maybe not a big if. Maybe what that 100% is now is the if. Like, is it injuries? Is it Memphis? Is it just kind of being done with that situation that has slowed his play? Or is it just his play is slow? Like, he's an explosive player. And there aren't a lot of guys who hold their explosiveness for a long time.
No.
Like, Russ is unique. Russ is still pretty explosive, but he's still not what he was, 5 years ago. And obviously, Ja's not Russell Westbrook's age. It's not what I'm trying to insinuate. The thing more is, when one of your top characteristics is your explosiveness, that's going to be one of the first things that goes. And if your game can adjust, great. If it can't, you have a problem.
Where do you guys think AD goes?
So if you had asked 2 weeks ago, I would have thought Toronto. It felt like Toronto was really like involved and they were trying to. Now I'm struggling making Toronto deals work because Casey and I were looking at those contracts the other day, and it's like, you're going to have to really like these guys to take them back because they're not quick salary dumps. But Toronto was the one that I was like, they're trying to make a move right now. Now I guess I'm just back to Atlanta.
And then it's like, why is AD tweeting that these things are lies? Isn't he out for the rest of the year and it's a multi-month situation? I think he's the one
technically out for the year. I don't think he's technically out for the year.
Technically.
Mm-hmm.
But people are like, it's probably a wrap.
There's no point in him playing basketball again, but
they said it was a multi-month recovery process.
Mm-hmm.
So we're sitting here in January, multiple month recovery process, puts you March 13th, 2 weeks before the playoffs start, or right around, when the end of the season is. It's pretty much the end of the season.
Well, yes, but if he still plays for Dallas and the West stinks the way that it does, Kyrie Irving is allegedly, reports were, I think even today, Kyrie, they want Kyrie back. They do want him to play this year, and we might see him after the All-Star break.
Didn't I see Kyrie on a stream being like, hey, don't count on me coming back?
I didn't see that.
I'll find it for y'all. I remember him being like, listen, this is a long recovery process. Do not hold your breath on your boy coming back this year.
Even then, if they stayed in Dallas, Dallas is not the case study for that. Like, they're not going to be close to anything.
No.
But
maybe Boston.
If he went somewhere, if he goes to a team that's guaranteed to be in the postseason.
You're talking about Anthony Davis, not Kyrie.
Yeah. And if they trade for him right now and they get him the last week of March and going into that playoff stretch, that might be beneficial.
Maybe what AD meant was don't believe these reports on these apps about multi-month recovery processes. Maybe he meant he'll be back in 3 weeks.
That's what I'm saying he's lying about. We know what his body is. I saw a meme yesterday that had him in his fake AI body in a box of packing peanuts.
Oh, come on, man.
You saw it too, Kenny?
Yeah, I saw that one. My cousin sees this and he always sends it to me. They had the other one where they were like, oh, the new AD signature shoe. And it was a walking boot.
Oh, my God.
See? That's not okay.
That's rough.
That's not okay.
It's not okay. I hope AD gets.
Who would you rather have on your basketball team right now, Anthony Davis or Ja Morant?
Ooh. Just right now, like I don't have to pay him.
Okay, but fine, you don't have to pay him right now.
80. I at least know 80's not going to pull a gun on anybody.
I don't think he is either. 80's a good dude. 80 a good dude. Not to say that Ja isn't a good dude, but 80's
he's not that dude. We'll just say 80's not that dude. I don't know. I can't speak to the exact kind of dude. I just don't think he's that dude. And so there's a lot less PR headache for me. I said this
that's a shame that's the barometer. Well, Anthony Davis isn't going to pull a gun on anyone, so I'll take him. That's
versus the guy who might.
No, I hear you. I'm saying, I just said it's sad. That's all I'm saying. It's sad. I didn't say it was wrong. I said it was sad.
That's crazy.
Like, remember Ja's best friend pulled a gun on the Indiana Pacers?
Was that the laser? The laser.
Yeah, that was a real gun.
Yeah.
Just had a scope on it, and they were like, "Oh, I have a Yorkie, and I just have a laser for the Yorkie." That's just what I was doing. I was just pretending it was a gun, even though
that was ridiculous.
Just insane stuff. And like, remember T got into it.
You go to jail for stuff like that. Like that's not a.
The Pacers then proceeded to take it so seriously that they picked up James Johnson to make sure that they had some reinforcements in case those type of things ever happened again.
The Lakers need to pick up James Johnson. I'll ask you guys this though. How long does that stay with Ja though? Because like if that happened, what if that was the breaking point? The suspension was the breaking point, and he's like, "Man, I got to get these dudes out of my life or whatever."
It's not like he still does it.
Yeah,
he did the gun thing this year.
Yeah, but he doesn't have guns though.
It doesn't matter. Like he's not shedding that label.
If
you're out hitting threes doing like this, when that's what you're associated with, you have not changed.
And then he did.
You haven't changed. Your circle hasn't changed. None of that.
The grenade was crazy. The grenade caught on too. They had they was doing the grenade.
Here's the tough part about that. You're not good enough to do that anymore.
No.
Like that's the truth. Like if you was Ja, that Ja, hey, if you deal with it or not, but he's talent. Man,
You
you're
know
not good
what's
enough to do that. Like, you play every other 3 weeks at this point.
What's crazy is, truthfully, out of all of those guys that they had on the Grizzlies all at once, the most impactful player on winning is Dylan Brooks. Yeah.
Brooks.
Yeah. Like, goes to Houston, they start winning. Goes to trash vomit Phoenix, they start winning. Yep.
I'm a Dylan Brooks fan.
Dylan Brooks was discarded, and Dylan Brooks may be the key, like a key cog. That's what I mean by like players and value. Right now, I think if you're going to give up picks, or you're going to try to like find a player that's actually worthwhile trading for, they're more role players and glue guys than stars, because those are the guys that I think are more impactful based on the price for what their impact is, right? And like, to me, I was thinking this the other day, I think Denny, if you were to put everybody in the league in terms of like contract value and production, outside of Jokic, Shea, it might be just those two. Denny might be the most valuable player on the marketplace to trade for. The last year of his deal is $11 million, and he's averaging 27, 7 and 7, and is like second in the league in free throws attempted per game. And his efficiency is bananas. And if you put him on a team full of defenders, he's a plus defender.
Well, we've got to go. We've thrown all our commercial breaks, as many as we can, to the side. So we'll come back. We'll continue to talk about these NBA trade rumors. Shout out to Trysta Krick, Heat Check Podcast, Let Us Shoot Podcast, The Daily W, Alley Oop, and probably 10 other podcasts that are available wherever you get podcasts from. But we'll stay with the NBA when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
DTK.
Thanks, TK.
Peace. See y'all.
All right, buddy. Probably going to do another podcast.
Well, maybe so. Maybe so. I think to a certain degree, anybody that's going to be traded is going to be looked at that way. Nobody on that level, a lot of people on that level aren't going to be there like, oh yeah, he's in the prime of his career. This is fantastic. This guy's a perfect player. Like, we're going to trade him. There's only one person who might do that, and that guy wasn't even a perfect player either. I'm talking about when Luka got traded. So there's going to be warts with anybody that's getting traded. SGA is not on the trade market. Jokic ain't on the trade market. Those guys aren't on the trade market for a reason. I just think there are going to be some risks that you're going to have to take, some chances you're going to have to take, and depending on the price, I'd be willing to take a chance on Ja Morant.
Ja Morant, a top 5 pick, and then maybe if you're lucky, like a Kuminga type. Doesn't sound bad.
It doesn't sound bad at all. If you could swing that, that'd be crazy.
I mean, John, a top 5 pick, though. That's still fine.
Yeah. I haven't seen him. I'm going to check it out. 13th round tomorrow, by the way.
I've done well to avoid Ryan Garcia talking the last few years.
Ryan Garcia is just a mess. Last time I saw him, he was hanging out with Krishan.
Got him blocked on Twitter. I think I got Ryan Garcia muted, like the words muted on Twitter too.
And once again, anybody that says like, "Oh man, I'm out on Ja," like I'm not feeling he's on the down. I'm not gonna argue with you. Like the thought process, I completely understand. I don't think that's a wrong thought process at all. I personally just think for the right price, once again, that's the biggest thing, for the right price, Ja Morant's a guy that I'd be willing to take a chance on. Jesse, what you thinking? What you thinking?
Last time I saw the NBA ladder, I had him at top 3.
Well, he
finishes 36-6, and they finished top 3 seed in the East. Given like what people expected of them, like he has to be seriously thought about. I'd take him over Luka right now.
Yeah, and I mean he's had a great season regardless, but due to like all these people dropping off because of the rules, like he absolutely should finish top 3, top 5.
Yeah, I agree with that. Lazy, it sounds like.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's all right. It sounds like it, Lazy.
Players that you currently have on the roster, and maybe a pick, maybe like the Timberwolves pick, but I really don't want to give up any picks, like none.
Give up picks for who?
Ja. Well, here's the thing. Like, you can still take a chance with somebody in the draft. Like, Ja Morant comes here this year in particular. You're not going to win 25 of your next 30 games. You're going to be a sorry team. Probably a top 5, top 7 pick. You can still take the chance. I personally don't look at his behavior recently is that problematic. Like the stuff with Memphis, I think there's a lot of I think he sees the writing on the wall. Like they're done with me.
Mm-hmm.
And that I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but that may play into how he approaches playing for that team. So I think a change of scenery would help with that. The other stuff, it doesn't bother me that much. As far as like, I don't think he's gonna be like this person that's on the what's it called, the police blotter, here it's like, I don't think that's gonna happen.
All right, we'll just pick up with a conversation left off with Trysta Krick. Jason Jones is going to join us coming up here about 3:20 or so.
Do we have what Sham said today? Because I hadn't heard this or read this, which is kind of start the whole. It's brought back the whole Ja Morant. Would you take him? Type conversation.
Yeah, it was interesting that, like Sham said this on TV. It was the NBA. I believe this was today. It was NBA Today. Not trying to be funny. I believe it was NBA today, in which he said this. Here's Sham's
jacket. Got the jacket.
He's got his trademark on.
Right
it's his trademark. Him and Anthony Slater, who I don't think I saw last night.
No, I see him.
Okay, here's Sham Charania.
Look, this is potentially the beginning of Ja Morant's exit in Memphis. And from my understanding, Miami, Sacramento, multiple other teams have a level of interest and are pursuing Ja Morant. Rival executives have told me that the Grizzlies are seeking young players and draft picks in any potential deal that involves Ja Morant. He's under contract, though, through 2028. So there's significant team control here that the Grizzlies still do have. So unlike Trae Young, who had a player option for next year, there's not that level of urgency, but clearly could both sides be better off with a fresh start for teams like Miami or Sacramento or other interested teams around the league, for them to get potentially a tantalizing player like Ja Morant. We know about the injuries. We know about the off-court issues, but it was pretty interesting news for several teams on Friday that the Grizzlies, for the first time since Ja Morant was drafted number 2 overall in 2019, they are open and entertaining offers to move him. Look, this is potentially the.
So there's Sham Charania there again on NBA Today, specifically referencing the Sacramento Kings, the team that we have heard, obviously publicly. The team that we also heard privately was Miami. Mm-hmm. There was an extra layer thrown onto this where I think, and I don't have it sourced, so forgive me. I'll just say I believe that it said Ja Morant prefers Miami. Boy, can't imagine why. But that was it. Again, it's a lot like the Trae Young stuff. When there's smoke, there's fire. It's just how big is the fire? And I take all of the Miami stuff out of it. I was surprised Shams mentioned Sacramento on television. I think he knows of a handful of other teams that are in at least exploring the situation with Ja Morant in Memphis. And I was just surprised that he mentioned Sacramento on television.
You know what's interesting that I just thought about? And I think this was Trae Young. I don't think it was Ja Morant. When the Trae Young news came out, within 24 hours, Sam Amick had out, the Kings are not interested in Trae Young.
That's right. Yes.
It wasn't even.
And in Sam's credit, defense, whatever, he also noted in that same piece, it was also, they're still not interested in Trae Young.
Right.
That was known months ago, but I guess we have to repeat it.
Yeah.
They're not interested.
And Sam's just reporting it could all just been a coincidence or whatever. But, Trae Young is made available. No, let's be perfectly clear. We're not interested in him. Tell the world. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And we hadn't gotten that. We hadn't got that with Ja Morant. Now that's part of the danger with doing something like that, like getting the word out so specifically and direct with I'm not interested in a player, because it's setting a precedent, right? Like once you do that for Trae, KC can go on the radio and be like, well, you said that immediately for Trae. He didn't say that for Ja, so that means like it might be some validity to it when there might be none at all.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But for whatever reason, you were quick to let it be known, no, we're not interested in Trae Young. And you weren't as quick publicly to say you're not interested in Ja Morant.
Yeah. Sacramento's name never got to this point in any Trae Young conversation. Partly because of the work of.
I don't even think they were mentioned, and he came out anyway and said no.
Oh no, they absolutely weren't. I think Sam said, for whatever it's worth, the Kings are still not interested in Trae Young. Can you imagine that report of Trae Young goes out and Scott Perry just calls Sam, hey, Sam, can you remind everybody we are not interested in this guy? Sam like, yeah, your name wasn't referenced. No, it's fine. Could you just tell him again? We do not want this dude here. All right, Scott. Whatever you say, man. I don't know what to make of that.
It could be nothing. It was just something
I
noticed.
No, I mean it could be. I think if Shams wanted to shut Sacramento down, he could. Again, he mentioned Miami. He knows of at least one other team that is involved in the conversation. I think it's Toronto. I have to double check. I think it's Toronto. But
well, what was the other report? Was this Jake Fisher? And I think we saw this maybe yesterday or over the weekend, where it was Sacramento's not interested, but if Memphis would be willing to take on DeRozan and some other assets, that could change.
It was earlier in the week.
It was the Stein.
It was Mark. That's right. It was
I think
Mark
it was
Stein.
Fisher
That's
reporting
right.
on.
Okay, that's right. Because Mark Stein actually has his own thing that Jake Fisher works a part of. Our guy, Jake Fisher, by the way. One of those two. Yeah, it was something along those lines that they would be interested in Ja if they're willing to take DeMar, Devin, and I do think it said draft capital. I don't know if that meant a second round pick, but I don't know what that meant. I don't know that I would go volunteering draft capital in the conversation. Yeah, right. I don't know. I guess DeMar and Devin. I don't know. I'm just not moved by this. I want to be
by Ja.
Yeah, I want to be I get it. I get it. I get the possibility. And maybe in trades, barring a disgruntled megastar, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with possibilities. Anthony Davis, possibility. What could he be for us? Trae Young, possibility. Like, could we take what he does great, turn it just a little bit, and make him fit what we want to do? Ja, health, fresh start. Possible. I get it. All those guys young. Anthony Davis, not so much, but still, I even get with Anthony Davis, like what you think you could be with him. I just don't know, man. This one just doesn't move me. I just don't think it's going to work.
And I think that's something that it's also a scary proposition, putting faith or resources behind Ja Morant. Like, he's earned that type of reputation.
Faith is a hell of a word right there, because you could tell a young man, like, I believe in your talent. I just don't have any faith in you.
Yeah,
that would hit.
Yeah,
like if someone told me, if one of those guys pulled me out and said, hey, man, no, we believe in your talent. We just don't have any faith in you. That would cut.
Yeah.
And I actually think you're right. I think that's the perfect word for Ja. Like, we believe in your talent. We just don't have any faith in you.
And I get it.
I don't know how you get past that. Like, that's a killer. Maybe who does? Is it Scott Perry? Is it BJ Armstrong? I was trying to think of the Miami Heat general manager. I don't even think I know who it is. I know Eric Spoelstra and Mickey Ayers. Who's the general manager?
It's not Pat Riley, but that's who we all
No, it's not Pat Riley.
That's who we all think of. Or at least
but he's the vice president.
Yeah.
Miami Heat. This is who is it?
Andy Ellisberg.
Yeah, I ain't never.
Oh, Andy Ellisberg. Of
Vice
course, I know who.
president of
Of course,
basketball
I know who
ops.
Andy Ellisberg
Works
is.
closely with Pat Riley.
Yeah.
I've never thought of him as the G.
No, never. No, everyone says it's Pat Riley. It's very much not Pat Riley.
He's been with the team since 1988.
Yeah, he's been there forever. Well, everyone with the Heat has been there forever.
Man, Pat's going. When did Pat get there? Like 90s, 97 or 96?
No.
97?
Maybe 96.
Because he went to the finals with the Knicks in 94. And he might have been gone like a year or two afterwards.
How old is Pat? Ooh, Pat's 80.
Does Pat still got it?
I think he does.
Or is he Jerry Jones?
Maybe Pat's not doing anything. Maybe Andy's doing all of it.
Maybe
Andy Ellisberg is really the brains behind the operations, and he's like, nah, it's cool.
Are the Kings a good organization?
95, by the way, he went to Miami.
Are they a good organization to bring in some with immaturity issues? Can they rehab that?
Well, this is what we talk about often. I mean,
I
Damian
think the
would
Heat
say,
can do that, but I don't know if the Kings can.
Damian and others, and understandably so, would say no. Like, they've never shown to be that type of organization. And while I understand that, I'm willing to say, well, I haven't seen it with Scott Perry.
It feels like it's more than just the. I'm not even talking like the owner here when I say this. Like, it feels
He was
like
back last night. I think they said he came back on Sunday. Vivek.
Yeah, because now we're on Vivek watch.
the culture stuff feels like it's beyond the GM. Like, I don't know. Like,
Yeah, so
you're
here's
starting from the ground up here with the Kings.
here's my like to what you just said, and then to what KC just said. If you're you say you we haven't seen it with Scott Perry. If you're firing Doug Christie this offseason, is that really like this is just the same old thing?
Yeah, I can't dispute that. I can't dispute that.
I don't know that he's doing that. I hope he's not, but I've started to lean that I think that's what he's going to do. And I don't know. That's not setting a culture. I swear to God, if you talk about these stupid ass pillars again, can I get to the 7th pillar where it says win?
That's a ways away. It's a ways away.
That's the pillar. That's pillar 10.
I think Trae Young would have been the right guy to take a chance on if you were taking a chance on a guy.
More so than Ja?
Yeah.
Why?
Just Trae, there's no baggage. The baggage is, can he defend, or am I going to be able to build a team?
The baggage is questioning him as a player.
Yeah.
Well, Trysta talked about it, I think, last week or a week or two. I talked to some more people over the weekend. The baggage is the person. Like, do you?
Yeah, TK did lay that out last week.
I was talking to somebody over the weekend. I was like, man, Trae is like, I don't want to say like he's a bad person, but he is arrogant. He's not anything that you would want to build around or feel like you can.
Mm.
And I don't know, like
Goodstar doesn't have not Goodstar doesn't have an ego, but I'm sure that's prevalent around the league more than we think.
I'm sure it is.
Like it's
for
just
sure.
a matter of just just a thing of just managing egos at that point.
I don't know if Ja's like this great person, but I feel like, and I'd have to ask more people about it, but I feel like his teammates like him. They like Ja Morant. You heard differently?
No. But I've observed differently. You said this perfectly. It wasn't that long ago. This conversation had started. There is an energy to Ja Morant, and we saw it when he came back from the suspension prior to the injury, and it is special. Like it's a force that's dead. It's dead in the positive sense. That energy is still there, but the energy is bad. And there are games this year in the handful that he's played where it's more than a handful, sorry, but in the games that he's played where you see Jaren Jackson Jr., like you see other guys in Memphis Grizzlies uniform, Ja has looked repeatedly like he's dogging it. And the other guys on the floor would be, all right, man. And you would see this type of body language that I'm exuding to a radio audience that can't see it. You'd see it on the floor, and it's like, oh, and it's glaring because you generally don't see it, right? Like you could see one guy dogging it, but when you see other players, when you see his teammates react to it, like, yo, it's a thing. And that's happened this year. I'm not saying it happens every game, but it has happened in more than one game that Ja Morant has played in for the Memphis Grizzlies. So maybe that's maybe I countered my own point, because the energy you talk about is still there. It's just it appears it could be either positive energy or negative energy, and we've seen both in a Memphis Grizzlies uniform.
And maybe that's the case for a new beginning, because it's gone in Memphis. If he came to Sacramento or went to Miami or whatever, that force, that energy, may be something that's a positive for his teammates, for the organization.
Josh played 18 games this year, by the way. There was another report that said, Jaren Jackson Jr. could be on the market. I don't buy that at all.
Well, here's the thought process behind it. If I'm Memphis and I'm moving on, I moved on from Desmond Bane, I'm moving on from Ja Morant, why am I keeping Jaren Jackson Jr. around when I can get a bunch of picks for him?
Because I think they like him as a building block.
We're so far removed from being able to see the results from him being a building block. I might as well just get another first-round pick for him.
I don't think that's true. Like, they're not. I guess it depends on what we're talking about. Like, they're not championship contenders. You make a few moves, like I guess it depends on what you're aiming for, though.
And that's
like you could potentially be a play-in team fighting for a 6 if you do everything right, but like you're not a championship contender. So if that's your goal,
and why am I paying him $60 million to fight for the play-in?
I have a question about that $60 million, regardless of what you're fighting for.
Right.
But yes,
but that would be a thought
point
process.
taken.
I'm not
point
saying
taken.
that's how they feel or that I would even do the same thing.
Jaren might command a market, though.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, he might command a market.
You could be the new Thunder Jazz, and I only mean that in the draft pick sense.
Oh.
Like, because you got 4 from Orlando for Desmond Bane. What if you get 1 for Ja? You might get another 3 from
they might have
for
the
Jaren.
same record as Utah. Stand by.
Utah beat Cleveland last night.
Utah did beat Cleveland.
Cleveland is only 3 games over 500.
Where's Utah?
It's over. They're done.
It's 14 wins for 17. 14 wins versus 17.
They're 22-19.
Yeah, Cleveland's over with. That was a nice little run. Me and Casey were right last year in the first round.
Yeah.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah,
a year
facts.
ago.
It's facts.
They won in the first round.
Yeah, but we told you it was on the decline, and look now, they're 3 games above.
We needed to see something. Never mind the combined 140 points they won the next 2 games with. Never mind that.
Yeah, never mind.
Played the long con here.
But
I mean, it's definitely over. I'm just saying, like,
what do you do if you're them?
Trade. You have to make like one big splash before it's like really over.
So trade to add.
Yes, dude. You still like you
gotta remind you of something though.
got the apron stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Second.
Yeah, you're cooked. Never mind.
There's not much they can.
Yeah, call it a wrap.
Do.
Yeah, I forget. They can only do certain things. Never mind. It's over. You're cooked.
It's like once you're above it, maneuvering to just get over that hump is really, really difficult. It's like, all right, we're over it. We've got to win. We can't. Well, Donovan and Evan. I mean, you have Darius Garland.
Yeah, I would probably try to move him because I was just about to ask him, are you like really trying to blow this thing up and move on from one of those two?
Me? I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not either. I'd probably try to do the Garland thing first.
I do it. We looked at these numbers one year. It's like this year and next year. And what happens this year will tell you the story of what you should do next year. So yeah, I'd do anything I can to.
I wonder what our Cleveland insider thinks.
Oh, he doesn't like this team. Oh, he's very.
Does he want to
frustrated
move
with
on
this
from
basketball
Garland?
team. He's in Africa right now, so we can't ask him. That wasn't a joke. He's in Africa right now.
Yeah,
we can't get all.
I know.
I haven't talked to my Cleveland insider in a couple weeks, but
he said this team's so sorry I'm leaving the country.
He did. I can't remember our last conversation was absolutely about the Cleveland Cavaliers. I can't remember if he wanted to move Darius or not. He was just like, these guys are never gonna pull it together the way that it looked like they were doing last year.
That's tough. And last year kind of got taken away from him. I will be fair to that aspect.
The injuries.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nice of you to mention that.
Well,
you didn't want to bring
I always
injuries up.
mention it. Jesse never brings that up.
That's not true.
That didn't even sound convincing.
Jesse was like, yeah, I hate Cleveland. So what? So what?
But yeah, I think that's the move you try to make is you move Garland for, man, and it's so difficult because it's got to be contract. It can't even be like a prospect or something like that. I mean, I guess one can be involved, but.
See Rich Paul out there trying to get deals done.
Come on, man. Hey, man.
Someone's got to stop that.
No, yeah, we do. I mean, should we make it our own?
But
mission?
what's the rule? Like, what rule is
tampering?
Yeah, no, come on. Like, we know it's Rich Paul. Like, there's no like real illegal stuff going on, but like we know, like this feels illegal.
Rich Paul does an amazing job of what seems like operating on the outskirts of the rules. Like he's not breaking them. It just feels like he is.
A habitual rule breaker.
He's a rule stepper.
Rule stepper.
He's just like, it's right there. I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna break it. No, I'm not.
That would be awkward being Austin Reeves in the locker room too. Like, hey, LeBron, your agent keeps trying to trade me.
Was it for Jaren Jackson? Who was it for?
Jaren Jackson.
Yeah, he did the whole. Hey, if I was the Lakers,
now to be
I'd call
clear,
the Grizzlies.
He's not wrong.
It's not.
He's not wrong.
And they need something. LeBron. They said LeBron was giving his infamous look last night. Did you see those memes?
No, I didn't see that.
He gave the look, the same look he gave Kyrie, the same look he gave Cleveland Dwayne Wade. He gave to DeAndre Ayton.
Well, to be fair, Cleveland Dwayne Wade we were all giving him that look. Like
they had a compilation of every time he gave someone the look and they were gone. It was like KCP, Rondo. Who were some of the other? Wenyen Gabriel
or Isaiah Thomas.
when they got the look, they weren't long for that team. And DeAndre Ayton got the look last night on the bench.
That's tough. Yeah, LeBron was not pleased post game. He was furious. He
should be. They got beat down by the sorry Kings team. Now that's tough to give Ayton a look after, he was out there making sure his teammate didn't get slapped up any more than he already did.
Yeah, well, yep, he did. I wasn't sure if Luka was going to come out for warm-ups.
Hiding in the back.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if he's going to come out, guys. Oh, there he is. He did. For the record, he did. He went through his normal workout routine. I just kept thinking, he ain't going to come out. This crowd going to let him have it. They didn't. They just stood up for autographs.
That's it.
And also, the arena was quarter filled with Laker fans at that point.
Yeah, Lakers and Warriors fans get there for warm-ups pretty early.
Yeah.
Pretty early.
All right, we'll come back. We'll get Jason Jones' thoughts on the look. And I'm curious what Jason Jones thinks about Rich Paul's podcast. We'll talk to him about all of that, the moves in the NFL, the Raiders, all of that good stuff coming up next with our man from The Athletic. The Professor joins us on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm sure there are rules against it, but it would have been funny to just put like Dennis's picture on the big screen. Again, I'm sure there's rules against it. Would have been funny. I feel like Leezy's in the chat. Is that what's happening? Who? What's going on in here? Yup, there's Leezy. Yep. All right. I knew Leezy was in here somewhere. I saw some of these comments. I'm like, oh, Leezy's here. Debo riding the bike. Yep, that would have been funny. Money. Money. What's up, Manny? Sacramento Ash. I saw that. We forgot to mention the Eagles finally fired that sorry ass play caller.
Just
Right on,
fire
Scooter.
Sirianni and get the real coach in already. Like, just make your next offensive coordinator your head coach.
Yeah. D'Lo, do you know how trades go down in the NBA? Like, is it a bunch of calls being made? It's probably not as much as you think. I think a lot of conversations happen with agents before they happen with like other general managers. I mean, depending on the caliber of player, like that's not true for everybody, but I think it's true for some of the bigger stars. And it's probably not the flurry of calls that you think it is, or that we have been taught to believe it is.
Dylan Cardwell's a bit of a showman, huh?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, the chat can be tough to stay caught up with. Sometimes I'm so behind on whatever y'all are doing, I just have to leave it alone because it's like I think they're telling an inside joke and I'm not a part of it, so I'm gonna just stay out of it.
Shout out to the chat house. Always entertaining.
Always. Percentage chant we lands. Oh, I have no idea. I'd put the percentage at super low, like below 10. The Miami noise is awfully loud, infrequent. Ash, I'm gonna go Rams Bills.
I think I'm going Rams Bills too.
Yeah.
Or Seahawks Bills. Sorry, guys. I think Seahawks are winning by 2 scores this week.
Oh, I don't think that.
Oh, go to hell.
I'm sorry. I had your back last week. I can't do it this week.
Western Illinois versus Eastern Illinois. Women's
Where the hell did our audience go? What the hell just happened? Oh, the Twitter thing dropped. Oh, that's fine.
Shout out you two.
Kid need a bag of dicks. Stupid ass app. You gotta pay all that damn money just to get the stats from it. I don't even know how to relay it to our staff. Texans will make the AFC Championship game. I gotta get something on that board. I don't feel like I'm a big take guy.
It's gonna be your thing this year, like your New Year's resolution. We're gonna get like 5 hot takes from you.
I'm like the conductor. I just
you either have to do that or you have to start every show saying, "Get up."
Yeah, we need you to play a role now. Want to be Green or you want to be Rex Ryan?
God
pick
damn.
one. It's not great. We got to pick one.
Man. Go work with Abe. Barrett, I think you left out a word. Are you saying we wouldn't want the Kings to try and trade for Ja, though, right? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, there you go. I want Iguodala. I want Iguodala. I wonder if he regretted that the second he said it.
He doubled down on it.
That's insane.
I heard him on that. He was talking to Simmons. He was like, "What I was trying to explain, though." All right, man, shut up. And I like you, but shut up.
I like Max. I want Iguodala. That Stephen A. slip up that Jason sent us was hilarious.
Oh my goodness,
boy! I see where your head at.
Oh boy.
Oh man, we were talking during the commercial break. I just looked over at the whiteboard of takes here, and Kenny's got Texans will make AFC Championship. We were talking about Super Bowl picks, and I realized I don't really have anything on the board. Kyle's got something up there. James doesn't, but that's never going to be James. And it was like I got to get something on the board. I'm just not really. I mean, these aren't like hot takes. I feel like sometimes hot takes are like. They're not really genuine.
They're strong takes.
These are strong, out of the box takes, but we believe them.
You feel strongly about anything?
Well, I didn't think saying San Francisco was going to beat Philadelphia last Monday was whiteboard worthy. Like, I didn't think that's what that was. No, I don't think anything I have. I think the 49ers are winning this week. I think the Rams are winning this week. I think the Rams wind up beating the 49ers. The Rams are in the Super Bowl. I got New England
with the Rams winning the Super Bowl.
I got New England.
That's a nice little starter.
A little starter,
there.
Yeah, but we have Super Bowl picks. That doesn't feel
they
genuine.
need to be erased.
Well,
yeah, I'm with that. I didn't even get mine up there. I think I got Kenny wrote Raiders Cowboys for me.
I erased that. I had you back on that.
Smirching my name.
Yeah, I had you back on that. Let me get that out of here.
They need to be gone. All of them.
Let me get that out of here.
I mean, so I understand. I almost don't want to ask the question because I understand why people feel the way they do about the Rams. It doesn't matter at all that we haven't seen them play good for like a month and a half.
Who's gonna?
And they've even lost games in that. Like it's not even.
No,
like
I understand.
They're not playing good, but they still win. Like they've lost to the Falcons, the Panthers, the Seahawks, all on the road. If they play the Niners, they play at home.
Well, they lost to the Panthers in November. I mean, I don't know what beating Detroit means at this point. Like, their schedule is their schedule. Carolina,
They beat them in wild
they
card.
made the playoffs. They I get the game wasn't perfect for them, but in the playoffs, win the game, keep it moving.
I think the Seahawks are the team that that people talked away about the Rams. Like that's actually who the Seahawks are. I think they've got the defense.
I like that. Wait, no,
Like,
wait,
as
I
far as
don't like
complete,
that.
like-
No, you think you get you like
I think the
'cause you-
Seahawks. Yeah, everyone's like, "Oh, the Rams are the best team in the league." Blah blah blah. I think it's actually the Seahawks.
I just
They're
don't, I just
the
don't think
reverse.
I just don't think that often matters. I don't feel like all of this stuff carries over. I mean, there are times where week one, the team that raises the trophy, the best team through all of those is one and the same. There are times that it happens, more times than not. I mean, we've seen it very frequently, with Kansas City in recent years. Tampa Bay was really good with Tom Brady when they won. I don't know. I liked the Rams all year. The losses against, who'd you say, Seattle and Atlanta?
Seattle, Atlanta, and Carolina.
All right. The Carolina one looked a little funny to me. But they're here. Took care of business this past week. Still got Matt Stafford. Defense can be had. Like, cool. Give me Matt Stafford in the fourth quarter with the football, and I feel good about the Rams winning.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
I don't completely trust the Bears yet either.
And that's the other thing. I'm just like,
I need to see it for 4 quarters.
I feel like you're putting for you to ask me about, the Rams recently. It's like you're discarding the fourth quarter of Chicago or the first 3 quarters of the Chicago game.
No,
it was 20. What was it? 21-6.
I got my questions about Chicago as well. Like, I think that type of stuff runs out eventually. It might run out against the Rams. Like, you can't just.
If they beat the Rams, I'm picking the 49ers to beat the Bears.
I feel the same way.
I just don't have the 49ers beating the Rams.
Same
That's
way.
all.
But the other interesting thing about the Rams is, and none of it really matters because they decided on the field, but everything that in every way that they talk about the 49ers defense, they ignore the Rams defense.
Chicago lost 3 of their last 5 games.
How
I
many?
was just pointing out. One of them was to your beloved San Francisco 49ers in the game of the year. Perhaps. Ish.
The Rams went 2-2 in their final 4.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're talking about the Rams in the way that they've played recently. So I'm like, well, what about the Bears?
The Bears are at home.
Okay. In apparently 18-degree temperatures. So there's that.
Bears are at home. I just think, like, I texted this to Kyle over the weekend. We were talking about these playoffs, and I said, look, the Rams are super, super suspect, and they can easily win the Super Bowl. Easily. Like, their ceiling is, if everybody's playing their best, the Rams' best is better than everybody else's best. I do believe that.
But that's the season, isn't it?
I just think
that's the whole season. Like,
what?
No, they're a little suspect. They could win the Super Bowl. Like, that's the season to me. That's why the season has kind of been, the lack of Lamar, the lack of Patrick Mahomes. Like, it's created a different level of intrigue and this, perhaps even a little extra pressure on Josh Allen, but still.
True. Like, once again, if everybody's playing their best, I think their ceiling is higher than anybody's.
The Rams.
But I do think people sleep on, like, that secondary. That linebacker in secondary is not that good. And it reminds me of the Eagles. If you can hold up, Carolina ended up holding up, and they start going to work. If you can hold up against that line, plays to be made. And if Chicago can hold up against that line,
you better hold up for one more possession than Matthew Stafford.
They might do it. I don't like this, but they've held up for one more possession than everybody they played against, except for the Niners. The Bears have. That's been their MO. I just think, I don't want to say it's a bad matchup, but the Bears can exploit what the Rams are poor at right now.
I don't agree with that. Mainly in the sense of, like, I'm not buying Caleb Williams right now. Here's what I'll say about Caleb Williams. If they beat Los Angeles, they go to the NFC Championship, regardless of if they're facing Seattle or San Francisco. Next season starts with Caleb Williams in the MVP conversation. Like there is going to be there's going to be a hype train around Caleb Williams. It's probably going to be warranted to a certain degree. It's going to be, and it's going to be loud. I don't think it's as loud if they lose this week. I think there's excitement. I think there's Chicago finally got their guy. I think there's the storied franchise finding their franchise quarterback, and I mean there isn't going to be a single question right now about their head coach. So you're off, and the Mannies and the John Bulls, Allen the Bears fan, we're off and running. We're feeling great. They get to the NFC Championship though, it's louder. It is way, way louder. And if they wind up in that final game of the season, oh my God.
Man.
Oh my God. Because this isn't what's his name? Rex Grossman?
No.
That's not what this is. No, you've got your guy here who's had a run during all of these games that we're talking about, even the ones that they lost against San Francisco 49ers. He's been balling.
He has. Yeah.
I set all of that up to say I don't think Sean McVay's going to let him do it. It's all right.
Sean McVay couldn't stop Bryce Young.
It's all right. It's fine. It's fine.
The thing about
make me go get a Rams jersey. This conversation's starting to get on my nerves. I got my mom a Rams jersey. I'm going to go
play
get
the
it.
song? Do you want to co-sign the song?
I don't.
Is that what?
I very much do not, sir. That's Kyle and James's gimmick. We don't run that type of flying filth over here on
They'll
Dylan
run that
KC.
back on the Insiders like it's nothing. Like it's one of those hit records you guys got on KSFM.
Oh, that reminds because we got
We're
Jason
an
Jones.
upstanding radio show.
We got Jason Jones coming up in any moment now.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Whenever he'd like to show.
Jesse did speak earlier about how before we get to Jason, I got a text. Okay, he's ready to go. We do have
Tommy
Heinsohn
Heinsohn is here.
Yeah.
Don't do
Tommy
that.
Heinsohn.
Tommy Heinsohn was great enough to join us from the afterlife, and he's here to talk Dylan Cardwell, actually. Strange enough.
Afterlife.
It's right next to Parts Unknown, the afterlife.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to say, I watched the Kings, and I love Dylan. I love Dylan.
We need a little bit more speed to it.
These all sound the same.
No, don't.
They
do
all
that.
sound
I'm trying
exactly
to
the
coach
same.
right
Why
now.
do you do this?
I'm trying to coach. You got to speed it up and like a little bit more emphasis, like a little more like a pit bull.
Just in case you didn't hear me, I love Dylan.
So we're on the way. We're gonna work on that one. So yeah, we got to add a little bit more Boston accent, like a Walter, something like that.
I do. I love Dylan.
Soren is absolutely right. It's like Marv Albert mixed with Chris Broussard. Uh-oh. Wait a second.
Oh my goodness.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What's the screen name? Wait a minute. Hold on. We don't usually have the banners up where you can see the person's name. Here, so there you go. It's host. That's me.
Yeah.
There's KC. And then holding an L. Jason Jones. What is happening, Jay?
And are you at the DMV?
Where are you? Well, you're muted now. That's where you are.
Uh-oh.
No, still muted. Why? Jason looks like he's boarding a flight.
So, well, if you can.
I can hear y'all. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. We got you.
Yeah. I've had a crazy work day. I'm actually finishing up at the gym, and I realized what time it was. And I think I was ducking y'all today.
Well,
okay.
I mean, yeah. After that beat down last night, I was concerned.
Yeah,
I was concerned.
No.
When you play defense like the Lakers, anybody can win, even that team.
Okay. Jay, you don't have to suffer through this at the gym. You can go finish your workout.
Are you gonna answer questions after that?
Hey, I'm not running from it. I just it's been a crazy day. Then I was like, oh shoot, it's 3:30. But yeah, it was I've had a very interesting few days. You know, I'm actively rooting against KC this weekend again.
Yeah.
We've been doing the same years.
I think they're playing an offense that's not run by that has better than a Tecmo Bowl offense this week. So,
all right, Jay, go get that workout in.
Yeah, I got to work off that. They made 70% of their threes frustration.
Yeah, that's going to take a while, Jay. Like you
I'm gonna be here till about 9:00 tonight. Yeah,
burnouts
at the very least. Yeah. All right, Jay.
All right, y'all.
Man, we appreciate you.
No problem, y'all.
Man, Jason Jones holding an L. Jason Jones.
He's checking in.
He said,
man.
"New year,
Salute,
new
man.
me."
Salute.
Jason was like, "If these guys aren't going to play defense, I'm going to do it. Just give me a month in the gym. I'm going to call JJ. Tell him I can guard the perimeter better than these jackasses." We mentioned the Kings hit 17 threes. What we didn't mention, it was 17 of 26.
Bruh. Did you see? Oh man, I actually bookmarked this time. Did you see the numbers for? Oh, the hell. Anyway, the numbers.
It turns out you didn't bookmark.
Well, I did, but my computer acted up. But the numbers for Jake LaRavia, Marcus Smart, and Jarrett Vanderbilt combined.
Okay.
Last night combined 0 points, 0 for 20 from the field,
Jesus Christ.
0 for 15 from 3.
Okay. To be clear, it's funny because it's not us. That's why it's funny.
Oh man, they were bad. They were bad last night.
I don't know why Jason being on the stream with Miley Cyrus playing in the back is so funny to me. But here we are. Here we are.
Yeah, I mean, the Lakers. The Lakers are going to be in the playoffs. They're going to be over. I think they might even be like a top 6 team or something like that. But they don't have a chance.
They should be right there, but the Kings have sent them and Houston into a little struggle bus right now.
Yeah. Well, that's when the teams have had enough when they lose to the Kings.
That's when changes are coming.
Team meetings.
Players only meetings.
Players only meetings.
Or in LeBron's case, the look. You get the
Sorry,
look.
DeAndre Ayton. You're on your way out.
That's the tough part. We always knew it was going to be DeAndre.
I'm so baffled why DeAndre is as non-productive as he is. I didn't think he was going to be a star like people thought he was coming out of Arizona, but he's legit 7 foot. He's got a good touch. He's athletic. Like, how is he always just like, nah, this guy's got to go?
There are years where I'm not as connected to college basketball for whatever reason as other years. I know that's a part of your 24/7 routine.
I mean, Western Illinois, Eastern Illinois is alive right now. Women's basketball.
You say that like a source of pride. It's actually you're unhealthy. It's just to be
29-20 Western Illinois.
I was watching it. I was going to watch it later, but I guess I won't now. I was pretty locked in that year, and I did not understand this conversation. Like, I really didn't. And it got to the point with him and like Markelle Fultz. Where I was like, I think the game's passing me by. It's like, I don't get it. Like, I know, we're in kind of a different era of like, well, one and done. The school doesn't matter as much. What matters is the recruit. And, NIL wasn't a thing, but money under the table very much was. You're trying to figure out, why is this person going here? Why is this person going here? And again, the Markelle Fultz thing, didn't understand. The DeAndre Ayton thing, I watched them so much. Like, I guess I just don't get it.
Markelle made sense to me. You would watch him, and I was like, yeah, he reminded me like Iverson in college, like that.
But you're talking about the rawest form of Allen Iverson, though. He didn't look like Allen Iverson when he was playing.
He was tough at Washington. He was tough. I was like, this dude is cold. I got it.
I did not.
Ayton, I didn't get it. I thought he was a good player. I thought he was a top 5 pick lottery. But the fact that no matter what happened, he was always just number one. It was like, yeah, well, Bagley started off really good. Like, what's going on? No, that's cool. It's Ayton.
Yeah.
Well, Luka's going to be entering
That's
the draft.
the funny thing about Luka.
it's Ayton.
He was never talked about as the number 1 overall pick. Never. It was always Ayton.
That was the same year Trae Young started going crazy at Oklahoma.
Yep.
Oh, Trae, he's moving up the depth. It's Ayton. Like, we can talk about 2 through 5, but 1 is solidified. I was like, wait, what? I remember talking to my guy who was working at
Arizona got eliminated in the first round.
Yeah. And he was always like, yeah, no, you'll see it in the NBA. And he got a lot of things right. So it's not like he knows what he's talking about. I was like, bro, I ain't seen it with this Ayton thing. He's like, I'm telling you, it's going to be better for him in the league.
You know which one I got was Ben Simmons. Then I saw that documentary. And that documentary threw me. That's I've always said, like, I don't think he likes basketball. And I just don't know how far you can go in that league when you don't like basketball. You don't have to love it. You don't have to be obsessive over it. The LeBrons, the Kobes, all of that. You don't have to do all that. But I do think you have to like it.
Yeah.
He does not like it.
Likes to fish. Good for him.
And good for him.
I'm happy for him.
He didn't like basketball. And I swear to God, it showed. It absolutely showed.
I get it with Darren Peterson. You know, I had a thought today, though.
TC doesn't.
Yeah, I wonder if Darren Peterson might be like Markelle Fultz. He won't be. Like, I think he'll be a lot better. They won't mess with his shot when he gets. But Darren, this dude has played maybe 3 games. He can't stay healthy in college and all this other stuff. Every single mock draft. AJ Domantas is having like 30 points every night. Every mock draft. Darren Peterson, number 1. That's how good he is. There's been like not playing and injury concerns and all this. It don't matter. If you've got one, you go Darren Peterson.
Did you see the clip where he was like asking out during the game, and it kind of caused a turnover? Like,
yeah. He it was that game that he went crazy in, that 32-point game. At the end of it, he was like, "Hey, yeah, you got to come get me."
While the game was in play.
Yeah, they blew they blew their opportunity at that moment, but they came back and got to within 3, and they brought him back in. He gets fouled shooting the 3 to go into overtime, and then doesn't play in overtime. He probably shouldn't play right now. He's the truth, though.
I'll say this about Darren Peterson. At least he's at Kansas. Like Washington wasn't.
It wasn't.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Washington wasn't ranked, were they?
I
don't think they were. Washington didn't go to the tournament. Yeah, so like, I don't mean to discriminate, but like at least he's at Kansas. You know what I mean? And it feels like it's in all college sports, the stage is different. That Kansas is a stage, and it's a big one. I don't know. That's a scary thought, though. Just as an NBA fan.
Yeah,
he's Markelle Fultz.
I'd take Darren Peterson.
Poor Markelle. He was kind of getting it together, or not more than not kind of getting it together. He was getting it together,
really well.
And he got hit with that injury that he'd never been the same since.
I'm saying it right now. Kings get the number 1 pick. I'm taking Darren Peterson. I'll take my chances. AJ Nice. I keep telling you guys this. I really do and I think he's gonna be good. I like him. I'm telling you, man. The NBA people and everybody, not everybody in this chat, a lot of people in this chat. If AJ continues to be who he is, y'all gonna turn on him so fast in about 5 years. You'll be like, man, can't shoot the 3-ball. Only mid-range. It's the worst shot in basketball. Telling you, the way you guys look at basketball, I think he's great. I think he's fantastic. But y'all be talking about DeRozan. He borderline like DeRozan, a little taller version of DeRozan. He got a little more shifty.
AJ 3?
Yeah. He's got more handle, a little more shifty. I love AJ Domantas. I think he's a fantastic player. But the way you guys talk about basketball now, y'all would hate this kid in the NBA. They be talking crazy about Paolo.
When you say y'all, who are you referring to?
Some of the people who listen, some of the people who watch, some of the people who comment on social media about these players.
Huh.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
They're all out there. I disagree with them all the time. Like, nah, y'all tripping. DeMar DeRozan taking a 17-foot pull-up is not a bad shot because he makes it damn near all the time.
That's not what the analytical nerds say.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
I'll say this. I'm speaking for me and only me. I did not get into sports to do math. So y'all can keep these projections and analytics. Y'all can keep that to yourself. Just let me watch basketball, and I'll determine who I think is good that way. Your numbers can tell you something else, and that's perfectly fine. If the numbers are turnovers, assists, rebounds, wins, losses, that's perfectly fine. When you start hitting me with WAR or whatever these, all right, man, like, cool.
Your numbers got Rudy Gobert a $200 million contract.
Yeah, like, are you proud of that?
See,
Yeah,
like,
see what you did.
Are you proud of that?
And the issue is, for me, the issue isn't the numbers, it's being a prisoner to the numbers. The numbers should just be a tool to go along with what you're actually seeing in your actual feel for the game. It shouldn't be, oh, I looked at these numbers, so yeah, he's no good. And too many people do that. They look at the numbers and they're just a prisoner to the numbers and the numbers only. There's more to. That's just like, I feel the same way if I was like, I'm never looking at numbers. Well, that wouldn't be smart either. Like, numbers do tell some type of story, but you don't just like completely base your argument based off these numbers. Sometimes, a lot of the times, you use the numbers as a tool, use your eyes as a tool, and then you kind of combine the two, and then you come up with your opinion of the player. But too many times they just look at the numbers and don't even look about how the guy plays or anything. That's my only gripe.
Oh no, you have a lot more gripes than that.
You're right.
That's just the only one you're gonna share now. But this is perfectly fine.
Maybe we start throwing Kenny's gripes on the board right next to your strong takes this year.
Kenny's gripes and strong takes. Wow. Of course, Kyle Matson writes takes with stakes. Like, what stakes are up there? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm not gonna lie. Kyle Matson did a lot of destruction to that board. Whether it's his nonsense names or his takes, like, what are we doing here, Kyle?
Look, he's still alive.
He
man.
wrote in big bold letters, the 49ers are gonna lose to the Browns.
The Ravens are good, I think, is on there.
Oh, that,
right?
yeah. It was a tier.
Two.
Yep.
Well, I have him in the Super Bowl. Now, look, I'll tell you this. If I told you Malik Monk was getting the playing time he's got in the last two games, would you look at Kyle's, they're going to win 3 or 4 from the 16th to the 21st differently?
Say that one more time.
If I told you Malik Monk will get the same amount of playing time he has the last 2 nights in those 4 games, would you look at that differently?
I can't remember all of them. Portland was one. Toronto was one. Washington was one. I can't remember who the other one. Oh, Miami. It's Miami. It's not that order, but those are the 4 teams in the 16th to 21st. No. Miami and Toronto, I think, are tough.
Yeah, I still think they win.
And the ghost of the Washington Wizards will always haunt me.
No Trey either, but it
doesn't matter. Trey wasn't here 3 years ago. It doesn't matter.
Still remembers it like it was yesterday.
Yeah. The hurt.
Oh, I know. It's a moment.
The hurt. I feel so bad about leaving early yesterday. They would have loved that.
When's the last time you went to a game when the beam was lit?
Katie and I were at the Warriors. The Kings beat the Warriors. And we went to 2 games at the start of the season. The Lakers was one. No Luka, no LeBron, and they beat the Warriors. Yeah, that's the one where Draymond Green was standing the whole game. Yeah. That one. That was the one.
Yeah. Well, we got one. I mean, what's the record this year? Do you know your record?
What's your record all time?
I think I'm 2-2 because we were at another game. Katie and I together have been to 3, the one last night. Oh, no, it's not.
Uh-oh.
No, because I did something for the Westfield Galleria in that game where they were.
Wasn't it the Hawks?
Oh, yeah. Hawks game.
Damn.
I'm gonna go maybe 2-5.
To be fair, I think we all have,
Or not 2-5, 2-3.
we all have a game like that on our resume, regardless if we were there together or not.
Were you at the Hawks game?
No, but I was at the Thunder game when they got beat by 30 something.
Okay.
That was a NBA Cup game.
Was the Pistons game the one they were up by a bunch of points? Mike Brown's still there, and they blew it in the end.
Yeah, that was the De'Aaron.
I left early for that one.
Oh, the one where De'Aaron fouled on the 3-point shot?
I was, dude. Yeah.
That was the night before. That was the day before Mike got fired.
Oh, they're gonna win. Me and Crystal went to that game. I think. Yeah, we left because she had to go to work the next day. It's like, oh yeah, they're gonna win. Let's go. And then,
You live closer than all of us.
Brother, she goes to work at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
How many hours a night do you sleep?
5 to 6.
Yeah, you're like Io. You operate on
sleep to KC.
I don't think it's a thing. Like,
and it tends to get interrupted in the middle. Ryan wakes up. I got to go in there.
Like, you operate on minimal sleep, and like, when do you see your family? Because you're going to the Knicks game.
Yeah, well, family's not happy.
Mike's here. Mike's here. They're already interviewing Mike.
Family's not happy about this week, but
well,
we'll get through it.
But aren't we going somewhere to? What, we're not going together, but Thursday.
Yeah, I talked to my guy Howard. He said he needs me there on Thursday.
Needs you. You're needed at the Sac State game on Thursday.
I mean, I want to go anyway.
Oh, no, but they need you there.
Howard, my man's though. Howard, shout out my man Howard, man. Big ups.
Does Mike Brown get a video?
No. I think he gets a strong Scott Moak introduction and a rousing ovation from the Golden
Let it
One
breathe
Center.
a little bit so he can get the ovation.
He gets a pop.
Yeah,
he gets a pop. I
He
don't
might
like
get
what
a
like
video.
what? How do you what
Turn on
video
the-
do you air for Mike?
Turn on the freaking Jets.
Yeah, turn on the Jets.
Screaming in front of the
Yeah, but he doesn't say freaking. Like you literally have
possession. After
that is not a
possession.
highlight. That's not a highlight.
It's a funny one. It's like, haha, remember Mike?
I mean, it's just simple as saying, look, I'm really happy. I'm really happy to be here in Sacramento.
Mike's here.
I love playing that guy right there. That guy that's in there, Davion. Can't wait to have him play so many games. But my guys, my guys are going to be ready to compete. And we're going to get ready to play at a championship level, especially that guy right there. That guy. I love the way he plays. That's my guy, Davion. Yeah.
Wait, Davion? Where's he seeing Davion at?
Remember he kept referencing the
yeah.
Okay. He's like, I love the way
I
this
thought you was
guy
like, wait,
plays.
he's not here? Like, what do you mean?
He's like, I love the way this guy plays. And then just glued him to the bench.
No.
Oh, man.
Well, Mike's
wish
in
Davion
town.
was still here,
Jake already talked to him.
Shout out to Mike, man. I like Mike, man. I don't like the way things were always handled here or whatever. But yeah, man, I like Mike Brown, man. I wish him the best in New York. Not tomorrow, but
Yeah, I
the
got
rest of the
questions about who you're rooting for tomorrow.
there ain't no questions. It's the Kings. What you talking about?
Okay.
There ain't no questions.
I'm gonna have
We
eyes
put
on
that
you.
in the atmosphere.
Did you ever get in that Knicks group chat?
Oh, good question.
I didn't. I got to text my cousins, man.
Oh, still trying to
Let's
get in
text
there.
Oh wow, they won't let him in.
Yeah.
Hey, go. You got to
He still
jump him
wants to- He
in.
still wants to hang around.
No, it's tough. He's like, no, guys, come on, send me the
Yeah.
text. Guys, where's the text?
Hey, man, shout out Ricky. Shout out Herbert, man. What's up, man?
Ricky and Herbert sounds like Knicks fans to me.
What's up, man?
The two most common New York names.
They're from, and shout out Kevin. Shout out my cousin Kevin too. He in the group chat. I think they're from Harlem. I don't know, but yeah, man, come on, man. I'm supposed to be in the Knicks group chat.
Okay.
I'm not in
Good
though.
luck to
Not
you.
in right now.
Got to get jumped in.
Well, I'm not a
Blood
Knicks
in, blood
fan.
out. You know how it is.
I'm not a Knicks fan.
We'll see.
I'm a Knicks supporter.
You were silent after a playoff loss last year, right?
Yeah,
I believe no, it wasn't silence. I believe the term that he used was speechless.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was rooting for them to win and they lost. I was
Minutes.
Yeah, how long were you and apparently the other Knicks co-conspirator here, Sherilyn L. Grove?
Well, she is a Knicks.
How long? What happened to the Warriors?
Matter of fact, she's going to Knicks Warriors on Thursday.
Who's she cheering for?
Full-fledged Knicks. She says she's wearing the Jalen Brunson jersey. She tried to.
What was Anthony Davis tweeting about? Answer. Shams Charania. Update. Anthony Davis will not require surgery on his injured hand after a second opinion with specialist Dr. Shin in Los Angeles on Tuesday. He'll be reevaluated in 6 weeks. Asked and answered.
He said, trade me. Trade me.
Anthony Davis said, yeah, don't believe none of this nonsense.
Trade me. I'm ready.
Shout out Sham. Sham's like, what's he talking about? Oh, okay. Shout out Zabo. Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap. You don't get it.
No, I do. That was.
What's he talking about?
It was because they had to cut the cords after they dropped the chili.
Hold on. What chords with the chili? Yeah, let's just go on with this.
Well, no. So they dropped the chili, but some of it got on the electrical cords, and they had to cut the cords.
Mm-hmm.
I think they would have died if they tried that.
You really go back to that chili episode regularly.
It's one of my favorites.
Which I do want to point.
Super fan one.
It's not an episode.
Well, that episode is a super fan.
It's a cold open. It's all right, man.
You know when you do this, you disrespect me and Damien.
You are. No,
you know
the truth be told, you're disrespecting all of us.
You know what? I'm watching an episode tonight.
Okay, pal.
Now you really did.
Okay, dog.
We got 2 minutes.
I am.
No, whatever.
I'm watching the episode tonight.
Sure you are.
No Kings tonight. I got to figure
Okay.
out who's playing college basketball tonight. But I'll be home. Yeah, man, I'm checking it out.
Yeah, I'll be home. Not going to spend any time. San Antonio and Oklahoma City tonight.
Oh, snap. Is that on NBC?
That's on Peacock. Yep.
Oh,
NBC and Peacock.
well,
Yep.
I mean, they're not playing all night. That's not an 8 o'clock start. So, yeah, I'll watch it afterwards.
Okay. Sure you will.
Damn. That's crazy. Hey, Thunder better win.
Man.
Is Chet playing?
Why wouldn't he?
Because the boogeyman's here.
Yeah, Chet.
He's trying to meet with Wemby now. Like, hey, Vic, we cool.
If it's the same thing tomorrow, I'm sorry, Giannis. Like, you're coming to OKC.
If it's the same thing, if it's the
like, Chet is scary.
If it's the same thing tomorrow, Chet has to quit. He got to retire.
Chet post game after the game. Yeah, I guess I have to tip my cap and call Victor Wembanyama my daddy. Shout out Pedro Martinez.
All right. You know what we were talking about? Luka winning the MVP by default. Like Shea hasn't played every game this season.
Poor Shea. Poor Shea.
Shea missed the game this season. Didn't think about his ass one time earlier when we were having that conversation.
Poor Shea.
More from Shams before we get out of here. As reported earlier, the Mavericks have had renewed trade talks with Anthony Davis, with multiple interested teams. And those conversations are continuing as Dallas stands at 15 and 25, 12th in the Western Conference, blah, 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 blah. Point being is AD's injury doesn't seem to have slowed down his trade market. I think whoever acquires Anthony Davis is acquiring Anthony Davis for a long-term play.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I think a lot of good lucks are being sent around the league when you talk about some of these big-name players, the ADs, the Jaws, the Trays, the Devin Carters, so on and so forth. Yeah. We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, hit the little bell in the upper right-hand corner so you get notified when we go live. You never know when some surprise content is going to pop up. And if you're listening on the radio or wherever you are, make sure you're tapped in with us beginning tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Almost Chet.
My bad, Jesse. I think I missed the bubble. I'll make up for it tomorrow. All right, y'all. All right. All right, y'all. Have a good one. We will see you guys tomorrow morning.